No One Like Her by Cindy Kirk. Narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. Tears filled Erica Eads' eyes as she stared at her laptop screen. She'd briefly considered not opening the attachment. After all, when you were 38 and having irregular periods and hot flashes, good news was not sure to follow. She'd hoped the reason would simply be stress. She and Paul, her partner for over a year, had called it quits 6 months ago. Though, if Erica was being honest, their relationship had been on the skids for nearly half the time they were together. Working closely at the same architectural firm had kept them together longer than necessary. Toward the end, she'd realized Paul's first love, his only love, was his career. Erica glanced at the letter on the screen again. The doctor, after reviewing her test results, had diagnosed her with primary ovarian failure and told her she was going through premature menopause. It appeared now that not only a sperm donor, but also an egg donor would be needed to make her dream of having a baby a reality. The emotion welling inside her proved too much. Erica let the tears stinging the backs of her eyes slip down her cheeks. She wasn't one to cry. Ask Paul. When they'd ended things, she hadn't shed a single tear. This news? Well, this flattened her. She swiped at her cheeks and finished off her glass of wine in one gulp. Her life was definitely not turning out as she'd planned. She wished Danny were here. Danny had been her bestie since grade school. She knew what Danny would do if she were in the room with her now. After wrapping her arms around her and giving her a big hug that would last a full minute, she would tell Erica it was time to get out of this hotel room. Which would be Danny's gentle way of telling her to quit feeling sorry for herself. The thought of Danny's smiling face had tears falling even harder. God, how she missed her friend. After all these years, she still couldn't believe she was actually gone. Erica gave in to her grief. When she was all cried out, she steadied herself. The time on the bedside clock caught her eye. 8 o'clock on a Thursday night. Past time to get out of this room before the four walls closed in and crushed her. With too much pride to go anywhere without making herself presentable, Erica sat in front of the vanity mirror. It took some work to hide the evidence of her tears, but she had an experienced hand. The bright lights over the mirror were harsh and critical. Still, when Erica studied herself when she was done, she gave a satisfied nod. Her dark hair hung like a thick, luxurious cloud around her angular but pretty face. Her eyes, a deep emerald green, were her best feature. Well, that and her breasts. Menopause? Please. The image reflected back at her didn't look at all ready for hot flashes. She saw a young, attractive professional woman ready for a night on the town. The white summer dress with a gold belt emphasized her slim waist, and the heels she slipped on accentuated her long legs. There wouldn't be any flirting or dancing or revelry. Emotionally, Erica wasn't ready for that. But the Cubs were playing tonight. The game should be on in one of the hotel bars on the main floor. She'd get a beer. Beer and a ball game. As American as apple pie. Paul didn't like baseball. Thankfully, she didn't need to be concerned about his likes anymore. Tonight was about what she wanted and needed. What she wanted was a ball game, a bottle of beer, and, eventually, a comfortable bed. Wells Pomeroy needed a break. From his position with WLM, the real estate development company he owned with his brothers, from the frustration over seeing a woman he loved like a mother blow her money on a renovation project doomed to fail, and from his own loneliness. Not even thoughts of the funny text sent by his sweet daughter, Sophie, could bring him comfort this evening. This weekend marked 8 years since his wife and sister had perished in a helicopter crash. Even when he wasn't consciously paying attention to the date, he always felt when that time drew near. Waves of sadness would wash over him, and it took everything he had to keep from going under. That's why he was in Chicago this evening instead of at home in Hazel Green. When Sophie had been invited to spend the night with a friend, Wells's plans had changed direction. Instead of staying home and working, he'd caught a train into the city and rented a hotel room downtown. After a solitary dinner at Maggiano's, a restaurant his wife had loved, he'd walked along Michigan Avenue. When the sight of all the happy couples holding hands as they strolled the glittery sidewalks became too much to bear, Wells had returned to his hotel. The Cubs were playing at Wrigley tonight. He could have gotten tickets, he had connections, but sitting in a stadium surrounded by rabid fans held little appeal. Sitting alone in a bar watching the game on TV should have seemed equally pathetic to him, but for some reason, it didn't. Maybe it was because he'd once traveled frequently for business. Being alone in a hotel felt, well, normal. He briefly considered which bar on the main floor of the hotel to go to. Likely both would have the game on. As he walked by one with a prominent sports vibe and heard the roars from the patrons, he kept walking. The other bar, with dark cherrywood paneling and a hushed atmosphere, got the nod. After taking a table near the door, Wells let his gaze slide around the room. The impressive curved bar, in a rich, polished cherrywood, gleamed in the soft lighting. Behind it, a mirror with beveled edges and rows of bottles drew the eye. The muted television near the bar showed the game with closed captions. 3 other screens scattered around the room displayed news stations, also with closed captions. Nothing disturbed the hushed elegance, Wells noticed with a smile. In this room, only quiet conversations and soft, piped-in music could be heard. Most of the tables held either couples or single men. Only one table held women, obviously friends, based on their animated gestures and occasional bursts of laughter. One woman sat at the bar. Wells ordered a beer, and the server quickly brought it, along with a basket of bar mix. As Wells munched, he kept his eyes on the screen with the game. Coming here tonight had been the right move. Just getting out of the house, a home that held so many memories, helped. Out of the corner of his eye, Wells noticed a guy who'd been sitting alone sidle up to the brunette at the bar. She was seated at such an angle that Wells couldn't see her face in the mirror. But if that mass of hair falling like a dark cloud to her shoulders and those gold heels were any indication, she was a stunner. Whatever the man said must not have impressed her, or maybe she was waiting for someone, because the guy quickly returned to his table. The next guy to approach her, mid-40s with a receding hairline and sporting a wedding ring, didn't fare any better. Wells found it pathetic that the interactions between strangers captured his attention more than the Cubs game. He forced his attention back to the ball game. "I said no." Wells swiveled his gaze back to the bar just in time to see the brunette jerk her arm away from a short man with a Van Dyke beard and beady eyes like a rat. "Touch me again, and I'm calling security." Mr. Van Dyke slinked away, but Wells wasn't paying attention to him anymore. His gaze was firmly fixed on the woman. He knew her. Though it had been years since he'd seen Erica Eads, he was certain it was her. Her voice, which commanded rather than asked, and those flashing green eyes were unforgettable. Wells had never been attracted to her, still wasn't, he assured himself. But it wasn't her beauty that had him considering whether to approach her. No, her red-rimmed eyes and the sadness in those green depths pulled at him. Another man might not have noticed, but Wells had become something of an expert at seeing the sadness others tried so hard to hide. Perhaps because he'd spent the past 8 years hiding those same emotions from the world. "Let her be," he told himself, recalling that the last time they'd spoken had been at Danny's funeral. He'd been a wreck that day and had taken his grief out on Erica. Though he'd seen the quick flash of anger in her eyes, she hadn't snapped back. When he'd later texted her an apology after unsuccessfully trying to reach her by phone, her response had been gracious, something to the effect that it had been a difficult day for both of them. There was no reason for him to approach her now. No reason at all. "She's my friend, Wells. My best friend. She's sad." As happened so many times, Wells heard Danny's voice in his head. His wife had had the softest heart of anyone he knew. Danny had never held grudges or walked away from a friend in need. The fact that Erica had been Danny's closest friend since childhood had Wells picking up his barely touched bottle of beer and sitting beside her at the bar. She whirled. "Listen, why can't you guys—" Erica stopped as recognition dawned. "Wells, what are you doing here?" He smiled, took a swig of beer. "I could ask you the same thing." The years had been good to her. Erica was as pretty at 38 as she'd been at 18. The only difference tonight was her look of sadness. Other than at Danny's funeral, Wells couldn't recall ever seeing Erica without a devilish spark in her eyes. "I'm relocating to Chicago. I have the opportunity to join a firm here." She lifted her bottle, but didn't take a drink. "I haven't found a place to live yet, so I'm staying here for now." Lifting his bottle, he clanked it against hers. "Congrats on the potential new job." "Thank you." She set her beer down without taking a drink. Wells inclined his head. "You're not staying with Lillian while you look?" Lillian DeBerg, Erica's aunt, lived in Hazel Green. With the town being the last stop on Chicago's Metro rail line, the commute would be an easy one. Though Lillian wasn't part of the Pomeroy family, she might as well have been. Wells wasn't sure how he would have gotten through the months after Danny's death without Lillian's support. "With her." Wells realized with a jolt that while his mind had been wandering, Erica had answered his question. He supposed he could ask for clarification, but it wasn't important enough for him to pursue the topic. "What about you?" she asked. "Do you have business in Chicago?" Polite interest showed on her face, just like it probably did on his. "I didn't." Wells expelled a breath, then took a long pull on his beer. "This weekend is the anniversary of the accident." There was no need to elaborate on that point. They both knew he referred to the helicopter crash in the Grand Canyon. "I know." She absently trailed a finger down the bottle in front of her. "Every year around this time, I start to feel sad. Sometimes I can't pinpoint why I feel so low. Then I remember." Wells nodded, the unexpected lump in his throat making speaking difficult. As the years went by, he rarely mentioned the anniversary of Danny's and Kit's deaths. His parents didn't need the reminder that they'd lost a daughter and a daughter-in-law that day. "I think of Kit, too." Erica's slight smile quickly vanished. "Your sister was a force of nature." She shook her head and chuckled, seeming not to notice Wells's lack of response. "I still remember the time I told her I wanted to try out for the softball team. She must have thrown that ball to me 1,000 times before I finally got the hang of catching it. When I made the team, she cheered the loudest." Wells had forgotten that Erica and his older sister had been friendly. Not surprising, since they'd both grown up in Hazel Green. Only 2 years older than him and Erica, his smart, funny, and extremely athletic sister had perished that day, too. "Nobody talks about Kit anymore," Wells said, almost to himself. Erica inclined her head. "Not even Mathis and Leo?" Wells thought of recent conversations with his brothers. "Occasionally, one of them will do the remember when and bring up something." "Do you think it's too painful for them? Or is it that they think talking about her, or about Danny, is too painful for you?" Startled, Wells blinked. That wasn't the response he'd expected. He'd thought she'd say something about how easy it was to forget someone as the years passed. Which was silly, since he sure hadn't forgotten either Danny or Kit. Though lately he worried Danny was becoming a distant memory to Sophie. "How's Sophie doing?" Erica asked, as if she'd read his mind. "She, appreciates the letters you send on her birthday." It wasn't simply a letter that arrived every year, but a card and a gift. Though he knew Erica longed to be a bigger part of Sophie's life, he knew she'd stayed away because of the things he'd said to her at Danny's funeral. Each time he looked at Erica, he was reminded of the tears on Danny's face the night before they'd left for Tucson. His wife never did tell him what she and Erica had fought about, but it still made him angry to know that Erica had been the cause of Danny's sadness. "I'm glad." Erica shifted her gaze to the TV, effectively dismissing him. Wells cleared his throat. "Are you okay?" The genuine concern in his voice must have gotten through. She gave a little laugh and didn't meet his gaze. "Bad day times 10. I'm sorry about what happened at Danny's funeral." Her puzzled gaze shot to him. "I should never have yelled at you like that. I was way out of line." That day was such a horrible blur. Wells only knew he'd turned his anger and grief on Erica. Instead of lashing back at him, she'd absorbed the verbal punches that had held more power than a fist. "You already apologized for that." Her voice, soft with understanding, soothed the still raw place in his heart. "In a text." He shook his head, knowing he should have continued to try to reach her by phone. "I really am sorry." "You're forgiven." Her expression gentled. She placed her hand on his in a gesture of comfort. It was the first time Wells could recall her touching him. "I understand the grief. I felt it too. Like you, I have my own regrets." Puzzlement filled his eyes. "I should have checked more on you and Sophie." "After how I acted?" he said with a humorless chuckle. "I'm surprised you're even talking to me." "Life is too short for so many regrets." Wells studied her for a long moment. "That's one of the things Danny always loved about you. You were always so forgiving." Erica laughed. "I don't know about that." "Remember the Halloween party, our senior year?" Wells took another pull of beer. "Your committee spent all afternoon putting up decorations, and the janitor took them down." The guy was new. He thought the party had been the previous night. Erica lifted her shoulders in a slight shrug as a smile played at the corners of her mouth. "We rallied and put them up again." "Danny said it was you who made that happen." "It was a group effort." Wells didn't often look back on those high school years, but he found himself enjoying talking with Erica. They knew so many of the same people, and that time in his life had been, for want of a better word, idyllic. Still, despite the joking and the laughter, Wells continued to sense a sadness in Erica. "Are you sure that you're okay?" "I got some bad news today." Wells pulled his brows together. "Anything I can help with?" She waved a dismissive hand. "I don't really want to talk about it." "Is that why you decided to drown your sorrows in the hotel bar?" He kept his tone light, but worried he'd gone too far when she frowned. "Other than a glass of wine in my room, this is my first drink." "Sorry." He lifted both hands, palms out. "I was making a joke that fell flat." After a moment, Erica chuckled. "You never were good with telling jokes. I remember how you used to give too many details, and we were all, 'Hey, just get to the punchline. We don't have all day.'" Wells smiled and shrugged. A male in his early 20s motioned a large group of friends into the bar, announcing, "Yeah, this will be better. That other place was packed." A dark-haired man who reminded Wells of his brother Mathis told his friends, "This way we can sit and get some food while we watch the game." "Hey," the first guy said to the bartender, "can you turn on the sound?" The bartender, a portly man in his 40s, glanced at Wells and Erica. "Fine with me," Erica told him. Wells nodded his assent. "Seriously, Erica, if there's anything—" His sentence was cut short by a fielder flashing the leather. A series of loud cheers erupted from the group behind them. Again, Wells heard Danny's voice in his head. "You're never going to be able to talk to her with all this noise. I'm surprised you can even hear me." He gently nudged Erica's beer with his own to get her attention. "How would you feel about moving someplace where it's easier to talk? The other bar is out, but I got upgraded to a suite. There's space to sit there and catch up. It's been too long." He didn't have a clue whether she would agree, but he hoped she'd say yes. For the first time since he'd arrived at the hotel, the tension gripping his shoulders had eased. Not sure what had come over him, he reached over and took her hand. "Please say yes." Chapter 2. Erica and Wells rode up in an elevator paneled in dark wood. An ornate mirror edged in gold on the back wall reflected the mini chandelier overhead. "I love this kind of attention to detail." Erica gestured to the antique fixture. "Everything today is so sleek and modern." Wells smiled. "I thought modern was your specialty." The comment told her he'd followed her career. It pleased her, but then she reminded herself Wells was close friends with her aunt. Erica had no doubt that Lillian regaled everyone within listening distance about Erica's awards and achievements. "My geometric designs follow timeless classical design principles." Erica smiled. This was familiar turf, and she found herself relaxing. "In the past 10 years, there's been increasing focus on sustainability in regards to design and architecture. I always attempt to incorporate new technologies and materials that are less demanding on the Earth's resources." Interest sparked in his hazel eyes. "At WLM, we strive for sustainable construction, though for a lot of builders, the increased cost is an obstacle." For the rest of the ride to his floor, Wells explained the ways he and his brothers encouraged the transition. Erica let him talk. She liked the way his eyes lit up as he spoke about building methods that enhanced renewable and sustainable efforts. She considered bringing up Lillian's desire to repurpose the old dance hall on Apley in Hazel Green. The transformation of that building was a prime example of an adaptive reuse project. Knowing Wells opposed the effort had her keeping her mouth shut, not because she didn't enjoy a good debate, but because he looked more relaxed now. The lines of strain that had bracketed his eyes earlier had all but disappeared. She found the enthusiasm in his voice contagious. They quickly reached the 15th floor. When the elevator doors slid silently open, Wells waited for her to step out first. Slipping his hand into his pocket, he pulled out an ornate brass key, then gestured down the carpeted hall. "I'm in 1512. "I love real keys." Her comment led to a discussion about the increased safety of old-fashioned door locks and metal keys that continued down the hall and into his suite. Wells gestured to the plate of fruit and cheese sitting on a side table. A bottle of red sat beside the pretty platter. "Care for something to eat or drink?" "Hey, they didn't give me any food." Erica picked up the bottle of wine. She turned to him and gestured toward the bottle. "They certainly didn't give me a bottle of Pinot." Wells chuckled. "I've stayed here several times on business." "You're obviously a good man to know," she teased, and realized being alone tonight hadn't been the answer to her sad mood. She'd needed this connection with another human being. "Let's uncork this bad boy, and we'll see just how much the management values your business." While he did the honors with the wine, Erica roamed the suite and discovered she liked the vibe of the room. Or maybe it was because she had Wells to take her mind off the unsettling news she'd received earlier. Dropping down on the sofa, Erica kicked off her heels. The Louboutins were comfortable, but she was ready to relax. Wells brought over the tray of fruit and cheese and set it on the table in front of the sofa. The wine and glasses came next. She took a sip, savoring it before swallowing. Wells arched a brow. "Does it pass muster?" "It'll do." She chuckled. "It's actually very good." Conversation soon flowed as easily as the wine. "Do you remember when Leo had that date with Sydney Donovan?" Erica couldn't stop herself from chuckling at the memory. "Are you referring to my brother's one and only date with her?" Wells finished off his glass of wine and poured himself another, topping off hers as well. "The one where he had the stomach flu and puked all over her?" "That's the one." Erica realized she'd not only known Wells nearly her entire life, she'd known his family as well. "I hear Leo is married now, to someone who didn't grow up in Hazel Green." Erica hadn't been invited to the wedding. Then again, she hadn't expected an invitation. As if hearing the question in her voice, Wells nodded. "Nell is an attorney. She's been in Hazel Green a handful of years. She makes my brother happy." Though she attempted to read between the lines, Erica couldn't get a sense for how Wells felt about Leo's wife. It sounded as if he liked the woman, but she couldn't be sure, and wasn't about to dig. Erica sipped her wine, gazing over at Wells, who sat at the other end of the sofa. He'd left enough space that two Bears linebackers could easily fit between them. "How's Mathis?" Wells looked away. "Same." Erica had always liked the Middle Pomeroy brothers' devil-may-care attitude. Wells, the serious older brother, and Matt were like oil and water. Danny had spoken several times of her efforts to bridge the chasm between Wells and his brother. Erica determinedly shoved thoughts of Danny aside. "Let's talk about something fun and upbeat. What do you think of the Cubs' chances this year?" Wells chuckled. "Are you serious?" "I'm always serious about baseball." Wells laughed as he took another sip of wine. "Fine. I think their chances are about as good as our high school teams were of making state senior year." "Not that bad," Erica laughed. For the next hour, she and Wells reminisced about days gone by. Erica honestly couldn't remember the last time she'd laughed so much or felt so at ease. By the way Wells's whole body seemed to relax into the couch, he was enjoying a mood lift, too. "I can't tell you how much I needed this tonight," she told him. "Needed to laugh, to forget real life for a night. You know what I mean? I just needed a—" "Break." Wells finished her sentence. Her gaze locked with his, and his smile faded as a shimmer of something filled the space between them. Erica told herself to look away, but she simply couldn't. Wells's eyes turned dark and watchful, waiting for her to make a move, to give him permission to make a move. The tension between them became a living thing as an ache of longing washed over her. In that moment, she wanted him in a way she couldn't remember wanting any man. She wanted him to hold her, to kiss her, and, yes, to make love to her. She wanted him to chase away the shadows with a night of pleasure. Time seemed to stretch and extend. The music in her head took on a seductive beat. "Do it, do it," the pulsating rhythm urged. "I don't have condoms." His gaze traveled slowly over her, and she saw the question in his hazel depths. A smoldering heat flared through her at what his comment implied, scaring and thrilling her at the same time. "I'm covered." was all she said as her heart performed a series of flutters.
I haven't been with anyone since...
I was checked last spring after my boyfriend and I split. Erica's steady gaze didn't waver. She sensed if she looked away, this tenuous connection might shatter into a million pieces. I haven't been with anyone since him. He slid close to her, his voice becoming a husky caress.
You have beautiful hair.
His fingers slid into the dark strands as his mouth closed over hers, hot and demanding. Her body responded with breathtaking speed, a sensation she didn't bother to fight. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Erica kissed him back with a ferocity that appeared to both surprise and please him. She parted her lips, and he immediately changed the angle of the kiss and plunged inside, claiming her mouth. His tongue circled and danced with hers. Each touch, each tingle reinforced the possibilities. Erica longed to run her hands over his body, to feel the coiled strength of skin and muscles sliding under her fingers.
Erica.
She heard the question and smiled as her fingers began unbuttoning his shirt. Let's explore this further at your place. There was a beat of silence. Confusion filled his gaze.
This is my hotel room.
We haven't explored your bedroom. In case she still hadn't made herself clear, Erica pulled his face down with her hand and gave him the type of kiss that told a man, I want you now. Wells got the message. Taking her hand and pulling her to her feet, he locked his hand around her elbow and propelled her into the bedroom. Usually, Erica was the poster child of calm, but tonight she was a tangled mess of wants and desires. Her need for him was a stark carnal hunger she hadn't known she was capable of feeling. This better not take too long, or I'm going to self-combust, she murmured, and felt some of her nervousness fade at his quick laughter.
You're not the only one.
Wells laughed again, then kissed her with an intensity that had need swamping her. Within seconds, their clothes lay in a pile at their feet. Erica quickly discovered there wasn't anything she could suggest that Wells wouldn't try, anything she wanted that he wouldn't deliver. As her passion peaked and exploded, Erica thought it was as if they'd been meant to come together for this one night, two stars colliding in an act that would brighten and change their worlds forever. When Wells woke the next morning, he wondered for a second where he was. And then he remembered. He sat up in bed and listened, searching for sounds of movement in the suite, some sign he wasn't alone. Relief flooded him when he heard nothing except the soft swoosh of the air conditioning kicking on. Swinging his legs to the side of the bed, he sat there for several long seconds, fighting off a dull headache and trying to figure out what had happened last night. He'd had sex with Erica. Erica, Danny's best friend. He closed his eyes as pain washed over him. All these years, he'd remained true to his wife. Though he'd never say it to anyone, because he knew they'd think he was crazy, it felt as if his chasteness somehow preserved his connection with Danny. But now he'd had sex with Erica. The realization struck with the force of a 2x4 against the side of his head. And they hadn't had sex just once, either. No, once had not been enough. Last night, he hadn't been able to get enough of her, and from her enthusiastic response, she'd felt the same. They'd both gone a little crazy. She'd been dealing with her own demons, while he'd been dealing with his. What they'd shared had been a pleasant interlude that had let them forget their troubles for an evening. Even as Wells pulled on the hotel bathrobe and cinched it around his waist, he snorted. Pleasant interlude? That in no way described the heat and passion that had exploded in the bedroom, in the shower, heck, even against the kitchen counter when they'd decided they'd needed to fuel up. His lips curved, then he quickly sobered as he thought how awkward it would be when he saw Erica again. Then he spotted the note on the counter beside the pot of coffee she'd brewed. Crossing the room, he snatched it up and read the words written in perfect penmanship. "Good morning, Wells. Last night was very special, but I thought it best if I left early. Erica." Gratitude flowed through him at her generosity. She'd obviously gotten up at the crack of dawn to spare them both an awkward morning-after conversation. Even as he told himself he was grateful she would be living in Chicago rather than in Hazel Green, and that their paths were unlikely to cross with any frequency, he found himself wondering when he'd see her again. 4 weeks later, Mathis Pomeroy dropped down into the chair next to Wells's desk. "How are things shaking, bro?" Wells hated when Mathis talked this way, which was likely why he did it. "How are things shaking with you?" Wells swiveled in his chair to face his brother. "Good." Matt, who resembled their mother with his dark hair, blue eyes, and lean frame, grinned. "Have I told you how much I prefer Wells 2.0? Wells studied his brother. "Does this conversation have a point?" Matt grinned. "I'm just saying, you've been so chill the past month. Before you tell me it's bull, I'm not the only one who's noticed." Wells met his brother's gaze. "I'm still waiting for the point." "It's good to see you relaxed. That's the point." Wells gave only a nod. Though he might tell himself otherwise, the truth was, the night he and Erica had shared a month ago had resulted in a few changes. He slept better now, and yes, he felt more relaxed. The sexual acts, had obviously been a stress reducer. Deep down, Wells suspected the physical act didn't deserve all of the credit. Sharing his feelings, laughing, and talking with Erica had opened something inside him that had been closed since Danny's death. "I met with Erica today." Wells's gaze shot to his brother. "I thought I might have to explain who I'm talking about." Matt smiled. "I guess you remember her." That spark of mischief in Matt's blue depths was a familiar sight. Wells forced himself not to overreact. After all, as far as he knew, no one was aware of the night he and Erica had spent together. "She was Danny's best friend." Wells paused. "What were you meeting with her about?" "Lillian is really pushing the renovation of the dance hall. As you know, we'll function as the general contractor, while Erica will be the architect. She's come up with some sweet designs." Wells stiffened. He'd hoped Lillian would put aside the thought of that particular renovation. Though he knew Lillian had more than enough money to fund the endeavor, she might as well flush the cash down the drain. Matt gave a low whistle. "The woman is as talented as she is beautiful. Wait until you see her, Wells. She's one of those women who only gets better looking." "She's not that old." "She's your age," Matt pointed out. "That's old." Wells decided it was time to get back to work. "I take it you plan to run point on the Apley project?" It was more statement than question. "Well, since you've made it clear that you think the project is shit, yes, I'll be working with Lillian and Erica." Wells had never called Lillian's pet project shit, although he had told her flat out that he thought it was a bad idea and a waste of her money. He'd spoken out of concern and love for her. Now that she'd decided to go through with it, he would do what he could to make it a success. "Unless you want to take the helm." Wells pulled his brows together. "Why would I do that?" "Because it's Lillian? Because you like to be in charge?" Matt's smile turned sly. "And maybe because I told you how hot Erica is, and you want to work with her yourself." Chapter 3. Erica didn't think her return to Hazel Green called for a party. She was outvoted by her aunt. Actually, Erica suspected that Lillian, a social sort, embraced any excuse to entertain. Lillian's large two-story Georgian-style home certainly lent itself to parties. Not only was the main floor warm and spacious, the back terrace held a summer kitchen and overlooked a gorgeous yard bursting with colorful flowers and shrubs. Lillian had implied tonight's event would be a small, intimate affair with only close friends. Erica had only smiled as the guest list continued to climb. Erica knew Wells and all the Pomeroys had been invited. She still hadn't had a chance to meet Leo's wife, Nell, and looked forward to getting acquainted this evening. If only she could get rid of this overwhelming fatigue. Though she'd just gotten up from an hour-long nap, Erica stifled a yawn as she strode into the kitchen. Lillian looked up from where she was directing one of the staff that she'd hired to set up the table for the hors d'oeuvres. "You look rested." Lillian moved to her side and gave her a hug. Erica had associated the pleasing scent of Chanel with Lillian ever since she was a child. It was nice to know that some things didn't change. "I feel rested." Erica glanced around. "What can I do to help?" "It's all done." Lillian waved a hand to the staff. "Or it will be by the time our guests begin arriving at 7. "I suppose I should head upstairs then and begin making myself presentable." Lillian, an attractive woman in her early 70s with white hair cut in a stylish bob, chuckled. "You could come to the party just as you are now and be the prettiest woman there. You may be a tad biased." Erica looped her arm through her aunt's. "Have I told you lately how good it is to spend time with you?" Lillian gave Erica's hand a pat. "Let's sit for 5 on the terrace. It feels as if we've been 2 ships passing in the night this past week." "We've both been busy," Erica agreed, then chuckled. "I don't think it's as bad as 2 ships passing." Lillian let out a silver tinkle of a laugh. "Perhaps not, but I miss my girl when I don't see her." The knowledge that these weren't just words, but how Lillian actually felt, warmed Erica all the way to her toes. "You're closer to me than my mother," Erica told her aunt as they stepped onto the terrace, then settled onto a vintage glider of pale turquoise. "My sister loves you." "In her own way." Erica sighed the words. "But we both know she and my dad. Well, for them, having each other has always been more than enough." While growing up in a home where she'd felt like a third wheel, Erica had often wondered why her parents had decided to have a child. She'd assumed she must have been an accident, though her mother would never admit it, even if that had been the case. Lillian didn't attempt to change Erica's mind, as they both knew she'd spoken the truth. Her parents' intense love for each other had been all-consuming. In Erica's family, 3 had been a crowd, even if the 3rd had been their daughter. "I'm just saying." Erica chose her words carefully, knowing Lillian wouldn't allow her to speak ill of her parents. "That you've always been the one I can count on, the one I can go to if something troubles me. I want you to know how much I appreciate that." "Thank you." Lillian's expression might have remained serene, but the sheen in her eyes told Erica that her words had touched her aunt. "I always appreciated Lydia sharing her daughter with me." Her mother and Lillian were fraternal twins. They'd been close growing up, but once Erica's father came into the picture, the care and feeding of the sisterly relationship had been pushed to the back burner. Lillian had weathered the loss. She'd married, and she and her husband had experienced a long and happy life together. Their only regret was not being able to have children. When Dick passed away several years back, the Pomeroys had become her surrogate family in Hazel Green. "How are things going between you and Matt?" Lillian asked. "Good." Erica's lips lifted when she thought of the middle Pomeroy brother. "He's very easy to work with." "I worry the project might cause some strain between him and Wells." Concern furrowed Lillian's brow. I nearly went with another firm, but Matt convinced me I'd do more harm by going elsewhere.
What's the issue?
Wells doesn't, or rather didn't, believe that this project is a good use of my resources.
It's your money,
Erica said. Exactly what I said. Lillian's gaze softened. I don't want you to think badly of Wells. The man is protective to a fault. When Dick passed away, he was right there, doing whatever he could to help. Lillian gave Erica's hand a squeeze. You and Wells were my rocks. Erica knew her aunt was being kind. She'd been in Austin, nearly 1,200 miles away, when Dick had died. She'd, of course, returned for the funeral and then stayed for 2 weeks, but her aunt had still been in a state of shock after Dick's fatal car accident. Wells had been the one who'd actually been around long enough to pick up the pieces.
I assume he'll be here this evening?
Erica kept her tone casual, though her heart picked up speed at the thought of seeing him again. When she'd last seen him, he'd been asleep, his sandy brown hair tousled, and his face relaxed. She swore, although it had likely been her imagination, that he'd been smiling in his sleep. She liked to think she'd been the cause of that smile. He'll be here, Lillian confirmed. He asked if he could bring Sophie, and I said of course.
I can't wait to see her.
Erica's heart swelled at the thought of her goddaughter. It's been so long. She's looking more like Danny every day. A look of sadness swept over Lillian's face. She has her mother's violet eyes and light hair. Erica swallowed past the sudden lump in her throat.
Danny never realized how beautiful she really was.
Inside and out. Nodding, Erica changed the subject.
I'm excited to meet Leo's wife.
You'll like Nell. Lillian squeezed Erica's hand. In fact, I predict the two of you will become good friends. Erica dressed carefully for the party. Though it was supposed to be casual rather than dressy, everyone knew that Lillian's definition of casual didn't include leggings or flip-flops. She coupled a simple red summer dress with gladiator sandals. The dress's crisscross back and the funky necklace she'd purchased at an outdoor Austin arts festival added interest. She left her hair loose to her shoulders. A flat iron had it lying in sleek strands. She told herself that the fact that she would see Wells for the first time since their encounter in Chicago didn't have a thing to do with the extra time she took, not only with her hair, but with her makeup. She simply wanted to make Lillian proud. Her aunt's approving smile when she descended the stairs had Erica's confidence soaring. She tried to ignore the queasy feeling in the pit of her stomach. Seeing Wells was no big deal. She repeated the words in her head as her aunt reached out and grasped her hands. You look absolutely lovely, my dear. Lillian beamed. Erica gestured to her aunt's shiny silver dress that hugged her trim figure. You're gorgeous. We clean up good. Before Lillian could say more, the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of their first guests. 30 minutes later, Wells and Sophie had yet to make an appearance. Erica knew that fact because she'd kept an eye on the doors leading outside. Lillian's party was blessed with a beautiful late summer evening that held just the right amount of breeze to keep bugs away. Erica might have grown up in Hazel Green, but many of those at the party tonight were strangers to her. She met Abby Rollins, owner of the inn at Hazel Green, and her police chief husband, Jonah. Hank Beaumont, editor of the local newspaper, was there, as was Liz Canfield, who worked for the Trib. Liz had brought along her son, Sawyer. Erica? Lillian's hand on her arm pulled her attention from the door. I'd like you to meet Leo's wife. Before Erica could say a word, Lillian laughed. We either call her Nell or Hazel Green, depending on if she's in costume. Erica studied the woman with silvery blonde hair cut in a jagged bob and eyes the color of a stormy sky. For this evening's event, Nell had coupled an ice blue slip dress with heels. It wasn't Nell's sense of style that made Erica sigh with envy. It was the look she exchanged with her husband. Nell extended her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I understand you're an architect."
I am.
Erica flashed a smile.
I grew up here, but I've been living in Austin. Now I've moved back and am exploring a position with a Chicago firm.
What does exploring involve? Nell smiled, appearing genuinely interested.
I'll do a couple of projects for them and see how we work together.
Erica kept her tone easy.
By the end of the year, we'll both decide if it's a good fit.
Smart. No use jumping in with both feet. Leo leaned forward to give her a quick hug. It's good to see you again, Erica. We're all thrilled to have you back in the area. Erica had heard that Leo, the youngest of the Pomeroy brothers, was the mayor of Hazel Green. She remembered him as the Pomeroy everyone believed would follow his father into politics. Would serving as mayor be the first step toward a future Senate bid? Time would tell. Can I get either of you ladies something to drink? Leo's gaze shifted from his wife to Erica. As there were waiters circulating outside with trays of wine, it would be a simple matter to motion one over, which meant this was likely a ploy on Leo's part to give her and Nell a few minutes alone to get better acquainted.
I wouldn't mind a glass of red, Erica told him, unless it's a bother.
I'd love one too. Nell rested a hand on Leo's sleeve for a second.
Thank you.
How do you like being back in Hazel Green? Nell asked the second Leo strode off.
I'm enjoying my time with Lillian, Erica admitted. The project on Apley is keeping me busy.
Do you plan to stay with your aunt while testing out this new firm, or are you thinking of finding a place in Chicago?
That's still to be...
Erica forgot what she'd been about to say as she spotted Wells and Sophie. Though Wells was dressed much the same as any of the other men, in dark pants and a button-up shirt, the sight of him sent blood coursing through her veins. Afraid of what she might give away if she continued staring, Erica shifted her focus to the girl at his side. Lillian had been right. The older Sophie got, the more she resembled her mother, though Erica could see Wells in her too, around the eyes. That's my brother-in-law Wells and his daughter Sophie, Nell began, then stopped. Why am I telling you this? Leo mentioned you were good friends with Danny.
We were best friends, Erica advised. I'm also Sophie's godmother.
Which explains the look in your eye when you saw them. Erica shot her gaze back to Nell. Though her heart had begun to pound, she arched a dark brow. Look. She could have cheered when her tone came out casual, just as she'd intended.
Sophie means a lot to you,
was all Nell said.
She does.
Erica cleared her throat.
Though I haven't seen her much since Danny died.
Why is that? Direct and to the point, characteristics that Erica normally favored, but not so much now. Not when seeing Wells had left her off balance. Not when she worried Sophie might not even know who she was. Or worse, not care.
Why haven't you seen much of her?
Nell repeated the question.
I'd think if you and her mother were best friends, you'd... Danny and I were best friends,
Erica informed her.
No if about it.
A speculative gleam shimmered in Nell's blue depths, making Erica wish she'd kept her mouth shut. What did it matter if Nell Pomeroy believed that she and Danny were besties or not? That didn't change the fact that they had been. At least up until the night before Danny had left on the trip that ended her life. Hey, Sophie! Leo strode up just as his brother and niece stepped to them. Leo handed his wife one of the glasses he carried and gave the other to Erica. He offered his brother a broad smile. Good to see the two of you made it. I wanted to wear my new romper, but Daddy made me change. The girl slanted a glance at her father. While the party invitation said casual, that would have been a little too casual. Wells pointed to Sawyer, who looked bored standing beside his mother.
Look, Sawyer is even wearing a tie.
Sophie's expression brightened. Can I go say hello?
First, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
Wells rested his hand on his daughter's shoulder, then met Erica's eyes for the first time since they'd spent the night together.
Sophie, this is Erica Eads. She was your mother's best friend her entire life.
Sophie's eyes widened. You're the one who sends me the gifts at Christmas and on my birthday.
I am.
Erica had to fight to steady her voice. When Sophie looked at her, it was as if Danny were standing there.
You've probably heard this a lot, but you look so much like your mother when she was your age.
Do I? The surprised look that flashed in Sophie's eyes tore at Erica's heart.
Yes, absolutely. Hasn't anyone ever told you that?
Erica sensed Nell's and Leo's curious gazes on her. Sophie looked at her father. Is that true? Do I look like Mom?
Your mom, she wasn't on my radar until she was older than you are now.
Wells looked to Leo as if for assistance.
I was so much younger than your mom that I couldn't say,
Leo said.
I've got some pictures of her and me together when we were your age.
Erica moistened her suddenly dry lips.
I'd be glad to make copies and give them to you so you can see for yourself.
I'd love to have them. Sophie glanced at her dad. My dad and I are having breakfast tomorrow at the Green Gateau. You could join us and bring the pictures. Erica wondered why she hadn't thought of making copies of them before. She should have known Danny's daughter would love to see them.
Honey.
Wells placed a hand on Sophie's shoulder.
Erica may have plans already.
Do you? Sophie pressed. Have plans for breakfast? Erica glanced at Wells, searching for an answer. She would happily meet with him and Sophie, if that was okay with him. He gave a slight nod.
I'd love to have breakfast with you and your dad. Let me know the time, and I'll be there.
Chapter 4. The Green Gateau, a quaint bistro in the heart of Hazel Green's business district, offered both indoor and outdoor seating. In preparation for this morning, Erica had taken photos of her and Danny from the shoebox in Lillian's attic and placed them in an envelope in her messenger bag. Not wanting to overdress, Erica had settled for leggings and a burgundy tunic top. She'd pulled her hair back from her face with a couple of Art Nouveau dragonfly hair clips. A large crowd was gathered outside the bistro, and Erica wondered how long they'd have to wait. Before she could pull out her phone and text Wells that they might need to find another place to meet, she saw him weaving his way through the crowd. He looked much the same as he had last night, dressed in what she'd consider business casual. There was something about Wells. The man possessed a commanding air that would have made him impressive even if he'd been wearing jeans and a t-shirt. The thought made her smile. Did the man even own a pair of jeans? He reached her and came to a stop directly in front of her. Because of the people around them, he stood so close she caught the faint scent of his cologne and could feel the heat from his body. For a moment, when their eyes met, it was as if they were back in the hotel suite. Then a shudder seemed to drop over his hazel eyes, and a polite smile lifted his lips.
Where's Sophie?
Erica forced the words past a throat gone bone dry.
We have a table outside.
Wells gestured toward the seating area.
It's around the other side of the building.
Wells. Erica put her hand on his arm, then hurriedly pulled it back. The sizzle brought all sorts of wonderful memories surging.
About Chicago.
He glanced pointedly around, and she realized they were in a space where anything they said could be easily overheard.
If you have any insight on where I should look if and when I decide to look for condos in Chicago, I'd appreciate your advice.
She smiled.
Lillian has already offered her thoughts.
Gratitude filled his hazel depths.
We can talk about that at the table. Let me carry that.
Effortlessly, he lifted the bag from over her shoulder, then took her arm as they maneuvered their way to where Sophie sat. Like a jack-in-a-box, Sophie jumped up when she spotted Erica. "I worried you wouldn't come." Now that she was on her feet, Sophie stood there as if unsure of her next move. While Danny had loved hugs, Erica was not much for such displays of affection. In this case, she made an exception, wrapping her arms around the girl, hesitantly at first to gauge her reaction, then squeezing tight.
"It's good to see you again."
Sophie's face glowed by the time they took their seats. A glass of orange juice sat in front of Sophie, while Wells had opted for coffee. "May I get you something to drink?" Erica looked up into the fresh face of a girl in her early 20s. Summer job, she decided.
"Do you have any herbal teas?"
For some reason, the thought of coffee didn't appeal. "We have chamomile, peppermint, rooibos, and lemon balm, as well as iced raspberry tea."
"I'll try the rooibos."
Erica offered the girl a smile.
"You're not a coffee drinker?"
Wells sounded surprised.
"Usually I am," she admitted. "The stronger, the better. But today, well, I'm in the mood for something different."
She glanced down at the menu in front of her, then let her gaze shift from Wells to Sophie.
"Since they're busy, I bet she'll want to take our order when she returns. What's good here?"
"Dad and I love the Eggs Benedict." Sophie spoke before Wells could respond. "The hollandaise sauce is to die for." Erica loved a good hollandaise, but right now it sounded too heavy.
"Sounds yummy, but I'm in the mood for scrambled eggs."
In the end, she ordered wheat toast and fruit to go with the scrambled eggs, while Wells and his daughter both went with the Eggs Benedict. "Did you bring the pictures?" Sophie leaned across the table once the server had dropped off Erica's tea and left to put in their order.
"Sophie?"
Wells's voice held a warning.
"Let Ms. Eads enjoy her tea first."
"Please, call me Erica." She shot a questioning look at Wells.
"If that's okay."
Erica had some friends who didn't allow their children to call adults by their first name. Sophie slanted a look at her dad.
"That's fine."
Wells gave his daughter the go-ahead.
"I thought we could talk about your mom while we ate."
Erica hurried on at the look of disappointment on Sophie's face.
"Then, after we're through eating, I'll bring out the pictures."
Sophie considered, then nodded. "Because these aren't pictures on your phone and we could get food on them?"
Erica nodded. "That's exactly right."
"Okay." Sophie's smile showed a mouthful of perfect white teeth.
"You have a beautiful smile."
Erica cocked her head.
"Did you, by any chance, wear braces?"
Sophie rolled her eyes and huffed out a melodramatic breath. "Yes, for a year. I just got them off."
"Your mother wore braces."
Sophie shot an accusing glance at her father. "You never told me that." Wells lifted his hands.
"I didn't know."
"Back then, braces were metal," Erica told Sophie.
"Some of the kids who wore braces got teased, called things like metal mouth and brace face."
"Did my mom?" Sophie's eyes, so like her mother's beautiful ones, flashed. "Were kids mean to her?" Erica took a sip of tea and felt her stomach settle. She shook her head.
"They weren't. Not to her."
"Why not?"
"Your mom, well, she was nice but fierce."
Erica took another drink of tea and caught Wells watching her mouth. Her lips began to tingle. Was he recalling how his mouth had felt pressed against hers? Confusion furrowed Sophie's brow. "I don't understand."
"The nice, yes. I don't understand the fierce part either,"
Wells admitted. The server brought their food then. The smell of the hollandaise set Erica's stomach to churning. She sat back, her fingers curved around the pretty china cup.
Danny was everyone's friend. I don't believe I ever heard her say a bad word about anyone.
Erica smiled, the memory a particularly sweet one.
But she was no pushover.
That's why Danny not standing up to Wells during their marriage and going on that last trip had been so puzzling. When both Pomeroys only stared at her without touching their food, Erica realized they were waiting for her. Picking up her fork, she stabbed a bite of egg.
I'll give you an example. My face has always been long and angular. When I was your age, a boy started calling me horse face.
Concern, the kind she'd seen on Danny's face back in the day, blanketed Sophie's. Reaching over, she tentatively touched Erica's arm.
I'm sorry. Well, I did the whole ignore it thing, but your mom was furious.
Erica chuckled as she remembered.
What did she do?
Sophie paused with her bite of egg in front of her mouth.
She got in the boy's face and told him to cut it out, that he wasn't going to talk about her friend like that.
Sophie's eyes widened.
What did he do? He stopped.
Because she told him to?
That was part of it. There was a teacher who overheard the exchange, and we had one of those classroom lectures about being kind.
Erica stabbed another bite of egg.
But your mom got a reputation for being someone not to mess with.
Go, Mom! Sophie flashed a smile. A strange look filled Wells's eyes. He cleared his throat.
Who was the boy? Do you remember?
Of course I remember, Erica chuckled.
Dylan Templeton. So let that be a warning to you, Wells Pomeroy. This woman has a long memory.
She'd meant the words to come out teasing, but seeing the stricken look in his eyes had her realizing she'd hit the wrong target. She figured he was recalling the accusations he'd hurled at her at Danny's funeral. She'd meant what she'd told him in Chicago. She didn't hold any of what he'd said that day against him. He'd been grieving, and so had she. Erica wasn't sure what she planned to say, but she didn't get the chance to finish.
Is there room at this table for one more?
Matt pulled out the chair without waiting for a response. Uncle Matt! Sophie greeted her uncle with a warm smile.
Please sit.
Erica motioned him down. Matt waited, casting a glance at his brother as if to assess his welcome. Erica recalled Danny saying that Matt and Wells often locked horns because they were both so much the same, though neither of them would admit that.
Sure.
Wells gestured.
Join us. Coffee,
Mathis told the server when she was still several feet away.
Why are you here?
Wells asked bluntly.
I was supposed to meet a woman I've been seeing off and on. She lives in Gurney.
Matt eyed the untouched bacon on Erica's plate.
Are you going to eat that? Matt.
Wells began.
Take both pieces. I only wanted eggs and toast, but somehow I got bacon, too.
Matt grabbed a slice, then took a bite, waving the rest of it in his hand as he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone.
She stood me up.
You need to dump her, Sophie told her uncle.
It's an option.
Matt flashed a smile at the server, who'd brought his coffee. Are you ready to order? The woman asked, her gaze just a little flirtatious.
Erica understood.
With his dark hair, blue eyes, and lean, athletic frame, Matt was a hunk. Wells, while definitely a man deserving of a second glance, resembled his handsome father, with his sandy hair, hazel eyes, and sturdier build. Matt eyed Erica's plate.
I'll just eat what she doesn't want.
For goodness sake, Matt, order your own meal, Wells snapped. Ignoring his brother, Matt shot the server a wink.
I'll let you know if I change my mind.
I'll bring you an extra plate. The girl flashed a conspiratorial smile at him before sauntering off, hips swaying.
Anyway.
Matt lifted the last slice of bacon from Erica's plate, then refocused on his niece.
I'll find out the reason for the no-show before I make any decisions.
I don't like it that she didn't come after she'd promised, Sophie told him. But I'm glad you could have breakfast with us.
Me too, Soph.
Leaning back, Matt glanced around the table.
Did I hear the name Dylan Templeton as I was walking up?
He called Erica Horseface when they were kids, and my mom told him to cut it out. Pride ran through Sophie's words. She was fierce.
Matt's expression softened. That she was.
Here you go.
The server slid a plate in front of Matt, leaning unnecessarily close. Thank you. Matt read her name tag, which was practically in his face. Allie.
Erica waited until Allie had stridden off before explaining why she was having breakfast with his brother and niece.
I brought some pictures of Danny and me when we were young for Sophie to see.
We've got lots of pictures when Mom and Dad were together, but these are all when she was more like my age.
Sophie slanted a glance at Erica and received a nod. Are you going to eat all that toast? Matt asked. Smiling, Erica portioned some eggs off onto his plate, keeping a slice of toast for herself. With a dramatic flair, she set the decorative piece of orange beside the eggs on his plate. Across the table, Erica saw Wells's lips tighten. The truth was, she didn't mind sharing her breakfast with Matt. Restaurant servings were always too big for her appetite. Not to mention, all this talk of Danny had inhibited her appetite even more. It's too bad Danny's parents didn't save any of those pictures when they cleaned out their house. Matt scooped a bit of eggs onto a toast triangle, then popped it into his mouth. Erica inhaled sharply. Are you saying Mr. and Mrs. Albin got rid of Danny's pictures? She knew Danny's parents had moved away from Hazel Green a year after her death. Danny had been their only child, the love of their lives. Erica had expected they would have been more likely to build a shrine to their daughter than destroy precious memories. They did. Wells's tone gave nothing of what he was thinking away. Danny's death hit her mother hard, as you can imagine. Jean had difficulty coping, and during that time of immense grief, she threw out the pictures as well as other things of Danny's. Guilt sluiced through Erica. Mr. and Mrs. Albin had always been kind to her growing up. In many ways, they'd been warmer and more loving to her than her own parents. She should have reached out to them. Maybe if she had...
That's why there are no pictures.
Sophie spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Except now there are. Matt lifted his hand toward Erica for a fist bump. Thanks to Erica. Erica resisted the urge to roll her eyes at the silly gesture, but she bumped her fist against his anyway. Her smile faded as she caught Wells watching her intently, his gaze dark and assessing. She wished they were alone so they could talk the way they had in Chicago. Erica had seen a different side to Wells Pomeroy that night, in more ways than one, and she longed to see that man again. Erica realized now that he closely guarded that side of himself. She had a feeling he didn't even let his brothers see his relaxed, carefree side. If only she could reach across the table and link her fingers with his, or wrap her arms around his stiff shoulders and assure him that his troubles would be so much lighter if he shared them with her. It was the ridiculousness of that thought that had Erica coming to her senses. Despite being lovers, she and Wells weren't even friends. They'd shared one magical night together, and that was over. From the look in Wells's eyes, it was not only over, but forgotten. Wells had nearly groaned aloud when Matt made an appearance. He'd wished their mother had been there when his brother started eating off Erica's plate. Granted, Erica hadn't seemed to mind and had told him as much, but it wasn't right. Wells wondered whether the intimacy of the act was what bothered him more than the poor manners. The easy camaraderie between Erica and Matt was obvious, which was good, considering they'd be working closely on the Apley project. Still,
Wells experienced a surge of protectiveness toward Erica. It wasn't jealousy. Despite the fact they'd slept together, they didn't have a relationship or any ties to each other. No, it was simply that she'd been Danny's friend, and he didn't want to see her hurt by his brother, who went through women like they were candy. "Dad, look at this one!" Delight rang in Sophie's voice. "You're wearing goofy clothes."
Not so goofy.
Wells studied the photograph.
This was our freshman year. The Sadie Hawkins dance.
"What's that?" Sophie asked.
It's where the girls ask the boys, Matt explained. Your dad couldn't get up the nerve to ask your mom out on a date. She had to ask him. We were 14.
Wells emphasized the last word, casting a pointed look in Sophie's direction.
It was a school function, not a date.
They would have left immediately after they finished eating if the line of people waiting for tables hadn't dwindled to nothing, and if Wells hadn't been concerned Matt would come with them. Wells had hoped his brother would leave after the meal ended, but Matt had stuck around. As Wells studied the photograph, one he hadn't seen before, he remembered standing under the fake arbor in the gymnasium while Erica took their picture.
We were just kids.
He'd noticed Danny, and she'd noticed him, but he'd been too shy to make a move. Then, one day in the hallway, she'd approached him. His gaze met Erica's.
You took this picture.
I did. When he tried to hand it back to her, she pushed it back. I'll make copies of the ones where it's just Danny or Danny and me, but this one is only the two of you. You should have it. Before he could respond, Sophie reached over, placing a hand on his forearm. May I have it? I'll take good care of it. Wells placed the photograph in his daughter's hand.
It's yours.
He wished he could tell his daughter how much it pleased him to hear that she wanted pictures of her mother. In the past couple of years, Sophie had barely mentioned her mom, and when Wells brought her up, Sophie hadn't appeared interested in talking about her. Erica's arrival had brought Danny back into his daughter's life. I've got so many pictures to show you, but I'm thinking we need to open up this table. I see there are people waiting again. You could come to our house. Sophie's voice trembled with excitement. I'd love to, but I can't, Erica told the girl, then glanced at Wells. Your brother and I have a meeting scheduled in... Erica glanced at her phone on the table. 15 minutes. We're going over changes that need to be made to the dance hall renovation. Wells wasn't sure what to make of the disappointment that flooded him.
It's Sunday. Thanks for the update, big brother.
Matt's lips twisted in amusement. My aunt is excited to get this project off the ground. Erica slanted an apologetic look in Sophie's direction. Your uncle and I are determined to make that happen. I understand. Sophie's dejected look tugged at Wells's heartstrings.
I have an idea.
Wells let his gaze shift between Sophie and Erica.
If you're free this evening, you could come over for pizza, and we could go through all the pictures then.
Though the look Sophie shot Erica was filled with pleading, the girl didn't beg. Neither would he. It appeared begging wouldn't be necessary. Erica smiled. You've got a date. Chapter 5. It wasn't a date, Wells assured himself. It was merely pizza and Erica bringing over the rest of the pictures for them to go through. Wells glanced in the mirror, wondering if he appeared too dressed up for a casual evening at home. He studied the button-up shirt and recalled Erica's warm breath on his neck as she'd unfastened the buttons one by one. The shirt was back in the closet in 15 seconds, replaced by a brown polo that, coupled with tan chinos, gave off a casual vibe. The doorbell rang, and Wells called out to Sophie as he headed toward the stairs. I'll get it. He liked it that the pizza delivery was on time tonight. The last 2 times they'd ordered, it had arrived a half-hour late. Wells flung open the door, already pulling out his wallet. "How much?" He stopped. "No charge." Erica flashed a smile. "I thought you were the pizza person." "Nope, just me." She inclined her head. "May I come in?" Only then did Wells realize that he was blocking the door. He quickly stepped aside. "Sorry, I thought you were the pizza delivery person," she finished, good humor dancing in the green depths of her eyes. "Yes, well." He shoved his hands into his pockets, realizing he hadn't felt this awkward around a woman since, well, he couldn't remember when. "You smell good." Erica leaned close and inhaled deeply. "Is that Calvin Klein Eternity for Men?" Her face was so close to his that he would need to turn his head only an inch and... "Is the pizza here?" Sophie's voice rang out from the top of the stairs. "No," Erica replied before he could answer. "It's just me." Wells pulled back and summoned all of his self-control. What had gotten into him? If Sophie hadn't called out when she had... He shuddered to think what his daughter might have witnessed if she'd come downstairs unannounced. "Erica," Sophie said as she joined them. "You came." "I said I would." Sophie flung her arms around Erica for a hug. His gaze met Erica's over the top of Sophie's blonde head. There was that blasted connection again. The doorbell rang, shattering the moment. Erica stepped back, and though she pulled out her wallet, Wells waved away her attempt to pay. "My house, my treat," he insisted. "Well, I guess that means the next time we get together, it's going to have to be at Lillian's home." Erica flashed a good-natured smile. Obviously, she didn't realize this was a one-time occurrence. Once she gave Sophie the pictures, there would be no reason for them to get together. Matt, on the other hand, would be seeing her every day. Unless Matt started screwing up and Wells needed to step in. Though Wells wasn't keen on the project, it was Lillian's money, and he'd make sure WLM did right by her. Wells paid the delivery driver and added a generous tip for the boys' impeccable timing. He followed the sounds of laughter into the kitchen and found Sophie and Erica chattering as they set out plates, forks, and napkins. He paused, pizza boxes in hand, momentarily overcome with emotion. When Sophie had been little, he'd often come upon this type of scene in the kitchen. He'd taken for granted the simple pleasure of seeing the woman he loved and the child he adored setting the table. "Wells?" Erica's voice pulled him from his reverie. He blinked. Confusion warred with concern in her green depths. When she held out a hand, he feared she might step forward and embrace him. Then she lifted the pizza boxes from his hands. The concern lingered, though her tone was easy and offhand. "Sophie and I thought you could be in charge of drinks." "Erica says when we all work together, things get done." Sophie glanced at Erica and received a nod of approval. Hearing Sophie quote Erica was like drawing a rusty knife across his skin. She should be quoting her mother, not a woman who was still very much a stranger to her. "I'm happy to help." His gaze slid from his daughter to Erica. "What would you like to drink? We have beer, wine, water, and sun tea." "I made the sun tea," Sophie announced. "It's peach." Bringing a finger to her red lips, Erica appeared to ponder the choices. "The tea sounds tempting, but I haven't had near enough water today, so I'll go with that." "I'll have water too." Sophie glanced at Erica. "I haven't had much today either." Wells grabbed a beer for himself. Once they were seated and everyone had their drinks and slices of pizza, Wells waited for an awkward silence to descend. That didn't happen, not with Sophie Pomeroy on the hunt for information. You grew up here. Sophie took a bite of pizza. But you didn't stay. After high school, you left and never moved back. Erica took a drink of water. Wells noticed her pizza looked as if a rabbit had nibbled on one edge, while his and Sophie's first slices were already half eaten. Was she nervous about being here? Or did she maintain that slender figure by barely eating? He frowned at the thought. Around the time I left for college, my parents moved away from Hazel Green. Erica took a tiny bite of pizza. Lillian was still here, so during my breaks, I came back to spend time with her. Sophie cocked her head and asked the question pushing at Wells's lips. Why didn't you go where your parents were? They traveled a lot. Erica shrugged, especially around holidays and during the summer. They still do. Wells couldn't imagine parents not wanting to spend the holidays with their daughter. He didn't comment, vaguely recalling Danny saying something about Erica's parents being self-absorbed. He still wondered what exactly that meant. Your mom and I were roommates when we went away to college. Erica's lips lifted in a smile. We'd drive back from Northwestern together, but she'd spend most of her free time with your father once she got to Hazel Green. That is so cool. Sophie's happy gaze slid from her dad to Erica. You and my dad have been friends forever. We have known each other for a long time. Erica's smile made the statement sound like an affirmation rather than an evasion. The truth was, he and Erica had never been friends. They'd tolerated each other for Danny's sake. Erica had always been so bold, so in-your-face opinionated, so sure she was right about everything. When he'd told Danny that, she'd only laughed and said that he and Erica had so much in common. Sophie rested her arms on the table, her eyes sparkling with interest as she fixed her gaze on Erica. When you and my mom went out during college, what did you like to do? Wells was a stickler about table manners, but this time he said nothing. His daughter's interest in Danny was something he wanted to encourage. Well, we didn't go out a lot because we studied hard. Wells mentally rolled his eyes. He didn't believe that for a second. He'd heard enough stories from Danny to know that Erica had enjoyed a robust social life at Northwestern. You must have done some fun things, Sophie pressed. We loved to go down to Navy Pier. Erica's lips curved up. Your mom loved cotton candy. I love it too, Sophie interrupted. And Ferris wheels. Erica paused. I bet you love those, too. I do, Sophie eagerly agreed. Well, when she didn't have a date with your dad, we'd go down to Navy Pier, have a snow cone, then some cotton candy, and then we'd ride the Ferris wheel. Erica laughed and pressed a hand to her flat belly. It makes my stomach churn just remembering. Sophie frowned. My dad said my mom didn't like heights. She didn't, Erica agreed. The pizza Wells had eaten formed a hard lump in the pit of his stomach as he recalled the look of panic on Danny's face before she'd stepped into the helicopter. Then how did she like the Ferris wheel? Wells heard the skepticism in his daughter's voice. Excellent question. Erica gave an approving nod. You have great deductive skills. Sophie flushed with pleasure. Wells wondered how Erica would get out of this one. She'd obviously fabricated the part about Danny loving Ferris wheels, though for what purpose he couldn't say. The first time we went to the pier, I rode the Ferris wheel alone. Erica dabbed the edges of her lips with a napkin, though there was nothing there. The next time, your mom decided to give it a try. Did you push her to do it? Your mom couldn't be pushed. At least not by me, or by any of our other friends, Erica told Sophie. I admired that about her. She was her own woman. She didn't do anything she didn't want to do. Wells wished he could believe that, but the memory of Danny's reluctance that last day still tore at his insides. Why would she decide to go on a Ferris wheel when she was scared of heights? Sophie frowned. That doesn't make sense.
Erica smiled at Sophie. Tell me about a time you did something you weren't sure you wanted to do. Wells didn't know what to think when Sophie leveled her gaze on him.
You go first, Dad. I'm still thinking.
Erica offered him an encouraging smile. Wells thought for a moment. It's difficult for me to pick an example because I don't usually move ahead on something unless I'm certain it's the right course.
Dad always thinks things through,
Sophie told Erica. I do too, Erica told them. There have been times, though, that I wasn't 100% positive, but a decision had to be made. When no one spoke, she continued. Like when I accepted the job offer from the firm in Chicago after my tryout. I enjoyed Austin, but I was ready for a change. Still, I wavered on whether that firm would be the best move. I had other offers that were equally appealing. I gave them due consideration, then made my decision. Erica's and Sophie's gazes turned to Wells. Those eyes were saying it was his turn. When I was about Sophie's age, my dad signed me up for baseball. Wells expelled a breath. I wasn't super athletic. Though I love the sport, I found it difficult to be involved in something and not excel. A startled look crossed Sophie's face.
You're good at everything.
Wells chuckled. Reaching over, he patted his daughter's hand. Thanks for that.
Did you like it after you tried it?
Sophie asked. I enjoyed being part of a team. Wells's brows pulled together as he remembered those long-ago days. It was a good experience. I learned it was okay not to be the star.
Sophie smiled. That's cool.
Cool, Wells decided, had to be his daughter's new favorite word. What about you, Sophie? Erica asked. Have you come up with an example?
I did.
Sophie hesitated and cast a worried glance in her father's direction.
Only this time, once I thought more about it, I backed down.
That's okay. It's still a decision I'm sure you made after careful thought. Sophie lifted one thin shoulder, then let it drop.
My friends wanted me to run for student council.
Wells straightened in his seat. This was the first he'd heard that Sophie had an interest in student government.
Shiloh and Taylor, they're my best friends, told me I should go for it.
Sophie slanted a quick glance at her dad.
My Uncle Leo ran for student council when he was my age. He won. My grandpa was so proud and gave him this neat gift.
Is serving on student council something you'd like to do? Erica's tone held no judgment, only curiosity. Sophie thought for a moment, then nodded.
They do a lot of good things for the school, plus they plan a lot of cool events.
Yet you decided not to run. Erica's comment was a statement, not a question. Why didn't you run? Wells asked, unable to stop himself. Two bright spots of pink colored Sophie's cheeks. His daughter made a great show of taking a bite of pizza, then took her time chewing. Finally, as if realizing she could delay no longer, Sophie sighed.
I was scared I'd lose.
Oh, Sophie. Wells wished he'd known. There were so many things he could have said about winning not being everything, that you learned so much simply by going through the experience. After assessing the situation, you made a decision based on how you felt at the time. Was that approval he heard in Erica's voice? Wells frowned. Surely she didn't condone letting fear rule your life. He'd opened his mouth to say just that when Sophie smiled at Erica.
You understand.
Relief flooded the child's voice. I applaud you for not doing something before you felt ready. Erica sipped her water. There may come a time when you decide you're ready to face the prospect of losing. Then you'll run. But you'll make that decision on your own, not because someone pushed you.
Sophie avoided looking in her father's direction. My grandpa is a senator. He'd tell me I should push through my fears. I believe every politician has to do that to some extent, or they'd never run for office. Erica's tone remained matter-of-fact. During the course of our friendship, your mother and I faced many such decisions. Sometimes we were ready to take on our fears, sometimes not. What I guess I'm trying to say is, there's no shame in waiting until you feel ready. Once you are, you get on that Ferris wheel, Sophie said. Erica grinned. And you ride it to the top. After dinner, Erica brought out the pictures, and the three of them spent the next hour going through them. Erica had to admit she'd been unprepared for the surge of emotion that hit her. Seeing Danny so happy and carefree, the pictures bringing back all the fun times they'd shared, had Erica blinking back tears more times than she could count. She'd noticed Wells staring at her several times. Erica understood his confusion. She wasn't some delicate flower who cried at the drop of a hat. She was tough. Still, the pictures and the memories they evoked had her heart swelling to near bursting. They'd finished dividing the pictures into ones Wells and Sophie wanted copies of and ones that were duplicates when Sophie's friend called. It's Shiloh. Sophie glanced at her father. May I be excused? We have a guest, Wells reminded her. I'll be leaving in a few minutes. Erica smiled. It's been fun. I suppose it's okay, Wells said. The words had barely left his lips when Sophie flung her arms around him, then turned and hugged Erica. Shiloh, I have to show you all these cool pics I have of my mom, Sophie said into the phone as she left the room. She looks just like me. Wells sat back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Erica. Thank you. For what? He expelled a breath. Sophie hadn't expressed much interest in anything to do with her mother in the last year. You've brought that interest back tenfold. Tenfold? Erica smiled at his use of a phrase that sounded more like something Lillian would say. You know what I mean. I do. I'm glad, too. Erica sighed. I want Sophie to know Danny for the wonderful woman she was. If I can bring her alive to her daughter with my stories and photos, I'm happy to do that. Wells shook his head, a tiny smile playing at the corners of his lips. I still can't believe you got Danny to go on a Ferris wheel. Erica nearly said she couldn't believe he'd gotten Danny to go up in a helicopter, but stopped herself just in time. Danny made the decision to get on that ride on her own. She had spine. Once she decided to do it, she gritted her teeth and plunged ahead. Wells's gaze remained distant, as if he was lost in thought. So many of the memories you shared tonight were ones I didn't know. Erica heard the question in Wells's voice. He was obviously wondering why Danny hadn't told him of their college adventures. Danny knew you didn't approve of me. Erica had never been one to dance around a topic, and wasn't about to start now. I have to admit, I was never sure why that was. That situation had troubled her at the time, but she'd cast her concerns aside. Wells Pomeroy had meant nothing to her then, and his opinion had mattered even less. Now, though, after the night they'd shared, she needed to understand. I worried you were a bad influence on her. Wells's brows drew together. Danny was so sweet, so innocent. And you were... He stopped. Did he really expect her to finish that thought for him? Not happening. Erica clamped her lips together in case she was tempted. You were... He swallowed. So bold and fearless. The tension in Erica's shoulders eased ever so slightly. And reckless. The man really should have stopped while he was ahead. Reckless? A startled look crossed Wells's face, showing he could recognize icy disdain even when it encased a single word.
Perhaps that's not the right word.
What would the right one be?
Adventurous?
He suggested. Erica tried to control the laughter that welled up inside her, but the rolling wave wouldn't be denied. It was like a cleansing rain, washing away any remaining dust from the past. Puzzlement furrowed Wells's brows.
What's so funny?
You didn't seem to mind my adventurous nature a month ago. Erica kept her voice low, aware that Sophie was just up the stairs. Her memories of that night had her smile widening. I believe we can both agree that a little adventurousness can be a good thing. Chapter 6. The next week passed quickly. School started, so Wells was back in the routine of dropping Sophie off in the morning, then picking her up and continuing to work in his home office for a couple of hours before dinner. Since today was Saturday, and there was nowhere either of them had to be, Wells had fixed a hot breakfast. He hadn't been much of a cook before Danny died. As cooking was something his wife had loved to do, and she'd excelled at it, preparing meals had been one of those division of labor things that had naturally sorted itself out early in their marriage. I made a list. Sophie held up a sheet of paper when he set a plate of pancakes before her. Looking back, Wells wondered why he'd never surprised Danny by making breakfast or dinner for her. Over the years, he'd discovered that everyone could use a break, even from a task they loved. Dad, Sophie said, speaking louder. Are you listening to me? He poured himself a cup of coffee, then sat opposite her.
I am. I just haven't had my coffee yet.
Wells took a long sip, then kept his gaze on his daughter's face, even as he added syrup to his pancakes.
What kind of list?
Questions for Erica. Sophie waggled the paper in the air, ignoring her pancakes. About Mom.
Erica.
For some reason, the memory of the time they'd spent together had been so front and center last night that he'd found it difficult to sleep. Now she was being shoved in his face before he'd even had one cup of coffee.
We might not need Erica.
He took a long drink of the rich Colombian brew, then forked off a bit of pancake.
Perhaps I can answer them for you.
As he chewed, he noted the pancakes were excellent. It appeared, after all these years, he'd finally mastered the art of getting them golden brown and cooked all the way through. Doubt skittered across Sophie's face like leaves on a wind-swept day. I don't think so.
Try me.
He gestured with his fork to her pancakes.
Eat, though, before the cakes get cold. They taste amazingly good this morning.
Obligingly, Sophie ate a few bites, then smiled. Yum! Thanks for making them, Dad. Her smile was so much like Danny's that Wells's heart twisted. The older his daughter got, the more she reminded him of her mother. That was both a comfort and a trial.
Start with the first question on your list. We'll go from there.
While he waited, Wells continued to eat. As the caffeine entered his system, he awakened fully, feeling ready for the day and capable of answering each and every one of his daughter's questions. Sophie picked up the pencil she'd brought with her to the table and tapped it against the paper. I know you like to start at the beginning and go straight through. I'm going to start first with ones I think there's a chance you'll know. Wells liked that Sophie felt comfortable voicing a different opinion than his. There had been times when he'd wondered whether Danny was merely trying to keep the peace when she'd voiced support for one of his ideas. Keep the peace? He pulled his brows together. Where had that come from? Danny had known there wasn't anything she couldn't say to him. Unless you'd prefer...
No, that's fine. Start with whatever question you like.
You were frowning. Wells lifted a hand and smiled.
Ask away.
Sophie took another bite of pancake, then glanced at the sheet. I know Mom didn't play an instrument in high school, but I know lots of kids who start in 5th grade, then give it up. Did Mom ever play an instrument?
It seemed like something he should know. By asking him, Sophie appeared to think the same. He searched for any reference Danny might have made about that topic. Wells was ready to admit defeat when the doorbell rang. He immediately pushed back his chair and stood. "Hold that question. I'll be right back." In several long strides, he was at the door. He didn't bother looking through the peephole. It had to be one of his brothers. No one else he knew would stop by unannounced on a Saturday morning. He jerked open the door and blinked. "Erica!" She stood there, the September wind whipping at her dark hair, the cool edge bringing patches of color to her cheeks. Seeing her had his heart stuttering and his mind going blank. "Good morning." She flashed a bright smile. "May I come in?" Quickly stepping aside, he motioned her inside. "Sorry, please come in." "I'm sorry to bother you on the weekend, but—" "Dad? Who was at the door?" Sophie stepped into the hallway and squealed. "Erica! We were just talking about you. Now here you are." Erica slanted a glance in Wells's direction, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "All good, I hope." She was teasing him, he realized. This was something new. He'd watched Leo and his wife tease each other. Wells had never been the type to joke around. Most people who knew him would describe him as serious and to the point. Of course, Erica didn't know him well, so she could be excused for not realizing he preferred straight talk. "Sophie had some questions about her mother that she thought you might be able to answer." Wells spoke stiffly. "I was going to try to answer as many of them as I could so we wouldn't need to bother you." Erica placed a hand on his arm. "Don't ever worry about bothering me. I love sharing stories about Danny." "Have you eaten?" Wells gestured toward the kitchen. "We have pancakes and coffee." "Thank you, but I had something at Lillian's." She smiled. "If you don't mind, I'm happy to sit and chat while you both finish your breakfast." "Why the big bag?" Sophie asked. Erica chuckled. "I almost forgot the reason I stopped over." Reaching into a purse the size of Texas, Erica pulled out a stuffed dog that looked like a fox terrier, but Wells couldn't be certain. From the matted fur, the toy had clearly seen better days. "This is Mr. Finley." Erica held him out to Sophie. "Mr. Finley was many things to your mom and me. Mentor, sounding board, comforter, whatever you want to call him. Since, well, forever." Sophie gazed longingly at the dog. "She never mentioned Mr. Finley. At least, I don't think she did." When the child glanced at him for confirmation, Wells shook his head. "I don't recall ever hearing that name." "We put him away when we were—" Erica cocked her head. 14? He was at my house last. That's likely why he ended up with me." Erica held him out. "I want you to have him." Sophie's eyes widened. "Seriously?" "Seriously." Erica's expression softened. "Why don't you go back to your breakfast? I'll give you some history on Mr. Finley while you finish eating." Taking the dog from Erica's hand, Sophie held him close. "I'll take good care of him." "I know you will." A sadness swept over Erica's face so quickly that Wells wondered if he'd only imagined it. "He belongs with you." As they sat at the kitchen table, with Erica still refusing coffee or anything to eat, Wells found himself warming up to her. All these years, he'd seen her through a specific lens. Did he now see her more clearly, or had she changed? He wished he knew the answer. Erica fought back tears as she handed over Mr. Finley. She couldn't understand why she felt so weepy, except maybe because, other than Danny and Lillian, Mr. Finley had been the one constant during her growing up years. Danny had had her parents, and then Wells.
Erica had had herself and her ambitions, and Mr. Finley. Tell me the kinds of things you and my mom shared with Mr. Finley. Even as Sophie picked up her fork and began to eat, Wells noticed her gaze remained riveted on Erica. Let me give you an example. Say something happened at school, and one of us was feeling low. Erica's lips curved as she recalled how those discussions had always included chips and soft drinks. If Danny were still here, Erica had the feeling chocolate and wine would have replaced the chips and sodas. Erica? Sophie prompted. Erica cleared her throat. We'd talk about what makes us feel better when we feel down. Wells thought about that as he chewed. He couldn't imagine Sophie and Shiloh sitting around with a stuffed dog and talking about such things. Because Sophie hadn't pronounced the idea silly, he kept his opinion to himself and focused on his pancakes. In this instance, Erica continued, I might say that when I was feeling low, getting out of the house and going for a run made me feel better. Mouth closed around her fork, Sophie gave a contemplative nod. Your mom would likely say talking about her feelings with a friend like me made her feel better. Erica added. What about my dad? What about him? Did talking about her feelings with my dad make her feel better? I'm sure it did. Erica shot Wells a glance. But remember, Mr. Finley was an active part of our lives when we were in elementary and early middle school. Your mom and dad got together in high school. It had been during that time, once Wells entered Danny's life, that Erica's loneliness had returned. Despite having a gaggle of girlfriends, Erica had considered Danny her closest friend. Sophie's brows pulled together. Why did you need him? Mr. Finley or your dad? Sophie's peals of laughter had Erica grinning. Mr. Finley! Sophie finished off the last of her juice. Did he just sit there and listen to you talk? I doubt there was much he could say, Wells interjected, considering he's not human. His daughter's gaze remained focused on Erica. If she heard her dad's comment, she didn't react. Mr. Finley had us digging deep, Erica told Sophie. Take the discussion about feeling down. Either your mom or I, or maybe both of us, would eventually say something like, well, Mr. Finley wants to know why you're so bummed. Sophie tapped a finger against her lips, a thoughtful expression on her face. He was your conduit for getting down to what was really bothering you. Conduit? Erica rolled the word around on her tongue. Yes, exactly right. What kinds of things bothered my mom? When Erica opened her mouth, Sophie held up a hand. I'm not asking you to betray a confidence or anything. I was just wondering. I understand. Erica offered the girl a reassuring smile. One particular incident that stands out was in PE, when your mom got picked last for a softball team. Sophie frowned. While someone has to be picked last, your mom then dropped the ball when it came to her in the outfield. Her team lost. Even now, Erica remembered Danny's sadness. She wasn't very athletic? We all have our strengths. We decided that was what Mr. Finley would tell us. Erica had come up with that answer. It's not like being a great outfielder matters as an adult, unless you're a professional ball player, of course. No, Sophie said slowly, her eyes turning as cloudy as the sky before a storm. But I can see why not playing well bothered her. Kit, your aunt, well, Kit was super talented in sports, Erica said. She helped your mother improve her skills. I don't remember my aunt at all, Sophie admitted. You said this was back in middle school? Wells set down his coffee cup. Danny wasn't a part of my life back then. Why would Kit do that? Maybe because she was a nice person? Erica flashed a smile in his direction before refocusing on Sophie. Kit excelled at all sports. She and I, well, we got each other. It wasn't as if she and Kit had hung out together. At that age, even a couple years' difference in age could be a big deal. But she and Kit had been not only ambitious, but determined to make their mark. That bond had been something that, even as close as they'd been, she and Danny had never shared. Anyway, Kit coached your mom. Danny was never a top player, but after Kit's help, she was never again chosen last. Erica glanced longingly at the coffee cup Wells brought to his lips. Now that she'd been up and about for a while, her jumpy stomach had settled. Still, the last thing she wanted was to get the nausea started up again. I asked Dad a question just before you got here. Sophie popped the last bite of pancake into her mouth and chewed. Erica slanted a glance at Wells. Sophie wanted to know if her mom ever played a musical instrument. Wells cleared his throat. I was about to tell her that. Tuba! Erica laughed. Your grandparents were not overjoyed with that pick. They were glad when she gave it up a year later. Oh my God! Sophie giggled. Who picks the tuba? And why? She wanted to try it. Erica shook her head. When you got right down to it, your mom could be pretty darn adventurous. Erica ignored Wells's shocked look. Why did she give it up? Wells asked. The finger Erica brought to her lips had her remembering how it had felt when the man across the table had kissed her. She dropped her hand. From what I recall, a tuba player contributes only a couple of notes when an orchestra plays a song. Once you learn those, playing can be boring. This is so cool! I can't wait to tell Shiloh. Sophie glanced at her dad. May I be excused? We have company, Wells began. I just dropped by to give you Mr. Finley. Erica pushed back her chair and stood. Matt and I are meeting in an hour, so I should be going anyway. Thank you for Mr. Finley and all the cool stories. Popping up from her chair, the girl wrapped her arms around Erica for a quick hug. You're the best. Erica watched Sophie scamper from the room after getting her father's okay. She's a great kid, she told Wells. She is. His gaze settled on hers. Do you really have to rush off? I do have to meet Matt, she said, but I have a few minutes. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Wells rocked back on the heels of his leather Ferragamos. Though it was Saturday, he appeared dressed for a day at the office, in dark dress pants and a light gray sweater that was more dressy than casual. Erica had chosen black leggings and a tunic top with a wild fall leaves pattern. Instead of heels, she'd gone with black boots. She was getting used to dressing casually during the time she had off before her new job started in Chicago in 2 weeks. Do you have time for a walk? He asked. There were a dozen pithy replies on her tongue, but she sensed they wouldn't be appropriate. He seemed to have something on his mind. Sure, you lead the way. Soph, Wells called up the stairs. Erica and I are going for a short walk. "'Kay," was the child's only response. Wells showed Erica a concrete path that ran near the back of his property. Large leafy trees that would soon be displaying their fall colors flanked the path, providing a nice break from the wind. Erica had grabbed a jacket from her car just in case. They'd gone only a few feet down the path when she zipped it up. Cold? Wells asked. Erica pointed to her closed zipper. Not anymore. Thanks for being so patient with Sophie and answering all her questions. Wells slanted a glance at her as they walked. It means a lot to her. She only nodded. They'd been down this road before. Erica knew he appreciated her sharing her stories with his daughter. That wasn't what this walk was about. He knew it. She knew it. Erica liked directness, but she decided to let Wells take the lead on this one, since he appeared to be the one with the problem. They walked in silence for another long minute. Instead of dwelling on the message Wells was about to convey, Erica inhaled the scent of pine from a nearby stand of trees and marveled at a sky that was an unearthly blue.
"What happened in Chicago was a mistake,"
he said finally. Instead of looking at her, he kept his gaze focused ahead.
"It can't happen again. It won't happen again."
She placed a hand on his arm and stopped, waiting for him to face her. "The not happening again? I'm fine with that." Relief washed over his handsome face.
"Good. I needed to make sure we were on the same page."
"We are. Except—" She paused. Though he'd turned to continue walking, he returned his focus to her, his gaze wary.
"Except?"
"I don't see what happened as a mistake." Ignoring his hiss of protest, Erica plowed ahead. "We were both at a low point. We had an enjoyable evening and some really fantastic sex." His lips curved, and Erica felt warmth slide through her veins. "How does any of that make what happened that night a mistake?" She chuckled. "To my way of thinking, the only mistake would be in thinking that the night marked the start of a relationship. Now, a friendship? I'd like to think that's on the table." Erica stopped walking again and turned to fully face Wells. "How do you feel about that page?" Chapter 7. "We're making excellent progress," Erica told Matt the following Monday as they overlooked the job site. The dance hall building on Apley that her aunt now owned had been vacant for a number of years. Erica had heard all the stories about how Lillian and her husband had spent many happy Saturday nights dancing the night away when they were young. Apparently, high schools in the area had held their proms here back in the day, and dances for teens had been held regularly on the weekend. Matt ran a hand through his thick, dark hair and nodded.
"I have to admit, I had my doubts, but Lillian is determined to make something of this place."
Slanting a glance at her, he smiled.
"The plans you drew up do a fabulous job of encompassing her vision."
He pointed.
"We'll have space for a series of shops geared toward small entrepreneurs, all while keeping the dance hall intact."
His gaze grew thoughtful.
"Once the renovation is done, WLM will go to work on finding tenants."
WLM, the real estate development firm owned by the Pomeroy brothers, not only would oversee the renovation, but also all that came after it. Erica inclined her head. "Do you think that will be difficult?"
"It mostly will depend on the economy."
Matt's blue eyes, often filled with mischief, turned serious.
"Your plans include space for smart, wireless technologies and connectivity. That's huge. Along with the top-notch lighting, heating, and cooling, that will ensure the space will attract and retain tenants."
Erica nodded. "I just wish I could have done more to incorporate sustainability."
"That's standard among new builds, but as we discussed, incorporating those features into a refurbished property can be prohibitively expensive, and we want to keep the costs down."
Matt offered her a reassuring smile.
"Still, for tenants interested in environmental appeal, the recycling systems, bike storage, and communal spaces will be a draw."
"My favorite parts of the entire design are the entrance and the lobby." Erica smiled, seeing the finished product in her head.
"Mixing modern with vintage was a smart move."
Matt nodded approvingly.
"We've learned a building's entrance and lobby are key to impressing potential clients."
"The only thing that concerns me is the ballroom." The fact that she'd already expressed these concerns to Lillian had Erica voicing them to Matt. "That's a lot of space."
"That could be repurposed and rented out,"
Matt finished for her.
"But that's why Lillian wants to renovate the building in the first place. If there is little to no interest among teens, I'm sure she'll reconsider that in a couple of years."
"Good thought." Erica blew out a breath and raked a hand through her straight hair, which immediately fell back into place. Wow, it's hot out here today. With winter hovering on the horizon, I'm loving the higher temps. Matt lifted his face toward the sun. I'm considering going to the lake today, Erica told him. Maybe rent a kayak or canoe. I have a better idea. Come parasailing with me. His tone turned persuasive. We could take my bike. It'd be a blast. I didn't realize you have a motorcycle. Delight wound its way through her words. Harley. He studied her for a long moment. Interested? Erica laughed. When can we leave? Excitement surged as Erica stepped out of Lillian's house an hour later. After changing into her two-piece swimsuit, she'd topped it with shorts and a form-fitting tank. No-tie canvas shoes completed the outfit. While Erica was enjoying life in Hazel Green, she was used to having a more robust social life. Some of that was her fault. She'd been so focused on getting the plans drawn up before she started her new position next week that she'd been somewhat of a hermit. Then there had been the GI problems. The nausea had been more irritating than truly troublesome, caused no doubt by a combination of stress from relocating and maybe fighting off a flu bug. Thankfully, it had subsided. Right now, she was ready to fly through the air. As she waited at the curb for Matt, why wait inside on such a beautiful day? Erica knew there was another factor that would make today's adventure enjoyable. She and Matt were friends. That's all. There wasn't a single bit of sizzle between them. Not like with Wells, she thought, recalling their amazing night together. Even when she'd stopped over on Saturday to drop off Mr. Finley, there had been an undercurrent of electricity in the air. As if thinking about Wells had conjured him, a car slid to a stop in front of Lillian's home, and he stepped out. She smiled. I didn't realize you and my aunt were meeting today. His gaze slid over her, from her dark hair pulled back in a twist to her feet in the canvas sneakers. We aren't. He held up a manila folder. I'm dropping off some papers for her to review. Though he was overdressed for such a lovely September day, she had to admit he looked yummy in his dark suit. She inclined her head. Why not simply email them? I suggested that. Wells smiled. Your aunt is old school about some things. I don't mind. She'll be glad to see you. Heck, Erica was glad to see him. In some crazy way, Wells centered her. Erica knew that made no sense. Wells Pomeroy was the least restful man she knew. She had no doubt that many people who knew him would say he was wound tight. That didn't negate the fact that something in the calm depths of his hazel eyes spoke to her. Have you had lunch? He asked, then stopped when Matt roared up on his Harley. Wells frowned. I thought you were working today. Answering annoyance flashed across Matt's face. Not that I have to answer to you, but I'm covered for now. Matt turned to Erica. Ready? I made reservations for 1:30. Wells's gaze shifted from his brother to Erica. When he spoke again, it was to her rather than to his brother. Where are you going? Parasailing. Erica breathed out a happy sigh. I haven't been in ages, and Matt knows a place by Lake Michigan. We finished up our business on the Apley project for today and decided to reward ourselves with an afternoon of play. She was rambling, Erica realized, and snapped her mouth shut. She never rambled. She realized it was because she didn't want Wells to think there was anything going on between her and Matt, though why that mattered, she didn't know. Tick-tock, Matt warned. Erica placed a hand on Wells's coat sleeve. Why don't you come with us? Matt snorted out a laugh. My brother would never do anything as adventurous as parasailing. Wells's hazel eyes shifted between her and Matt. As a matter of fact, my afternoon is also free. Tell me where and when to meet you. I'll be there. Wells wasn't certain what had caused him to make such a rash decision, one that had him asking Leo if he could pick Sophie up after school. From the disbelief in Leo's voice when he told him what he'd be doing, Leo didn't understand it either. Shortly after Wells arrived at the parasailing place, Matt struck up a conversation with a young woman who was in the area visiting family and had come alone. That left Wells and Erica alone together. "While we're waiting, do you mind if I put my things in your car?" Erica gestured to her shorts and top. "I'm not going to need them on the boat." "Good idea." Wells saw Matt was already down to his swim trunks and t-shirt, so he added his own shorts to his car's back seat. When he straightened, he caught Erica's eyes traveling up his body. Was that desire he saw flickering in her green depths? Or perhaps that was only the reflection of his own need. "I'm glad you came." The words jerked him from his thoughts. "Pardon?" She smiled. "I said, I'm glad you came along." "I almost didn't." "Because of work?" He shook his head. "Because sometimes 3 can be a crowd." Before he even finished, Erica was shaking her head. "It isn't like that with Matt and me. He has a girlfriend in Chicago." Her gaze slid to where he and the young blonde woman stood, laughing and flirting with each other. She looked back at Wells. "Regardless, there's nothing between me and your brother." "Good." She inclined her head. "He's not, serious enough for you," he said. He wasn't sure what to think when she laughed. "He's plenty serious, and a good businessman. I enjoy working with him." Wells's heart twisted. "But there's no sizzle," she said. "Hey, guys," Matt called out. "Would you mind if I go up with Katie? She doesn't have anyone with her." "Fine with me," Erica said before Wells could respond. Then she placed a hand on his arm as she slanted a glance at him. "If it's okay with you." The feel of her hand on his sun-warmed skin had him clearing his throat before he could answer. "Okay by me." Thankfully, the operator chose that moment to explain to the 4 of them how things would go. Life jackets were handed out. Wells paid extra so they could each have photos of the experience. Now he sat behind Erica on a banana boat, heading out to a waiting motorboat. Because Danny hadn't liked heights or even going fast, they'd avoided these kinds of adventures. Not that he'd minded. His analytical brain was always considering the risks involved, and most of the time, his opinion was that the adventure wasn't worth the risk. Wells had hoped they'd be able to get into the air as soon as they reached the boat, but the operator told them they needed to sit and wait their turn. Matt continued to flirt with Katie while they waited. Wells bet his brother would have her phone number and a date before they were back on shore. He found the idea reassuring. It appeared Erica had the right handle on whatever her relationship was with Matt. Business-friendly would be how he'd describe it, which suited Wells just fine. Matt wasn't the type of man for Erica. She needed... "You two!" The operator pointed at him and Erica. "You're on deck." Ready or not, this adventure was about to begin. "Does this harness seem loose to you?" Erica shot a glance in Wells's direction. He studied it. "I can say something to the—" "Ricky!" Erica called, slipping her hands between the harness and her body. "Is this too loose?" Ricky, a tall man with a mop of brown hair, stepped close. He checked the connections and the fit. "It's perfect." Erica flashed a smile. "Thanks. I wanted to make sure." She turned back to Wells. "I feel better now." "It was good you asked." "I'm not shy." "No, you're not." She basked in the warmth of his smile as Ricky showed them where to stand. "When you come back to land, be sure to keep your legs straight out, as though you're going to sit on the boat. It's exactly like when you go skydiving." Ricky's gaze shifted from Wells to Erica. "Got it?" They both nodded. "Have you ever been skydiving?" Wells asked. Erica nodded. "Several times. It's a blast." Then, suddenly, they were airborne. Erica laughed with the sheer joy of it. When she met Wells's gaze, he grinned back and gave her a thumbs up. She wasn't sure how long they were in the air. Though it seemed like a long time, she doubted it was more than 10 or 15 minutes. Her stomach somersaulted as they began to drop. She shrieked when they were dipped in the cold water before approaching the boat. "Legs out," she reminded herself. When she glanced at Wells, she saw he'd listened to the instructions, too. Once their harnesses were removed, Erica flung her arms around Wells and squeezed tight. "That was such a blast! Thank you for going with me." His arms slid around her. For a second, she thought he was going to kiss her. Then he stepped back and turned to his brother. Erica realized Matt had been studying them with an inscrutable expression. "You two have fun," Wells said to Matt and Katie. Matt smiled and winked at Katie. "Guaranteed." "Would you mind riding home with Wells?" Matt asked Erica, slanting a look at the blonde who waited for him just out of earshot. "Katie and I thought we'd grab some dinner before I head home." Erica glanced at Wells in question. After returning to shore, she'd followed him to his car to grab her clothes. Up to that point, he'd assumed she'd be returning home on Matt's cycle. "I don't mind," Wells told her. "That's fine with me," she said to Matt, then turned back to Wells. "If you're sure you don't mind." In answer, Wells opened the passenger door and swept a hand for her to enter. Then his gaze returned to his brother. "Drive safely." "Always do." Matt smiled at Erica. "Thanks for understanding." They hadn't gone far when Erica shifted in her seat toward him. "I don't know if you're hungry, but I read about this mom-and-pop cafe along this stretch of road that serves Moroccan food." "I don't believe I've ever had Moroccan food." "I first had it on a visit to Marrakesh shortly after I graduated from college." "That seems like an odd choice for a post-college trip." "Do you think so?" Erica shrugged. "What do you say? Are you willing to give it a try?" Wells wasn't sure how it had happened, but today had somehow turned into one big adventure. He might as well keep the spirit alive. "Let me know where I need to turn." Chapter 8. "This is an interesting place." Wells glanced around the small cafe. The walls were painted a burnt orange with purple accents. The top of their table boasted a mosaic pattern. He couldn't recall the last time he'd been in a cafe this small. This one held only 4 tables, one of which he and Erica occupied. 2 others were filled with families who appeared to be enjoying their food. Wells found that reassuring as he tried to figure out what had happened to his day. When he'd rolled out of bed this morning, the following 10 hours had been completely planned. Then, somehow, he'd ended up parasailing and then eating at a Moroccan cafe. "This place has a good vibe." Erica inhaled deeply. "I love the smell of cinnamon and vanilla." Wells glanced up from the menu that listed food items he couldn't begin to pronounce. "Your stomach must be better." Erica flashed a smile. "I'm back to 100%. Whatever bug I had is history." "That's good to hear." Wells dropped his gaze to the menu. "I don't know what any of this is." "Well, most Moroccan meals start with at least 1 salad. The salads aren't raw, but cooked and served warm or at room temperature. Since the portions are usually small, how about we each order one, and that way we get to try both?" Wells frowned. "Picking would be a shot in the dark for me. Haricot vert, that's green beans, right?" Erica nodded. "Yep, in this case, they're in a vinaigrette dressing. Why don't I order for both of us?" The feel of her hand on his took him back to the night in Chicago and the warm feel of her flesh against his. Except then, her hands had been everywhere on his body. He gave a go-ahead nod to Erica as the waiter stepped to the table. Then he stared in awe as Erica rattled off their order. Once the man left, Erica turned to Wells.
I ordered us mint tea for the beverage. It's the country's national drink.
Thank you. That sounds great.
He inclined his head.
You're so...
He found himself searching for the right word, but came up empty. He, who prided himself on his excellent vocabulary, hesitated. Wonderful? Amazing? Erica's eyes twinkled with good humor. Sexy? He laughed.
I was thinking more along the lines of boldly confident, but those fit too.
I'm fond of boldly confident. Erica smiled her thanks as the waiter set down haricot vert and zalouk, an eggplant and tomato salad. She pointed to each dish. Green beans, and this one is eggplant. Wells picked up his fork, feeling adventurous.
Bon appetit.
That's the spirit. Wells enjoyed sharing the appetizers with Erica. To his surprise, it wasn't long before the starters were gone and the plates whisked away.
What are we having for the main course?
Do you really want to know, or do you prefer to be surprised?
I prefer to know,
he told her, leaning against the back of the chair and relaxing completely.
I'm not much for surprises.
Lillian once told me, surprises are beautiful because they come without waiting.
An interesting way to look at such things.
Wells offered a rueful smile.
I guess I'm too much of a planner to appreciate being surprised.
Erica took a sip of mint tea and smiled. You were surprised today by how much fun you had parasailing.
It was an interesting experience.
Admit it. Erica laughed. You had fun. Wells chuckled.
I had fun.
The waiter appeared with their couscous de feta and lamb tagine. Wells glanced at the topping of caramelized onions, raisins, and sesame seeds on the dish before him. Once the waiter stepped away, he leaned forward and spoke in a conspiratorial whisper.
And the fun continues.
What did it say that Erica, swatting his arm with the back of her hand, made him smile all over again? Once a month, like clockwork, Wells invited his entire family over for a meal. The timing never varied. It was always the first Saturday of the month. The only variables were the food and the time of day. Sometimes he had the gathering catered. Other times, like this afternoon, he served wings and beer, and they watched a football game on the big screen. If his mom and dad had lived in Hazel Green, Wells knew these kinds of get-togethers would be held at their house. But they were in D.C. for the foreseeable future, and Wells wanted Sophie to have the family experience he'd had growing up. Of course, he realized, life was different now. Everyone had distractions pulling them in 1,000 different directions. Not for the first time, Wells wished Sophie had siblings or cousins to spend time with during these events. Though she never complained, being around a bunch of adults couldn't be much fun for her. The doorbell rang just as Wells finished putting the napkins on the dining room table. Sophie had already placed the plastic silverware in mason jars she'd decorated with 10, 20, and 30-yard line markers. He smiled and let his gaze linger on the napkins his daughter had chosen for the party, white with a football and the words, "Wanna huddle," imprinted on them. As much as Wells liked everything to follow a certain pattern, he wanted Sophie to feel she had a part in the festivities, too. Wells opened the door and found Leo and Nell on the porch.
We brought chips and dip.
Leo held up a brown paper bag that displayed the name of a local grocery store.
We bought a bag of Tostitos and another of potato chips,
Nell explained, looking as casual as Wells had ever seen her, in leggings and a blue oversized cotton sweater. I love chips. Sophie danced across the room, smiling at her aunt and uncle. What kind of dip? Nell counted the dips off on her fingers.
French onion, spinach artichoke, and queso.
Yummy! Sophie glanced around the two when the still-ajar door opened fully.
Queso? Count me in.
At the masculine voice, Sophie whirled. Uncle Dixon! Aunt Rachel! I'm so glad you came!
Once Leo married Nell, her brother and his wife had become part of the Pomeroy family. Wells liked Rachel. Dixon, well, the man was growing on him. Wells extended his hand to Dixon. Glad you could make it. Dixon's slate-gray eyes met his. We appreciate the invitation. We brought a meat and cheese platter. Rachel held out the large plate. Dixon wanted to carry it in, but I wanted to make sure it arrived safely. The wink she shot her husband took any sting out of the words. Dixon only laughed. Drop one thing and you're marked for life. I can think of plenty of things you've dropped. Nell gave her brother a hug before greeting her sister-in-law. This looks like quite a party, Lillian said as she stepped through the open door with Erica right behind her. Lillian's gaze settled on Sophie. Before you ask, I want you to know I brought your favorite, s'mores brownies. Erica helped me make them. I think I ate more than ended up on the plate, Erica said with a chuckle, her gaze settling on Wells. She looked gorgeous, in jeans and a red sweater that matched her lipstick. Was it only his imagination, or did her green eyes hold extra warmth when they met his? Thanks for including me. Erica glanced at Lillian. Lillian said you'd be okay with her bringing a +1. You're always welcome, Wells told her. I was surprised to hear that you were still in town. When we ate at the Moroccan place, you said you had 2 apartments in Chicago you were considering renting. All that was left was to choose between them. At the time, I was convinced one of those would be my next home. Erica's smile turned rueful. This little voice in my head had me hesitating. By the time I contacted the agent, both units had been claimed. You did the right thing, Nell said with a glance at her brother. We should always listen to that voice in our head. I want to hear more about the Moroccan restaurant, Dixon added, then looked at his wife. The food is different, but I know you'd love it. I'm sure I would. Rachel pushed her glasses up on her nose and offered Dixon a brilliant smile. This guy pushes me out of my comfort zone every day. Last week I ate at a Turkish restaurant for the first time. My favorite Turkish dish is rissoles with rice, Erica confided. That's Nell's favorite, too. Leo placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. I'm partial to Monte. Wells looked around. It was as if everyone was speaking a different language. Turkish dumplings, Erica explained to him. They're delicious. I've never had any of this food. Sophie looked at her father. Wells slung an arm around his daughter's shoulders. I guess we'll have to work harder on expanding your palate. As well as expanding his own, Wells decided. Until this moment, he hadn't realized he'd been in such a rut. After the football game ended, Leo stood and tapped a spoon against a crystal goblet he'd confiscated from the kitchen. Nell and I have an announcement to make. Conversation ceased, and all eyes turned to Leo. I've decided to run for a second term as mayor of Hazel Green. Leo glanced at his wife. After I serve that term, Nell and I will decide what's next. That's great news. Wells spoke in a hearty tone. Though I think both Matt and I were hoping you might return to the firm and— Referee, Matt interjected. Seriously, bro, you're a fabulous mayor. The citizens of Hazel Green are lucky to have you. When you said you had an announcement, I thought you might be having a baby. Sophie crossed her arms and did her best imitation of a pout. I really want a cousin. If it's a baby you're wanting, Dixon said, Rachel and I can help with that. Everyone's gazes moved to that side of the room. Rachel, a broad smile on her lips, lifted her hands. We're pregnant. Congratulations. Wells looked from Dixon to Rachel. A child is a great blessing. Rachel's eyes filled with tears. Thank you, Wells. That's how we feel. Dixon slid an arm around her back to rest on her waist.
If we have a girl, I hope she's just like Sophie.
Wells shifted his gaze to where his daughter stood next to Lillian and Erica.
Sophie is the best part of my life.
His comment had a smile blossoming on his daughter's face. I told Dixon I'd love to have a whole house full of kids. Rachel smiled up at her husband. Wells hadn't been sure what to make of Nell's brother when he'd shown up in Hazel Green 18 months ago. The man had seemed a little too slick to him. Wells had to admit that the more he'd gotten to know Dixon, the more he liked and trusted him.
I told my wife.
Dixon lingered on the word as if it was a delicious piece of candy.
That was fine with me, especially if they all take after her.
For the next several minutes, the couple accepted all the congratulations raining down on them, leaving Wells alone with his thoughts and a beer in his hand. The baby news had Wells thinking of the early years of his marriage. He remembered how happy he and Danny had been when they'd discovered she was pregnant with Sophie. Like Dixon and Rachel, he and Danny had been determined to fill their home with children.
Best laid plans,
Wells thought with a rueful smile. Danny had finally gotten pregnant again when Sophie was 4. They'd been elated and had gone to the Green Gâteau for dinner to celebrate. Then, at the very end of that first trimester, Danny had miscarried. He remembered how sad Danny had been, how she'd withdrawn into herself. It hadn't been easy on him either, but somehow Danny had convinced herself that that pregnancy had been her last chance to have a second baby. Wells had done everything he could to support her and help her through such a difficult time. Nothing had seemed to work. If anything, her sadness had grown more pronounced, and he'd grown more worried. Wells? Jerking his head up, Wells realized he'd been staring down into his beer. He smiled at the older woman standing before him.
Lillian, wonderful news about Rachel and Dixon.
It is indeed. The older woman placed a hand on his arm, and her gaze searched his face. How are you? Did she know the baby announcement had memories of Danny flooding back? No, it was more likely that this was a simple, polite inquiry.
I'm good. With Matt busy with your project and Leo busy with his mayoral duties, the workload has been tremendous.
When he saw 2 lines of worry form between her brows, Wells realized he should have more carefully considered his words.
When you have your own real estate development company, being busy is a good thing. It sounds as if things are going well with the dance hall renovation.
Wells saw immediately that mentioning the project had been the right move. Though he hadn't gotten a recent update from Matt, he assumed he'd have heard if all wasn't going well. Oh my, yes! Lillian's entire face lit up. Matt and Erica work together so well, and the plans would be finalized by now, except I keep changing my mind. Before Wells could respond, Lillian gave a little laugh and gestured to where her niece was speaking to Rachel. Erica teases that I keep changing things because I want her around. That isn't far from the truth. I'm going to miss her desperately when she moves to Chicago. Wells took a sip of beer, then forced a casual tone.
Any idea when that will be?
First, she has to find an apartment that meets with her approval. Lillian smiled. I told her there's no rush. I have plenty of room, and I'd love to have her stay with me indefinitely. Is that a possibility? Sophie asked, her tone eager. The same question had been on the tip of Wells's tongue when Sophie had jumped into the conversation. Wells hadn't been aware his daughter was close enough to overhear his conversation with Lillian. I'd like her to stay in Hazel Green, Sophie told Lillian. If she moves to Chicago, I won't get to see her as often as I'd like. As Lillian assured Sophie that Erica would stay in contact once she moved, Wells kept his eye on the woman in question, fascinated by how easily she mingled with his family. During the game, she'd spoken with Nell and Leo about their travels and teased Matt, who'd shown up late, as usual. Now she was drawing out Rachel about her duties at the food bank. I've always wanted to do more volunteering, he heard Erica tell Rachel. When I was in Austin, there never seemed to be enough hours in the day. Wells told himself he wasn't listening in on a private conversation. Rachel and Erica were so near he couldn't help but overhear them. Rachel's gaze grew thoughtful. While I know you're busy, we do have several opportunities that are what I call one-and-doners. Taking a sip of her club soda, Erica inclined her head, appearing genuinely interested. Tell me more. As Rachel went on to list several one-day volunteer opportunities, Wells decided Erica had only one speed: full throttle. He knew she'd been putting in long hours with Matt at the job site, and had heard from Lillian that she'd been spending time getting to know her new colleagues in the Chicago office. Not only that, driving to work early one morning, he'd spotted her down by Spring Lake at dawn with the yoga group. Several times he'd considered contacting her to see how she was getting along. She was, after all, Lillian's niece, and she'd been so kind to Sophie. But while he'd enjoyed the parasailing, and, yes, even the Moroccan food, he knew the two of them were too different to be anything more than casual friends. Even that was a step up from all the years when he'd done his best to avoid her. What do you think, Wells? Wells jerked his head to find that Rachel and Erica had stepped close. Sorry, I was watching the post-game. Erica's lips twitched. They're on their third commercial. Wells ignored Erica's comment and focused on Rachel. What was the question? Erica was telling me about this fundraiser one of the Habitat for Humanity chapters in the Austin area did last fall that was wildly successful. Rachel slanted a glance at Erica, then smiled. I think it would work well here in Hazel Green, but we'd need a sponsor to make it happen. I was wondering if WLM would be interested in sponsoring the event. Out of the corner of his eye, Wells saw Matt cock his head. Apparently he wasn't the only one who listened in on conversations. What kind of event are you thinking of? We'd call it a rake-a-thon. Erica took the lead when Rachel hesitated. You ask for a suggested donation in exchange for volunteers to rake your yard. While you could reach out to donors and homeowners the normal way, it's really most efficient to set up an online fundraising platform to collect donations ahead of time and organize the list of lawns to rake. What would you need WLM for? Wells asked. For starters, your IT department could get the platform up and running, Rachel explained. Wells began shaking his head even before Rachel finished. I'd love to help, but... We can help, Matt interrupted. The techs don't have time, Matt. Though Wells tried to keep his voice even, he heard the snap in his own tone. We're still down one, and everyone is busy with projects that need their attention. And we can't volunteer their personal time for them. A muscle in Matt's jaw jumped, but when he spoke, his voice was easy, and his words were directed not at his brother, but at Rachel. I can help. Then, as if conscious of Wells's sharp look, Matt lifted a hand. My own time. Rachel's gaze shifted uneasily between the two brothers. If you're sure. Wells wasn't sure if the question was directed at him or Matt. While he didn't appreciate Matt making him look like some hard-ass, what his brother did on his own time was his own business. It's his decision, Wells said finally. Thank you, Matt. Rachel flashed a smile at Matt, then turned to Wells and placed a hand on his arm. I know you'd help if you could. Wells nodded, but caught the disappointment in Erica's eyes. It was as if she thought he could have done more. He had the uneasy feeling she was right. Chapter 9. Erica started to head upstairs after she and Lillian returned home. Her hand was on the banister when her aunt called out. Can I interest you in a cup of tea and some conversation? Sure. Erica smiled. Let me change into something more comfortable and I'll join you. I believe I'll do the same." 15 minutes later, the two women sat in the kitchen, cups of steaming chamomile before them. Erica had pulled her hair up with a clip and changed into silk pajamas that felt wonderfully soft against her skin. Lillian's floral robe edged in lace was what Erica believed people had once called a dressing gown. The eyes her aunt settled on her were assessing as she took a sip of tea. "Tell me about you and Wells." Erica lifted the pretty china cup to her lips, giving herself time to settle. "I'm not sure what you're asking." "Don't assume. Ask." It was a lesson Erica had learned early in her career. Never assume what the client was thinking, what they wanted. Ask to be certain. This might be her aunt, but the same rules applied. Lillian peered at her niece over the rim of her cup. "I saw the way you looked at him." "How exactly would that be?" Erica could have cheered when the words came out offhand, just as she'd intended. "You looked at him the way a woman looks at a man she's interested in." If I looked at Wells Pomeroy in any special way, it was because I'm trying to figure him out. Setting down her cup, Erica blew out a breath and sat back. When Danny was married to him, I thought I had him figured out. Now I'm not so sure. Her aunt offered an encouraging smile. "You know how he was with Danny." Lillian inclined her head. "Wells loved Danny very much. He was a good and faithful husband to her." "I have no doubt he was faithful, nor do I doubt that he loved her." Erica gazed down into her tea. "He still misses her." "He always will." Lillian sighed. "When you love someone deeply, their loss leaves a big hole that is impossible to fully fill. Though I've discovered that time has a way of dulling the pain." Wells pushed Danny around. Lillian's eyes opened wide. She paled in shock. "Oh, I don't mean he hit her or physically harmed her in any way," Erica hastened to clarify. Lillian expelled a shaky breath. "Then, what do you mean?" "Wells called the shots in their household, and Danny went along." Erica pressed her lips together. What she wanted didn't matter. "I can't believe that." Lillian pulled her brows together. "Wells was devoted to Danny and Sophie. He'd have done anything for them, given them anything." "I'll give you an example. One Saturday when I was back in Hazel Green for the weekend, Danny and I had plans for lunch and shopping in Chicago. He'd agreed to watch Sophie." Erica shook her head. "We had to change our plans at the last minute because there was some business deal he simply had to close that day." "Were you and Danny able to find another time that weekend?" "That isn't the point," Erica insisted. "He could have found someone else to watch Sophie or taken her to work with him. Instead, Danny was forced to rearrange her plans." "Was Danny upset about the change?" "You knew Danny." Erica's heart twisted the way it always did when she thought of her easygoing friend. She was all about making Wells happy. In the end, that's what got her killed. "Erica!" Erica ignored her aunt's sharp tone. "You know it as well as I do. If Wells hadn't pushed her to get on that helicopter, she'd be alive today." "We don't know that." "I do know that. So does Wells." Erica set her jaw in a hard line. "I don't know what happened before the crash that day, and neither do you." Lillian looked Erica straight in the eyes and spoke firmly. "What happened was a tragedy. We lost two people we loved. Regardless of how you feel, how angry you are with Wells, I would caution you to keep that kind of speculation to yourself. It serves no purpose and only ends up hurting those left behind more than they've already been." Erica wanted to tell her aunt that it wasn't speculation, but fact. She thought back to the argument she and Danny had had before Danny had left on that trip with her husband. Erica knew she bore part of the responsibility for what transpired that day in the Grand Canyon, too. She might not have been there, but if she'd been able to stop Danny from going... Erica. Lillian reached across the table and covered her niece's ice-cold hand with her warm one. You're putting up a smoke screen, or trying to, anyway. Despite what you've said about Wells, you don't dislike him. In fact, quite the opposite. I can see he feels the same. There were parts of Wells that she liked, Erica admitted. He'd been kind to her when they'd met in Chicago when her mood had been so low. She had to admit she'd enjoyed dragging him out of his routine and showing him that trying new things could be exciting. He's a complex man. That was the best Erica could offer at the moment. He is. Being the eldest of his siblings, he takes the weight of the family on his shoulders. He wants to make sure he does his best for everyone. Lillian chuckled. Including me. He was against this project on Apley and did everything he could think of to convince me to scrap it. See, that's what I'm saying. Erica leaned forward. You're an intelligent woman with a good head for business, yet he thinks he knows what's best for you. Oh, honey, what you don't understand is that he's probably right. Erica blinked. What? If you look at the overall picture and even crunch the numbers, this project doesn't make business sense. Lillian shrugged. Wells was truly trying to look out for my best interests. What's difficult for him to understand is that I don't care if I lose money or that it isn't a smashing success. I didn't realize that isn't important. What is important is that you understand that Wells has a protective nature. He has a strong sense of responsibility and a desire to do the right thing. A sad smile shadowed Lillian's face. When things don't work out, he takes all the blame onto himself. A complicated man, Erica murmured. There's a visible spark between you and that complicated man. I don't want there to be. Erica shook her head. I can't even figure out why the attraction is there. I think you'd be good for Wells. Lillian raised a hand when Erica opened her mouth to protest. Hear me out. You're a strong woman. He needs a strong woman, someone who'll challenge him, but also show him how to have fun. Wells is a strong man with a healthy ego, but he's taken on so much responsibility. In many ways, he's older than his years. I want to see him laugh and have fun again. We're like oil and water, Erica murmured, though she knew that wasn't exactly true. She wasn't sure what to think when Lillian let out a peal of laughter. Oh, my dear sweet Erica! That wasn't the impression that I got from either of you this evening. If marrying me off to Wells is part of your plan, you can forget about it. Lillian's expression softened. I only want you to be happy, Erica. I don't have a subversive plan other than wishing you a long and happy life. If that involves a husband or children, so be it. If that's not part of your plan, I'm good with that, too. Children. Erica thought about what the doctor had said. She hadn't shared that with Lillian, or anyone. Not yet. The news had been difficult to absorb, even more difficult to reconcile. Erica was a woman used to working hard and achieving her goals. She'd never imagined having a husband in her life, but she'd always wanted a child. She thought of her diagnosis. Menopause. That, too, hadn't been in her plans, at least not for another 15 years. Erica settled her gaze on Lillian. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future, but I'm glad I have you in my corner. On Monday, Erica walked out of the offices of Sanders Dean Associates on Michigan Avenue into a bright but blustery day. She stepped close to the building to avoid the foot traffic hurrying down the sidewalk and buttoned her coat.
She'd completed all the necessary employment paperwork by noon. Tomorrow she'd meet with the partners, then receive her first project assignment. As she knew she'd have this afternoon free, Erica had made an appointment with a gynecologist within walking distance of the office. She'd just missed her second period. It appeared premature menopause was moving in more rapidly than her doctor in Austin had anticipated. Erica wasn't sure how she felt about the hormone replacement therapy. That was something she planned to discuss with Dr. Gray today. She strode into the medical office, determined to attack the issue head-on. After an exam that included providing urine and blood samples, she found herself in Dr. Gray's private office to discuss the results. The doctor, who looked to be about her own age, projected calm confidence. Her hazel eyes reminded Erica of Wells. "You've had a lot of changes in the past couple of months." Dr. Gray's eyes searched hers. "Changes, even happy ones, can come with their own stress." Perhaps, Erica thought, stress was what had her emotions all over the place lately, rather than premature menopause. Erica inclined her head. "Do you think stress could be what caused me to miss 2 periods? Though they've been erratic the past few years, I'd much prefer stress as the cause over primary ovarian failure." "I reviewed your records from your Austin physician." Dr. Gray's expression gave nothing away. "First, I need to tell you that the term primary ovarian failure is no longer used." Erica vividly recalled the conversation with her other doctor. "Dr. Simon said that term is used when there is no obvious cause for premature menopause. He reiterated that in his letter to me." "I understand that. However, the term primary ovarian insufficiency is preferred now." "Isn't that simply a matter of semantics?" "Not at all." The doctor smiled, but her eyes remained serious. "We try not to use the term ovarian failure because many women believed to be in early menopause can have intermittent ovulation, menstrual bleeding, or even pregnancy after being diagnosed with ovarian failure." Erica's heart skipped a beat. "Are you saying that there's a chance I could get pregnant after all?" Dr. Gray searched her face. "The tests we ran today, and my exam, confirm you're pregnant right now." Erica stared disbelievingly at the doctor. She recalled what she'd told Wells days earlier about how the night they'd shared had only marked the start of a friendship, nothing more. "Pregnant?" Erica's voice pitched high. "You're certain?" Dr. Gray nodded. 100%. Erica took in a deep breath, then let it out as joy mixed with a healthy dose of trepidation. "Your HCG levels are much higher than I anticipated based on your last menstrual period." Dr. Gray paused. "That, along with several other factors, make me suspect you're carrying twins." "Twins?" Erica choked out the word, her breath coming in short puffs. "As you age, your chances of conceiving twins increases. Research has shown that women over 35 produce more FSH, which may cause more than one egg to drop at ovulation." Dr. Gray offered a reassuring smile. "We'll get you started on prenatal vitamins right away. I'd also like to schedule you for an ultrasound to confirm my suspicions." 30 minutes later, Erica walked out of the office with a prescription for vitamins and an appointment for Wednesday at 4:30 for an ultrasound. A baby. Maybe 2. Having a child was something she'd given up hope on ever happening, a dream she'd thought would never be realized. When she and Wells had... Wells. Erica thought of how she'd assured him they were protected. At the time, she'd truly thought that there was no way she could get pregnant. What would he say when she told him? A sick feeling washed over her as she made her way to the Metro rail station to catch the train that would take her to Hazel Green. Wells Pomeroy wouldn't let her raise his babies on her own. There was not a single doubt in her mind that he would demand, to be involved.
which meant she needed to be ready with her own demands when she told him their night in Chicago wasn't over after all. It had just been the beginning. Chapter 10. Wells hoped the rest of the week would go better than the first. Business issues needing his attention were coming in fast and furious. He was keeping his head barely above water when Jocelyn Valentine, a local milliner, texted him. Jocelyn, a family friend, lived year-round in Gingerbread Village, an area of Hazel Green where a collection of small houses had been built between 1890 and 1910. The colorful cottages had been the brainstorm of town matriarch Hazel Green, who'd once seen something similar in the Martha's Vineyard area. The Pomeroy family owned a house down the street from Jocelyn's home. Occasionally, when his parents were in town and wanted their privacy, they would stay there. Jocelyn texted to tell Wells that last night's storm had sent a tree into the small playhouse in the backyard of his family's house. She didn't think any part of the tree had also hit their house, but she couldn't be positive. Regardless, it needed attention. Wells considered contacting Matt or Leo to see if they'd check out the damage, but his office wasn't far away, so it seemed easiest to go himself, especially since Sophie was spending the evening at Shiloh's house to work on a group project for school. After parking, Wells circled around back. The home, at least in his estimation, was one of the most striking in the entire area. Though he wasn't a fan of pink with mint green trim, the colors were original and fit with the gingerbread accents. Wells shoved his hands in his pockets as he surveyed the damage. The playhouse his dad had built for Kit eons ago was a total loss. Though it hadn't been used for anything in years other than to store lawn tools, seeing the shattered pink and green boards under a massive tree branch had his heart twisting. The structure that reminded him of Kit each time he saw it was gone, just like his sister. Pulling out his phone, Wells called his parents' insurance agent. Scotty said he could be out in a couple of hours, but he couldn't promise exactly when. Wells didn't need to be there when he arrived, but Scotty said meeting with him would speed up the process. "No problem," Wells said. "I've got my laptop with me. I can work from here until you arrive. I'll text when I'm on my way." Scotty's voice turned somber. "I remember when your dad had me come out to look at the playhouse to figure out a valuation. I swear he was as excited as Kit. Your sister loved that playhouse. Kit was a wonderful girl who grew into an amazing woman." Yes, she was. Knowing there wasn't anything more he could do until Scotty saw the damage, Wells went into his parents' house. The home had been cleaned after his parents' last stay and still smelled faintly of furniture polish. Taking out his laptop, Wells opened the Excel file he'd been reviewing. He liked numbers and analyzing data, especially when he could do it with no distractions. 30 minutes later, the ding of his phone pulled his attention from another spreadsheet. He smiled, assuming Scotty had been able to move him up the list. But when Wells opened the message, it was from Erica. "We need to talk. I can come to you." If she and Matt were having trouble with Lillian's project, he really didn't want to referee. "Is this about Apley?" He texted back. "No. Where are you?" "My family's home in Gingerbread Village." In case she didn't know exactly where the house was, he added the address. "See you in 10. Wells tried to focus on the spreadsheet, but couldn't concentrate. What was so important that Erica had to see him now? He tried to think of various possibilities, but quickly realized he didn't have enough information. Her car pulled up several minutes later. By the time Erica got out of her car, Wells stood on the porch, a warm smile of welcome on his face. Her heart lurched. She hated knowing that what she was about to tell him would wipe that smile from his face. Wells was a traditional guy, a man who prided himself on his sterling reputation, a man who, in this era of cohabitation and single parenthood, believed marriage came first, followed by children. The crazy thing was, she too would prefer that her child be born into a home with two parents who loved each other. In this situation, that wouldn't be possible. She would only marry for love, and Wells didn't love her any more than she loved him. Which meant they'd need to figure out a way to co-parent. 2 babies. Erica expelled a breath as she lifted her hand in greeting and forced the semblance of a smile to her lips. She wanted to be happy about the news. She was happy about the news. Once she told Wells, she could move forward and embrace the fact that her long-held dream was finally coming true. Not the way she imagined, but hadn't she learned that life didn't always go as planned?
Erica.
Wells descended the steps to meet her on the sidewalk. His hazel eyes, filled with concern, searched her face.
You're white as a ghost. What happened?
The smile she tried felt tight and unnatural. She glanced at the quiet neighborhood, at the porch swing that sat in the sun. As tempted as she was to suggest they sit outside, she wanted complete privacy when she told him the news. They wouldn't get that on a porch where anyone could walk by and overhear.
Let's go inside.
With purposeful steps, she strode up the walk, leaving him to follow. When she arrived at the front door ahead of him, he reached around her to push it open. She stepped inside. The fact that the space was open and airy barely registered as she took a seat on the sofa. She expected Wells to sit in the adjacent chair. Instead, he surprised her by dropping down and shifting to face her.
What's wrong?
Erica fought to find the words, knowing that she was about to shatter his well-ordered world. Unless, and she knew this was an unlikely possibility, he was willing to let her raise this baby, these babies, on her own.
Please, Erica.
Though worry shimmered in his hazel depths, he offered an encouraging smile.
Tell me what's troubling you.
She'd always believed that when you had difficult news to share, it was best to simply say it, then deal with the fallout. Rip off the Band-Aid in one swift move.
I'm pregnant.
Wells inhaled sharply, his gaze searching her face.
Are you certain?
Reminding herself she wasn't a coward, Erica kept a steady gaze firmly fixed on him.
I saw a doctor in Chicago today. She confirmed the pregnancy.
Shock blanketed his face.
You told me you were covered.
I thought we were. Her laugh sounded too loud and too high in the stillness. Do you remember how you asked me that night if anything was wrong, and I said I didn't want to talk about it? Well, what was wrong was that I had gotten bad news from my doctor in Austin. He told me my ovaries weren't functioning at all, that my chances of getting pregnant were virtually nil.
Obviously, that was incorrect.
Erica flushed.
The doctor I saw in Chicago today, her name is Dr. Gray,
told me that even when the ovaries aren't functioning correctly, sometimes an egg, or eggs, can be released. Wells arched a brow.
Eggs?
The doctor thinks I might be carrying twins. Erica blew out a breath. I go in on Wednesday for an ultrasound to confirm her suspicions. Without warning, Wells surged to his feet and began to pace.
This is...
He flung out his hands in a gesture of frustration.
Heck, I can't find the words to describe what I'm feeling.
Gobsmacked. He whirled, his brows slamming together.
What?
I believe gobsmacked is the word you're searching for. Erica gave a humorless chuckle. It's the word I decided fits the situation perfectly. He studied her for a long moment, nodded, then dropped back down beside her.
How far along are you?
However many weeks it's been since we were together in Chicago. She couldn't get a read on him. That'd make it 8? Close to 9 weeks? While clearly shocked, he hadn't gone ballistic, though she really hadn't expected he would. Wells had much too good of a handle on his emotions to lose control in that way. Obviously stressed, just as she was, he was keeping a tight rein on his emotions. I want to make one thing clear. I don't expect anything from you. Erica kept her tone matter-of-fact. I have the resources to raise this child, or these children, on my own, without any help from you. Several heartbeats of silence followed the pronouncement. He was the first to break it. This child, or children, are mine, too. Wells inclined his head. Unless you were with someone else around that time, and there's a question regarding paternity. Of course he'd go there, or at least ask the question. Wells had an analytical nature. He'd want all the facts before moving forward. I hadn't been with anyone for over 6 months before we slept together, and haven't been with anyone since. Erica licked suddenly dry lips. If you want to do a paternity— Not necessary. Wells waved a dismissive hand. I believe you. Relief rushed warmly through her ice-cold veins. The fact that he would take her at her word meant more than he could possibly know. Erica nodded and tried to swallow. Do you think I could get a glass of water? Right away. Wells rose, and when he returned seconds later, he had a glass for her and one for him. The liquid, cool and soothing on her dry throat, had her able to speak once again. I'm sorry, Wells. This isn't what either of us expected to come out of that night. No, he agreed, sipping his water. I thought Sophie would be the only child I'd ever have. It appears I was wrong. Not knowing what to say to that, Erica simply nodded. While I understand you have the means to raise a child on your own, I want to be involved. His gaze remained steady on hers. I firmly believe a child needs both a mother and a father whenever possible. Our child, or children, will benefit from having both of us in their lives. We can figure out visitation once— she began, but he cut her off. Are you planning on getting a place in Chicago? Erica had been giving that matter considerable thought, but then the agent she was working with had texted her several viable options earlier today. I've decided to remain here in Hazel Green. Will you stay with Lillian? For the time being. I'll eventually want a place of my own, of course. You could move in with me. The comment had Erica widening her eyes. Move in with you? We could marry. You could move in, and we'd be a family. Erica began shaking her head before he finished. That won't work. His expression gave nothing away. Why not? For starters, you don't love me, and I don't love you. He didn't so much as blink at that pronouncement. Not surprising, as they both knew full well that love had played no part that night. We're having a baby. He looked at her as if that explained everything. Resting a hand on his coat sleeve, Erica offered him a smile. I appreciate the offer. I really do. But I decided long ago that if I ever do marry, it will only be for love. Instead of giving her an answering smile, he looked thoughtful. A worthy goal, but circumstances can dictate a different path. Erica ignored the comment. If you want to be involved, and it sounds as if you do, I won't keep your children from you. Erica kept her gaze firm and direct on his face. I'll remain in Hazel Green. We can come to an agreement on shared custody. We're both intelligent, mature adults. We can make this work. I appreciate your willingness to work with me on this. Wells searched her face. But there is someone else to consider. Erica inclined her head. The baby? Or babies?
I was thinking of Sophie.
Wells blew out a breath.
She's part of this, and I want to make sure we do right by her.
Do right by her? What does that mean?
It means that before we tell anyone outside of immediate family that you're pregnant, you and I need to build a relationship. We date. We become friends. We model appropriate behavior for my daughter.
A muscle in Wells's jaw jumped.
That way, when the news of your pregnancy comes out, it won't be said that our children were products of a one-night stand, but rather of a loving relationship that simply couldn't go the distance.
Wells couldn't believe he sounded so calm when his insides were roiling. These kinds of things didn't happen to him. He'd always been careful not to bring scandal to the family. He remembered speaking with Leo when his brother and Nell had been involved in a sex-only relationship. He'd warned Leo that such actions, if discovered, would reflect poorly on the family. Now here he was, in a situation right out of one of those telenovelas that Sophie and her friends loved to watch. Erica tapped a finger against her lips, her brow furrowed. I don't know. For a second, Wells wasn't sure what Erica referred to, his mind too busy going in 1,000 different directions. Then he realized she hadn't responded to his suggestion of building a relationship. Though he'd meant it as a suggestion, he'd presented it more as a directive. He didn't want his daughter to endure any more gossip than absolutely necessary.
Tell me your concerns.
Wells kept his tone casual. From what he'd observed, Erica was a smart woman capable of responding to a situation logically and without unnecessary emotions. She was also a pregnant woman, he reminded himself. Danny had had all sorts of mood swings when she'd been pregnant. It seems deceitful to pretend.
Agreed.
Wells nearly smiled when surprise skittered across her face.
However, I believe we need to focus on the greater good. You and I may have known each other for a long time, but until recently, we hadn't even been friends.
No, she agreed in a quiet voice. We hadn't.
Lately, we've been friendly.
He dug deep and came up with a smile.
Co-parenting will go better if we know each other. One of the main reasons people go on dates is to get to know each other. That's what we will be doing. If you look at it that way, it's not deceitful.
The silence lengthened. Wells found himself holding his breath. He couldn't pull this off without her buy-in. She expelled a breath. You're right.
And?
His voice took on an earnestness that came from his very core.
Going forward, you'll be a big part of not only my life, but Sophie's as well. This baby...
Wells paused. He'd stick with baby singular until they knew for sure there were more.
This baby will be Sophie's little brother or sister. The easier we can make the transition for her and for ourselves, the better.
Erica gave a reluctant nod. This time, Wells's smile came easy.
Okay, then.
A knock sounded at the door. Erica jerked.
There was some storm damage out back,
Wells informed her.
That's probably the insurance agent.
In an instant, Erica was on her feet. I'm ready to leave anyway. Wells rose.
I'll stop by Lillian's after he's done.
Erica shook her head. We've done enough talking for one day. I need time to myself to process. He understood. He felt the same.
Text me the time and location of your ultrasound.
Surprise flickered in her eyes. Why?
I want to be there.
Chapter 11. Wells sat behind the desk in his home office and stared, unseeing, at the computer screen. Erica had texted him the info about the ultrasound. The time bumped up against a meeting he'd had scheduled for weeks.
He'd been looking forward to finalizing the purchase of a warehouse WLM had been eager to unload. There were only two options. Matt would either have to take over for him, or the meeting would have to be rescheduled. One way or the other, he'd be at Erica's ultrasound. A baby. Maybe two. His lips quirked in a rueful smile. How ironic that he and Danny had tried so hard to have a second baby without success, while Erica had gotten pregnant after one night. When Erica had told him, he'd gone into business mode, focusing on finding an acceptable solution to an unexpected situation. How did he feel about having another child? Or maybe two? Until this moment, he hadn't let himself think about the fact that next spring he'd be a father again. Sophie would have a sibling. He realized he was glad that Erica wanted the baby, that she was willing to take on the responsibility of a child, even as she started a new position. He would be there for her. His family would be there for her. Though he didn't want those in the community to know the circumstances surrounding their situation, Wells wouldn't keep his siblings in the dark. Erica would likely tell Lillian. She'd need to confide in someone. If he'd given her the impression that he wanted to keep the pregnancy a secret from everyone, the next time he spoke with her, he'd have to make sure she knew he hadn't been referring to Lillian or her parents. Parents. Thinking of his father's disappointment when he learned about this unexpected pregnancy, Wells sat back in the padded leather seat and groaned. A knock sounded at the door. Wells's eyes flew open as he straightened. Leo stood in the doorway, studying him with a concerned expression. "Sophie told me I'd find you here. Is everything okay?" "Where is Sophie?" "She went up to her bedroom after she let me in." Leo stepped into the room. "She mentioned something about calling Taylor?" Wells nodded. Taylor was one of his daughter's close friends. "Is everything okay?" Leo asked again. "Shut the door." Leo did as asked, then dropped down into one of the visitors' chairs. "What brings you by?" Might as well get that business out of the way first, Wells thought. He had a feeling once he dropped his bombshell on Leo, any business would be pushed aside. "Nell is doing a Hazel Green performance in Chicago this evening. On the way home tonight, I decided to swing by Gingerbread Village and check out the damage." Leo shook his head. "You're right. The playhouse is a total loss." Kit's playhouse? Just the thought brought a pang. "The smart thing to do is to take the insurance money and not rebuild." Leo shrugged. "Maybe use the money to put up a storage shed." Wells knew what his brother was thinking, and before yesterday, he'd have agreed. Sophie was too old to enjoy playing in the structure. Things were different now. "I think we should build another playhouse." Wells leaned forward. "Just like the other. A mini version of the main house." "Why go to all that trouble?" Leo's expression grew puzzled. "It'll be years until anyone in the family has little children to play in it." "Perhaps not as long as you think." Leo shook his head. "Nell and I want to wait a couple of years before having kids, and Matt isn't dating anyone seriously." "Erica's pregnant." Wells kept his tone matter-of-fact. "We'll be welcoming a baby in the spring." The look of shock on his younger brother's face would have been funny at any other time. "You and Erica?" Leo cleared his throat. "I didn't even know you liked her." "I like her." Wells lifted his chin, daring his brother to say otherwise. Though his eyes remained watchful, Leo laughed. "Obviously. How did this happen?" "Erica and I ran into each other in Chicago. She'd just gotten into town, and Sophie was spending the night with a friend." Wells rose and went to the side cabinet. After pouring 2 fingers of whiskey into a faceted glass, he glanced at his brother. Getting a nod, he splashed the same amount into a second glass. "Why were you in Chicago?" Instead of immediately answering, Wells handed his brother the whiskey, then sat in the other visitor's chair.
It was the anniversary of Danny's death. I didn't want to be in the house alone. You ran into Erica at the hotel?
Leo prompted.
Yes. She appeared upset. I walked over. We started talking.
Wells dropped his gaze to the amber liquid.
One thing led to another. We ended up spending the night together. I thought we were covered on the birth control issue, but obviously we weren't.
Wells wasn't about to put the blame on Erica. Protection had been as much his responsibility as hers.
Are you sure?
Wells wasn't certain exactly what his brother was asking. Was he sure the baby was his? Was he certain Erica was pregnant?
Yes, she saw a doctor yesterday. She's going in for an ultrasound tomorrow. The doctor thinks she could be pregnant with twins.
Leo's burst of laughter took Wells by surprise. Wells scowled.
What's so funny? It's just when you finally go off the straight and narrow, you go big.
Leo chuckled and shook his head.
Twins! Isn't that a kick?
Erica decided to wait to tell Lillian about her pregnancy until she had all the information. One thing she did know, the simple fact that she was pregnant made living in Hazel Green an even more attractive possibility. She knew that would make her aunt happy. She was grateful her position with Sanders Dean was on a project-by-project basis and that she had until January to decide if she wanted to come on board full-time. That decision could wait. Now it was time to find out if she had two babies growing inside her. The second Erica stepped off the elevator at the floor where her doctor's office was located, she spotted Wells. He wore a dark suit and looked every inch a successful businessman. Wells smiled when he saw her and lifted a hand in greeting. When she drew close and he stepped to her, she had the crazy feeling for a second that he was going to kiss her. Instead, he placed a light hand on her arm.
You look lovely.
Erica glanced down at the skirt, sweater, and boots she'd worn into the office. The atmosphere there was surprisingly much more casual than it had been at the Austin firm. She smiled, accepting the compliment. Ready to do this?
I am.
When the woman behind the desk ushered them into Dr. Gray's office, Erica didn't immediately sit. I'm here for an ultrasound, not a regular visit, she told the perky brunette. That's my fault. Dr. Gray appeared in the doorway, all smiles. I wanted to speak with you beforehand so that once we're done with the ultrasound, you'll be free to leave. Dr. Gray shifted her focus to Wells. You brought someone with you. Wells extended a hand.
Wells Pomeroy.
Wells is the father, Erica told the doctor. I'm glad you could join us. Dr. Gray gestured to the chairs in front of her desk. Please, have a seat. Once they sat, the doctor fixed her gaze on Erica. You've started taking the vitamins? I have, Erica confirmed. I had the prescription filled the day you wrote it and started taking them right away. Good. The doctor looked at Wells. I assume Erica told you I believe she's carrying twins. That's why we're doing the ultrasound now instead of waiting. First, to confirm my suspicions, and also because if it is twins, we will be monitoring her and the babies more carefully.
Are you worried about her health? Or the babies?
Concern filled Wells's hazel eyes. Erica is a very healthy woman who takes excellent care of herself. The doctor shot Erica an approving look. But a twin pregnancy puts more strain on the body, even from the beginning. And at 38, Erica falls into the category of advanced maternal age, which means the pregnancy is considered high risk. Apparently seeing the worry in Wells's eyes, the doctor quickly continued. Women are delivering healthy babies throughout their 30s and beyond all the time. We'll be monitoring Erica carefully. We all want the same outcome, a healthy mom and baby. Or babies.
I have some questions about twin pregnancies. Erica pulled a list from her purse. Is this the time to ask them, or should I wait? I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have, Dr. Gray told her. Our ultrasound tech leaves at 5, so I'd like to get that done first. That way we'll know whether we're dealing with 1 or 2 babies. Erica glanced at Wells. That's what we're eager to find out. He must have heard something in her voice because he reached over and took her hand. For a second, she considered pulling away, but his hand was so warm and his touch so comforting that she curved her fingers around his instead. Do I need to get undressed? Erica had read all about ultrasounds in preparation for this visit, but she wasn't sure what type they were planning to do. Just from the waist down. We'll give you a gown. The doctor rose and opened the door. Marcia, could you please take Ms. Eads to room 4? We'll be doing a transvaginal ultrasound today. When Wells rose with Erica, the doctor placed a hand on his arm. Marcia will show you where to stand so you'll have the best view of the screen. You'll take good care of her. His authoritative tone had a smile forming on Erica's lips. We will, the doctor assured him, then turned to Erica. It's always nice to have someone who cares in your corner. The doctor had it wrong, Erica thought, but she didn't correct her. Wells cared all right, but it was the babies he cared about, not her. Wells stared at the screen and tried to determine what he was looking at. He didn't have to wonder long. Congratulations, Dr. Gray smiled. You're having twins. She pointed to one sac that showed a tiny beating heart, and then the second. These twins each have their own placenta, which means they're likely fraternal rather than identical. However, I can't say for sure, as the egg may have split very early on, which can result in 2 separate sacs and 2 separate placentas. Wells squinted. Can you tell the sex? Not from this, not yet. However, we'll be doing some blood tests within this next month. If you want to know the sex, we can add that test to the panel. I'd like to know. Wells glanced at Erica. Unless you'd prefer to wait, I'd like to know too. Erica offered him a tremulous smile. Then her gaze shifted to the doctor. Does everything look normal to you? Wells put a hand on Erica's shoulder, letting her and the doctor know, in case there was any doubt, that they were in this together. He had to admit that seeing his babies, their babies, on the screen was even more of an emotional experience than he'd anticipated. Perfectly normal. The doctor spoke in a reassuring tone. Is there anything different that I should do or not do since I'm carrying twins? You're going to be more tired, the doctor advised. When you feel fatigued, I want you to rest. As the pregnancy advances, I may ask that you rest for several hours a day. I recently started a new job, Erica told the doctor. But I set my own hours and work from home most of the time, so resting shouldn't be a problem. Dr. Gray shifted her gaze to Wells. There are more appointments and ultrasounds with a twin pregnancy. Erica spoke quickly. That won't be a problem. For me either. Wells saw no need to elaborate. Good. I've got a whole slew of information to give you, Dr. Gray said to Erica. I want to see you back in 4 weeks. We'll do another ultrasound and take some blood. From those tests, we'll find out the sex of your babies. Dr. Gray turned to Wells. Just for your information, other than vitamins and rest, it's business as usual at this point. Intercourse is fine. Regular exercise and eating healthy are encouraged. You can count on me following your recommendations. Erica's voice rang with determination. I will do everything in my power to ensure everything goes well. As will I. Congratulations again. Dr. Gray smiled. I look forward to seeing you both at your next visit.
I'll wait in the hallway for you, Wells told Erica. You don't have to. Take your time. Wells squeezed her arm. No need to rush. I'll be waiting. As promised, Wells was standing in the hallway, scrolling through his phone, when Erica stepped from the office, a manila envelope full of papers clutched in one hand. He dropped his phone into his pocket, then gestured at the envelope. What's that? Everything you ever wanted to know about being pregnant with twins? Erica gave a little laugh and brought a hand up to her temple. My head is spinning. Seeing the two of them on the screen. Wells cleared his throat. Amazing. I know. Like Wells, she'd been unprepared for the surge of emotion that had overtaken her when she'd seen the two sacks. Hearing the heartbeats? Loud and strong. Wells shook his head. And fast. Fast as normal. I know. He inclined his head. Is Lillian expecting you home for dinner? Erica shook her head. Her garden club is meeting this evening at Matilda's. Erica loved the farm-to-table restaurant located at the inn at Hazel Green. Perhaps she and Wells could have dinner there sometime. She stopped herself before the thought could go any further. You aren't dating Wells, Erica reminded herself. You're just having his babies. I was thinking we could grab dinner in the city. Wells offered a persuasive smile. You know, celebrate. You want to celebrate? She asked as they reached the elevator. We're having twins, he said. That's definitely something to celebrate. An older woman who'd been in the elevator when they got on turned and smiled. Congratulations! Thank you. Erica found herself touched, both by Wells's offer and the stranger's unexpected good wishes. What do you say? Wells asked as they stepped onto the lobby level of the multi-storied building. What about Sophie? She's covered. Leo and Nell are watching her this evening. Still, Erica hesitated. Come on, Erica. Wells shot her a teasing smile that arrowed straight to her heart. It's not every day a couple finds out they're having twins. She laughed. I suppose you're right. I am right. Wells seemed happy, which was something Erica hadn't expected. Oh, she hadn't thought he'd be a grouch about this, though she'd assumed he'd be upset, which he had been. Or, rather, he'd been stunned. Erica studied the handsome face of her children's father. The two of them would be plowing new ground in the weeks and months to come. Then, in the spring, they'd be co-parenting. Not only would tonight give them a chance to deepen their relationship, but Wells was also right. It was time to celebrate. Chapter 12. Wells assumed Erica would pick one of the nice restaurants in the downtown area. If she needed a suggestion or two, he had a couple of favorites. He imagined them sitting across from each other, candlelight flickering off the crystal. Grant Park? Wells inclined his head. Pardon? She smiled. I said there's a food festival going on in Grant Park. Office buzz today was it's a not-to-be-missed opportunity. Wells inclined his head. I thought the Taste of Chicago was held in July. Erica shrugged. I'm only going by what everyone in the office said. They'd be definitely overdressed for such an event, but if that's where she wanted to go, he was up for it. We can grab a cab and... Or we can walk. She gestured in the direction of the park. It'll be faster, and we'll get some exercise. I'm for that. As they strode down the busy sidewalk, Wells found himself glad she'd suggested they walk. While he wouldn't want to live in such a busy area, he loved the sights, sounds, and smells that surrounded him. Despite the crowds, it didn't take them long to reach the park. The live music coming from the Petrillo music shell added to the festive feel. Wells held out his arm. I believe I'm capable of walking without assistance.
He grinned. Just practicing for that third trimester.
Erica lifted her face to the sun for several seconds.
It sounds like those last few months can be challenging.
I know.
She shot a glance at him.
I like to be prepared.
He slipped an arm around her when the crowd around them surged forward.
I did some reading last night after Sophie went to bed.
Erica expelled a breath. There's so much to consider.
Let's not think about any of that tonight.
Wells knew if they did, it would be a splash of cold water on their celebration.
But decisions have to be made, and they do. And heck, I'm as much of a planner as you. Probably more so.
He flashed a smile, then sobered.
I don't know about you, but in the doctor's office, I found myself swaying between joy and terror. Thinking of everything we're facing now, and will face in the future, is rather daunting.
I hear ya. She took his arm as they continued to walk. Right now, I'm feeling kind of overwhelmed.
I truly believe every child is a blessing.
Even two who will likely affect your reputation in the community?
I admit that I've attempted to live a life above reproach, but I will never make our children feel like a mistake or act in any way like they weren't wanted.
He slanted a glance at her.
Things happen for a reason. Sometimes that reason is not immediately evident. I believe in time, you and I will look back on this period in our lives and say the twins were the best thing that ever happened to us.
Because his gaze was firmly fixed on Erica's face, he saw tears shimmer in her moss-green eyes.
That's why talk about specifics can wait.
He patted the hand that she'd wrapped around his arm.
Tonight, we're two people celebrating the fact they've just found out they're going to be the parents of twins.
Erica's shoulders relaxed as she nodded her agreement. A theatrical group on a makeshift stage some distance away performed to an appreciative audience sitting on blankets or in lawn chairs.
Oh, look!
She pointed to an area near the fountain where men and women wearing headphones danced. Wells frowned.
Where's the music?
Erica indicated two men seated at a table. There's the DJs.
I still don't understand.
Silent disco. It's fun. Erica slanted an enticing smile in his direction. Let's give it a try. Wells couldn't recall ever hearing about anything called silent disco. Suddenly, he felt very old and out of touch. Erica went to the table and came back with two sets of headphones. Put them on, and let's dance. Wells's first impulse was to say he wasn't interested, but Erica's eyes held a hopeful gleam, and he reminded himself this was a celebration.
Sounds like fun.
That simple remark earned him another brilliant smile. Music was already flowing through the headphones when he put them on. The beat was infectious, and despite his reservations, he found himself moving to the music. The tension drained from Erica's face as she embraced the beat, her body moving in ways that had his blood heating. She was lovely, smart, and incredibly sexy. They danced to 3 songs before turning in their headphones so they could peruse the food vendors.
What sounds good to you?
Erica's gaze surveyed the wide variety of offerings. I should go with a salad. She placed a hand on her flat stomach. I'll probably be big as a house by the time this is done, so I best start watching what I eat now.
From what I've observed, you already eat healthy most of the time.
I do, she agreed, but there are moments when I crave a big, juicy cheeseburger.
Then that's what we'll have.
She shook her head, then her eyes lit up, and she pointed. See that food truck? They were talking about it at work today. Apparently, they have a to-die-for bison burger with blueberry barbecue sauce.
Do you want to try one?
I don't know. Erica caught her lower lip with her teeth.
Is it the bison or the blueberry barbecue sauce that's holding you back?
She laughed, and the sound wrapped around his heart.
Erica, this is a surprise.
She turned toward a tall man in a polo shirt and chinos, and Wells watched her smile. The tortoiseshell glasses gave his handsome face an almost scholarly appearance. Wells pegged him as in his late 40s, and he was vaguely familiar. "Landon!" Erica appeared equally surprised to see the man. "I didn't realize you'd be here." Landon cast a curious glance in Wells's direction. "Landon Dean, this is Wells Pomeroy. Wells and I," Erica hesitated only slightly, "have known each other since, well, forever. We've stayed in touch and started seeing each other now that I'm back in the area. Wells, Landon is one of the partners at my new firm." The two men shook hands. "I believe we've met before," Landon told him. "At one of your father's fundraisers. Tim and I are well acquainted. Be sure and tell him hello when you next speak with him." "I will." And so it begins, Wells thought, the pretense that he and Erica were a couple and had been a couple going back to when she'd first returned to Hazel Green. Landon shot a sideways glance at Erica. "I wondered why you decided to stay in Hazel Green rather than find an apartment in the city." Erica smiled at Wells and gave his side a bump with her elbow. This guy may have played a part in that decision. The three talked easily for several minutes before Landon made his excuses and left. "Did you remember him?" Erica asked when Landon was out of earshot. "I thought he looked familiar when he walked up, but my father knows so many people." "Your parents," Erica began. "Forget about them, at least for tonight." Wells swept a hand, encompassing the food trucks. "Right now, it's time to feast on bison and celebrate the fact that we're having not one baby, but two." Erica sat with Wells at a picnic table and took the last bite of her burger. She wiped her lips with a paper napkin and heaved a contented sigh. That was amazing. The blueberry barbecue sauce moved the burger from excellent to amazing. Wells took a sip of beer. "You look happy." "I am happy. I've wanted a baby for years, and now it's happening." She gave a little laugh. "Not quite the way I imagined it would, but it's happening." "How did you think it would happen?" She hesitated for only a second. "There was a time I thought that I might get together with the guy I was dating in Austin. You know, get married, have a baby. But it became clear as time passed that we weren't right for each other." "You were together for a while?" "We were." Erica shrugged. "Once we split, I decided I could live without a man in my life, but I still wanted a baby. So I thought I'd try a sperm bank. But then I began having these weird symptoms, and the doctor I went to told me my ovaries were kaput and that I'd likely need an egg donor as well as a sperm donor." "That had to be difficult news." Her chuckle held no humor. "Especially considering I've always operated under the philosophy that if you're determined and work hard, you can make anything happen." "Meant to be." "What?" "This." Wells pointed to her and then to himself. "Obviously, these babies were meant to be not only yours, but mine as well." Erica wasn't sure what to say to that, so she said nothing. Wells gestured to her large purse that held the packet of information from the doctor. "If you don't mind, once you've gone through the material, I'd like to read it." He wanted to be a part of this. Erica had seen that in the doctor's office. While he might push to be included in some of the decision-making, he wouldn't make unnecessary demands. Just knowing that had her sliding the envelope out of her bag and placing it on the table. "I know we're celebrating, but it might be fun to go through the info together, if you've got the time." Gratitude flared in his hazel depths. "I've got the time." Together they made their way through the pages, reading and discussing each piece of information. Erica glanced up. "It says here I could gain 35 to 50 pounds. "If each baby is 8 pounds, that's 16 right there," he reminded her. "I don't know if they'll get that big." Erica couldn't stop the worry rising up inside from spilling over into her voice. It sounds like twins often come early. Reaching over, he covered her hand with his. Sometimes, but last year a woman in our office had twins. She went full term. Each baby was over 7 pounds, nearly 8. Full term. Erica gave a decisive nod. That's the goal. I'll do whatever I can to help you reach that goal. Thank you. She offered a rueful smile. I think I'll need all the support I can get, both before and after. Speaking of support, Wells paused to clear his throat. I want to tell my family about us, about the babies. Erica opened her mouth to protest, then reconsidered the knee-jerk reaction. Telling his family had to be done, just like she would need to tell Lillian. Would her aunt be excited or disappointed in the circumstances? Her heart fluttered. As if sensing her unease, Wells closed his hand over hers in a calming gesture. When I tell them about the babies, I'll make it clear that not getting married was a joint decision. I don't want you getting any pressure from them. Good. That's good. There is one thing you need to know. Erica inclined her head. Wells spoke slowly, as if choosing his words carefully. The twins will be my parents' grandchildren, and my brothers, nieces, or nephews. You're their mother. As such, married or not, you are now part of the Pomeroy family. That evening, with all that had occurred that day swirling in her head, Erica took a seat on the front porch swing beside Lillian. When she'd arrived home, her aunt had been eager to hear all about her day, especially when Erica mentioned she'd gone to a food festival in Grant Park with Wells. Instead of continuing the discussion inside, where the 4 walls of Lillian's spacious living room had begun to close in, Erica had suggested they sit on the porch. Now, tell me how you and Wells ended up having dinner together. Lillian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, he came into the city to go with me to a doctor's appointment. The words had barely left Erica's lips when the smile slipped from Lillian's lips. Her aunt leaned forward and clasped her hand. Are you ill? Taking a deep, steadying breath, Erica shook her head. I'm pregnant. Wells is the father. Lillian, who normally had an excellent poker face, leaned back and blinked, surprise spreading across her face like warm butter on hot toast. Wells and you, had sex. Erica kept her tone matter-of-fact. When I first returned to the area, we happened to meet in Chicago and enjoyed an evening and a night together. Lillian started to speak, then stopped. Neither of you thought to use protection? Erica answered the question she thought her aunt wanted to ask, but didn't. I'd just been told my ovaries were failures and that conception was impossible. We thought we didn't need to worry about pregnancy. Erica went on to explain in detail the prognosis she'd been given by the doctor in Austin. In retrospect, I should have gone to a fertility specialist. If I'd stayed in Texas, that likely would have been my next step. But when I received the email that night about my chances of getting pregnant... She paused for a second, recalling how the doctor's assertion that she had, at best, a 2% chance of conceiving had cut her off at the knees. I was feeling low. It didn't help that it was the anniversary of Danny's death. That's why Wells was spending the night in Chicago. He was feeling sad, too. You comforted each other with sex. Erica blinked. Perhaps she should simply let her aunt believe that's what had happened. While that certainly might have played a part, the statement wasn't accurate, and Erica wanted to be completely honest with her aunt. There was an attraction between Wells and me that night, one I don't recall ever feeling before. We talked and laughed and connected. Erica's lips quirked upward. Comfort isn't a word that comes to mind when I remember that night. I've sensed the connection between the two of you." Lillian's gaze searched hers. "When are you due?"
April 14th, but the doctor said twins often come early.
"Twins?" Lillian's voice rose, then cracked. "You're having twins?"
Despite all her worries about the future, Erica smiled. Wells and I saw both of them on the ultrasound today. The doctor gave each one of us a picture of baby A and baby B before we left. Would you like to see it? When she and Wells had been going through the packet of information, they'd found the doctor had included the pictures. Wells had eagerly taken the one she'd offered. Instead of returning to the porch with only the picture, Erica brought the manila envelope. After settling back down next to her aunt, she carefully pulled out the photo. You really can't see much at this point, other than 2 sacs and 2 placentas. The twins are likely fraternal, but we don't know that for sure. Taking the picture from Erica's fingers, Lillian carefully studied the images. Then she shifted her gaze to Erica. "I'm happy for you. And for Wells."
"You are?"
This time it was Erica who couldn't hide her surprise. Lillian nodded.
"You'll be an amazing mother."
Reaching over, Lillian covered Erica's cold hand with her warm one.
"Dick and I were never blessed with children. Still, we had a long and happy life together. But you, well, from the time you were little, you've had so much love to give. I knew you wanted a child eventually. I also knew the unfortunate reality was that time was running out."
Erica expelled a shaky breath. "I thought it had run out."
"Now this."
Lillian's gaze dropped back to the picture before returning to Erica.
"Not only will you be an amazing mother, Wells will make a wonderful father."
"I feel bad for disrupting his life," Erica admitted. "His reputation in the community will take a hit."
Lillian waved a dismissive hand. "He'll survive."
"I'm sure he will, but there's also Sophie to consider," Erica reminded her. "And the babies as they grow, which is why Wells and I came up with a plan." Curiosity flickered in Lillian's blue depths.
"What kind of plan?"
When Wells had first brought up the plan, Erica had wondered if they could make the fake romance believable. After today's fun at the food festival, she no longer harbored any doubts. She enjoyed spending time with Wells. "Before we announce my pregnancy, we're going to date so that everyone can get used to seeing us as a couple."
Lillian's brows drew together. "For what purpose?"
"So that when when my pregnancy," Erica corrected, "is announced, it won't look like it happened as the result of a one-night stand."
A thoughtful look blanketed her aunt's face. "You could always get married."
Erica chuckled.
"Now you sound like Wells. Is marrying the father of your babies really that crazy of an idea?"
"It is when he doesn't love me." A sudden heaviness settled in the area of Erica's heart and had tears stinging the backs of her eyes. She tried to blink them away before Lillian saw, but was unsuccessful.
"Sorry," she said with a sniffle. "Hormones."
"Love can sometimes blossom," Lillian began, but Erica stopped her aunt from saying anything more by giving her head a fierce shake. "You know what it was like for me growing up. My parents loved each other so much there wasn't anything left for me." Erica expelled a breath. "I vowed that when I married, it would be to someone who's crazy about me. For once, I want to be number one in someone's heart. That's why Paul and I broke up."
"The man you dated in Austin?"
Erica nodded. "We shared a lot of interests and had fun together. It took me a while to realize he loved his work more than me." Lillian's gaze grew sharp and assessing.
"You don't believe Wells will ever love you?"
Erica shook her head. "You and I both know Danny will always have the number one spot in his heart."
"Maybe."
Lillian's tone was surprisingly non-committal. "But just like you'll have enough love in your heart for 2 babies,
you may discover Wells has enough love in his heart for both Danny and you. Chapter 13. When Wells returned to Hazel Green, he headed straight to Leo's home to pick up his daughter. Sophie looked up when he entered the dining room where she and his brother played Monopoly. "I'm winning," Sophie told him, pointing to the pile of play money and the cards spread out in front of her. "I have hotels on all my properties." "She always wins." Nell gave a little laugh. "Your daughter," Leo told him, "has an amazing grasp of the game." "How was Chicago?" Sophie asked. "It was good." Wells pulled out a chair and took a seat. "I ran into Erica while I was there, and we had dinner." Nell exchanged a look with Leo. "Where did you go?" "I like Maggiano's." Sophie inclined her head. "Did you go there?" "We thought about it." Wells kept his tone offhand. "There was a food festival going on in Grant Park, so we went there." "That sounds like fun." Nell smiled. "I love those kinds of events." Leo moved his iron, then swore under his breath when it landed on one of Sophie's hotels. Sophie's lips curved in a Cheshire cat smile, and she held out her hand. "The event wasn't as big as the taste, but there were lots of food trucks and some live music." Wells's lips curved up in spite of himself. "They even had silent disco set up by the Buckingham Fountain." "Silent disco is very cool." Sophie drew out the last word. "Erica had to explain to me what it was." Wells gave a little laugh. "But I enjoyed it." Leo exchanged a glance with his wife, who'd started braiding Sophie's hair, before refocusing on his brother. "Are you saying you actually participated? If by participated you mean did I put on the headphones and dance badly?" Wells lifted his hands. "Guilty." "I'm proud of you, Dad." Sophie shot him an approving smile. "You're always encouraging me to try new things, and now you're trying new things too." Wells smiled, knowing full credit for stepping outside his comfort zone went to Erica. If she hadn't gotten the headphones and encouraged him, he'd have walked on past. "Good for you." Leo also appeared suitably impressed. "Now, tell me you tried something different food-wise. The last few times we went out, you ended up ordering the same thing." Wells frowned. Had he really become that predictable? "We ran into Landon Dean." Landon Dean. Leo rolled the name around on his tongue. "Sounds familiar." "He's one of the partners at Erica's firm. He also knows Dad. He mentioned something about attending one of his fundraisers." Nell shook her head. "What are the odds you'd run into someone you both know?" Leo's brows furrowed. "Wait, wasn't today when you were supposed to close the deal on the warehouse?" Matt stepped in for me. Wells had to admit, when he'd received his brother's text announcing he'd closed the deal, pride had surged. He got it done. Leo's expression turned puzzled. "I thought that project was your baby." "It was, but Matt is part of WLM too. And like I said, I had business in Chicago." Though Sophie appeared engrossed in counting off spaces, Wells and his brother both knew this wasn't the time for any private conversations. Wells sat back and watched Sophie and Leo play out the game, while Nell, who'd already gone bankrupt, finished braiding Sophie's hair. "Will Erica be attending the fall festival this weekend with you and Sophie?" Nell's question took Wells by surprise. As one of Hazel Green's civic leaders and a board member of the Green Machine, the organization that planned most activities, he normally kept track of everything going on in his hometown. "I already told Taylor and Shiloh I'd go with them." Sophie glanced at her father. "That's okay, isn't it?" "We can talk about it when we get home." Though Wells knew some might consider him overprotective, he took the job of keeping his daughter safe seriously. "But, Dad—" Sophie stopped mid-whine at the look in his eyes. She was getting tired, he realized. Tomorrow was a school day. It was time they headed home. Wells made a great show of glancing at his watch. If you can't beat your uncle in 10 minutes, we'll need to call this game a draw. It's time we both get home. Sophie wasn't the only one who needed some downtime. Exhaustion from the stress of the day had settled on his shoulders like a full metal jacket. The tomatoes Leo planted are overwhelming us with their bounty. Nell gestured toward the door leading out back. While these two finish their game, why don't you come outside with me, and I'll pick a few for you to take home. Thanks. Soph and I love fresh tomatoes. Wells rose and headed toward the door with Nell. 10 minutes, Soph. Once the door shut behind them, Nell headed straight for 3 pretty canisters, each containing a single tomato plant. She bent over and plucked a large, perfect tomato and handed it to him. Leo told me about Erica. He said you wouldn't mind me knowing. I don't mind, Wells assured her. Your family. I assume he also told you we're keeping the pregnancy on the down low for now? Nell nodded as she studied a tomato before picking it and handing it to Leo. My brother actually planted and tended to these? Wells decided he'd much prefer discussing tomatoes than his relationship with Erica. That doesn't sound like him. Nell straightened, another tomato in hand. A slow smile lifted her lips. We're both exploring things we've never tried before. For him, it's growing tomatoes. What about for you? He's teaching me how to bowl. Wells couldn't hide his surprise. How can he teach you? He doesn't know how to bowl. Leo is a man of many hidden talents. After handing him another tomato, Nell smiled. You and Erica should try it sometime. Wells had a quick answer for that ridiculous suggestion. There isn't a bowling alley in Hazel Green. There's one in Vernon Hills. Nell studied him for a moment. Take Sophie with you. 10-Pin Alley has family moonlight bowling on Friday nights. I'll consider it. Wells cleared his throat. I appreciate the suggestion. I'd like to get to know Erica better. Nell's steady gaze never wavered from his face. If you don't mind, I'd love to invite her to join a committee I'm chairing. It'll give her a chance to get to know Abby and Rachel better. They're already serving on the committee. Both women were part of the circle of friends Nell had made since arriving in Hazel Green 6 years earlier. I have no issue with you inviting her. Wells inclined his head. Did you think I would? I didn't want to overstep. Before he could ask her about that puzzling remark, Nell cocked her head. From that yell of triumph coming from your daughter, I'd say the game is over. Shortly after Sophie left for school the next morning, Wells welcomed his brothers and Nell to his home. Though Leo and Nell already knew about Erica being pregnant, he wanted to bring everyone up to speed on the plan he and Erica had discussed. This feels like a family meeting. Matt glanced around, then settled his gaze on Leo. Or like being called into the principal's office. Leo grinned. You'd know more about that than me. Wells cleared his throat, drawing their attention back to him. I know the 3 of you are busy. I appreciate you coming on such short notice. Family meeting, Matt announced. A principal would start with, we need to talk about... He chuckled at Wells's sharp look. Chill out, big brother. Wells took a steadying breath and focused on the meeting's purpose. I asked you here today because I want you to know about some changes going on in my life. Though his brothers and Nell had taken seats in the living room, Wells had remained standing. He wondered now if that was a mistake. With all eyes on him, he suddenly felt awkward and unsure. What kind of changes? Turning serious, Matt leaned forward, his gaze riveted to his older brother, concern filling his blue eyes. Are you sick? No, and before you ask, Sophie is also fine. Wells started to pace, then stopped himself. Actually, I have good news. Erica is pregnant. In April, we'll be welcoming twins."
Nell spoke first.
"Congratulations. Happy for you both,"
Leo echoed.
"Pregnant?"
Matt's mouth dropped open.
"With twins? Wowza."
The look of stunned disbelief on his younger brother's face shouldn't have hurt, but it did. How different this would be, Wells thought, if he and Erica were actually a couple. If they'd been in a committed relationship, perhaps even married, the congratulations would flow as freely as champagne at a wedding reception.
"Erica and I are happy."
Wells's tone held a warning.
"Very happy." "Then I'm, happy for you."
Matt's expression remained puzzled.
"I didn't realize you two were dating, much less—"
"Life is full of surprises." Though Wells's smile felt forced, his voice gave away none of his inner turmoil.
"We'll be keeping the news of the babies in the family for now." "Why is that?"
Matt asked.
"To avoid gossip. Erica and I have decided to date for a little longer before going public. Of course, more than anything, I want us to marry. So, hopefully that will follow soon." "There's definitely a spark between the two of you."
Leo offered a supportive smile.
"While this is sudden, it's not a total surprise. I saw the connection when we went parasailing."
Matt agreed.
"Even at Lillian's party, the two of you didn't take your eyes off each other."
Nell's blue eyes warmed.
"When you're falling for someone, that connection is nearly impossible to hide."
She turned to her husband.
"I remember when I told my friends you and I were officially dating, they laughed and said that was old news. They could tell we were a couple and in love long before we admitted that to each other, or even to ourselves."
They'd misunderstood, Wells realized.
"What? No, I'm not falling in love. I like Erica very much, but this is about security, not love." "You said you want to date her,"
Matt reminded him.
"and hopefully marry her."
"That's because marriage wouldn't provoke as much gossip."
"This isn't the 1950s.
Matt's lips tipped in a wry smile.
"People don't gossip about that kind of stuff."
Oh, how Wells wished that were true. An illegitimate child could be bad for Dad's career, and for Leo's future political career.
"Now you're talking crazy."
Matt laughed.
"They're the ones in politics, not you."
"That's true in theory, but we all know how much people love to throw dirt." Wells recalled vividly the gossip last year when Steve Olson, his father's legislative director, had pleaded guilty to taking bribes. Matt opened his mouth as if to argue, then shut it without speaking. Perhaps he was recalling how the dirt slung at Steve had splattered on everyone surrounding him.
"Marriage makes the most sense. Even one baby is a tremendous amount of work."
Wells remembered the sleepless nights when Sophie was a baby, how he'd held her tight against his chest while walking the floor in the wee hours of the morning so Danny could get some sleep. How he'd sat in the rocker that had once been his grandmother's, cradling a sweet-smelling Sophie and singing every song he knew in an attempt to soothe her. Those were memories he treasured and would always hold close to his heart.
"You could hire a nanny,"
Leo suggested.
"I don't want a nanny raising my children."
The surge of emotion welling inside Wells forced him to clear his throat before continuing.
"I want to be a part of my children's lives. I want to rock them to sleep at night and be there whenever they need me. I want the twins and Sophie to grow up together."
After several beats of silence, Nell said,
"Is Erica on board with this?"
"Not with marriage, no.
She's against marriage for any reason other than true love."
Wells squared his shoulders.
"But I'm confident I can make her see it's the only logical choice."
Leo and Nell exchanged glances. Eventually, the silence, which had stretched to a length that officially qualified as uncomfortable, was broken by Matt's cheerful voice.
"I think it's brilliant."
All eyes focused on Matt. I like Erica and love the idea of you romancing her.
Matt grinned.
What's your first move?
Wells frowned.
I'm not romancing her. Sure you are,
Matt interrupted.
You're going to date a beautiful woman who, in addition to being just as stubborn as you are, only wants true love. So, if you want to marry her, you really have no choice other than to make her love you. Hey, who knows? You might even end up loving her back.
You're being ridiculous. Wells scowled. I'll always love Danny. Of course you'll always love Danny, Nell interrupted, her tone matter-of-fact. That's separate from your relationship with Erica. For now, let's just stick with step 1, dating. I have an activity you might want to start with, one that will also help Sophie get more comfortable with Erica.
What is it?
Wells asked, willing to consider nearly anything. I mentioned it last night. Nell smiled. Bowling. Erica stared down at the long lane and wondered how she'd ended up at a bowling alley. If her friends in Austin had seen her now, they'd laugh. A jazz club and a highball had been more her speed back then. You can do it! Sophie called to her. Knock 'em down! Knock 'em all down! Gazing at the pins, Erica realized she was in the mood to knock something down. The past week had been long and emotionally fraught. When Friday had finally rolled around, Erica had desperately wanted to either throw something or do something to relax. An evening of moonlight bowling? Well, it hadn't been even a distant possibility. Even when Wells had called yesterday and invited her, declining had been on the tip of her tongue. After all, the bowling alley was in Vernon Hills. If the purpose of going out these next months was to show they were dating, who would see them there? But then Wells had reminded her that this would also be an opportunity for her and Sophie to begin to forge a deeper relationship. Erica brought the ball up and studied the alley. The first couple of frames, she'd noticed her ball had a tendency to curve to the right. She positioned herself to the far left, then took her steps and released the ball. Her lips curved as the ball went to the right again, but thanks to her altered stance, it hit the pocket with a solid crack. The pins began to fall. Once the last one dropped, a siren sounded and lights flashed.
We have a strike in Alley 4. Please come to the desk to claim your prize,
a voice over the loudspeaker announced. She turned back to Wells and Sophie, a broad smile on her face. Can I go get your prize? Sophie's eager gaze shifted from Erica to her dad. Wells hesitated.
I should go with you.
Daddy, it's right there. Sophie pointed. You can stand here and watch me if you want. Since you're up next, I can watch her, Erica told Wells. I'll keep my eyes on her the whole time. Sophie turned pleading eyes toward her father.
Okay.
Wells expelled a breath, then shot Erica a pointed glance.
If you watch her.
Erica pointed toward her own eyes, then at Sophie, who grinned. Yippee! Sophie raced toward the counter.
I suppose you think I'm overprotective.
Wells remained where he was, making no move to get his ball. Erica's gaze remained on Sophie. When the man behind the counter glanced in her direction, Erica lifted her hand in acknowledgement. I believe you're a father who wants to make sure his daughter is safe. Erica wasn't about to pass judgment. She'd never been a parent.
It'd be easier to keep our children safe if we were married and living under the same roof.
I have no doubt you'll do everything in your power to keep your children safe, no matter where they live. Erica kept her tone offhand. She wasn't about to ruin the outing with an argument over something that had already been decided. You know my feelings, Wells. In my mind, the only reason to ever get married is true love. Since we don't have that, we'll just have to make living separately work. Giving a nod, Wells strode to the ball return. Sophie scurried back. You won a plate of deluxe nachos. They're making them up. Since the snack bar is around the corner, I gave them your name so you can pick them up when they're ready.
Smart move. Erica gave an approving nod. Wells's gaze was on his ball, which, after sliding down the lane, exploded into the pins with such force, it was amazing that all of them didn't surrender and drop. But 2 outside pins wobbled, then righted themselves.
Good one, Dad,
Sophie called. He shook his head.
It should have been a strike.
Dad wants to be the best, Sophie confided to Erica in a low tone. I can identify. Erica chuckled. I'm like that too. He's happier since you came to town. Sophie's expression turned serious.
He'd never have suggested we go bowling if you weren't here.
Well, I'd never have gone bowling if he hadn't asked. I guess that means we're all good for each other. Chapter 14.
Bowling last night, a carnival tonight.
Wells shook his head as he strolled with Erica on Saturday night down the midway of the fall kickoff festival.
I swear Sophie could go every night of the week.
Sophie is young. She has an abundance of energy. Erica's expression grew thoughtful. I'm no tween expert, but I don't see 2 activities in a week as excessive.
I suppose you're right. I just don't like the idea of her being on the midway without an adult.
Wells tried to reassure himself that this was Hazel Green, not some big city where no one knew his daughter. Dozens of the people walking the midway tonight knew Sophie. She could go to any one of them if she needed help. He'd also given her a phone for emergency use. Plus, she wasn't alone. She was with Shiloh and Taylor. Erica grabbed his hand. Let's check out the rides. It didn't escape Wells's notice that Erica neither agreed nor disagreed with him. When it came to Sophie, any decisions were his and his alone. Such was the life of a single father, he thought with a rueful smile.
I'm not a big fan of rides,
Wells told Erica as they wove their way through the games of chance.
Amusement rides are powerful machines. The potential for mistakes in setting them up is higher for these traveling rides than in parks where rides stay put and are maintained year-round.
You're probably right, but the risk of injury is still low. She tipped her head back to take in the massive double Ferris wheel. I simply have to go on this one. As they each wore a wristband that allowed them to ride as often as they wanted, Erica simply stepped into the line.
Are you really going to get on that thing?
Wells winced as the wheel groaned to a stop. I really am. Erica smiled brightly. You don't have to go with me if you don't want to. Until that moment, the thought of going with her hadn't crossed his mind. But did he really want to stay here while she went up alone? Wells spotted Rachel and Dixon getting off the ride. They smiled and strolled over, holding hands. It was a blast. Rachel gazed up at her husband. I admit I got kind of scared when we were way at the top, but I discovered a kiss could make me forget my panic.
It was my pleasure, Dixon chuckled, and I mean that sincerely.
Rachel tugged on his hand. Let's find an even scarier ride. As Wells watched them go, he automatically stepped forward with Erica in the line. His gaze narrowed as he studied the attendant, who didn't look old enough to shave, much less manage such a powerful ride. Did I tell you Nell texted me? Wells turned his attention to Erica.
What about?
Apparently she's chairing a planning committee for Hazel Green's birthday bash. She wanted to know if I'd be interested in serving on the committee.
Are you going to do it?
Intent on hearing Erica's answer, Wells followed her into a Ferris wheel car, barely noticing as the attendant secured and locked the bar over their laps. I told her I would. It'll be a good way for me to reconnect with the community. Erica's lips curved. I have a feeling that once the babies come, my free time will dry up.
I believe we're both going to find ourselves short on time.
The car lurched upward, and Wells jolted. Erica put a hand on his arm.
If you get scared, I know what to do."
Her kissing noises made him laugh.
I also discovered from Nell that the guy who sublet Dixon's apartment at Greenbrier Place got transferred, and there's 3 months left on the lease. Erica's tone turned matter-of-fact. "I move in next week." Wells blinked. "Just like that?"
Just like that.
Erica tilted her head, the light turning her dark hair to burnished walnut. "The place has fabulous security and underground parking, and comes fully furnished. Dixon didn't even ask for a deposit. He trusts me not to trash the place." Erica chuckled, drawing his attention to her red lips. She'd been wearing that same lipstick in Chicago. He wondered if he kissed her now, if she'd still taste like cherries.
"I have it until the end of the year."
With great effort, Wells pulled his attention away from her mouth. "By then, I should know if I like it there and want to stay. If I don't, relocating shouldn't be much of a hassle." Wells considered himself decisive. He was beginning to realize Erica possessed that same quality in abundance. She wasn't impulsive or reckless. She simply assessed her options and made a decision. "What does Lillian think?" Erica's expression softened. "Lillian enjoys having me around. I love spending time with her, too, but she's got a busy life and has some renovations scheduled for the house, so my having my own place will be for the best." "Did Nell mention she lived in that same unit before Dixon?" "She didn't." Erica cocked her head. "You've seen it, then?" Wells shook his head. "Neither was much for entertaining." "Well, you'll definitely have to come over once I move in." She emitted a happy sigh. "We can sit on the rooftop garden and enjoy a glass of wine. Oh, wait, sparkling water for me." He laughed at her suddenly pained expression. "Will you need help moving anything?" "At this point, I only have my clothes. Once I get in there, I'll know better what else I need to make it feel like home." "If there's anything I can do—" "You're sweet to offer." Her hand closed over his for the briefest of moments, then she swept out her hand. "Get a load of this amazing view. When you're up high, you can see so much more." Everything in Wells went cold. Those were the same words he'd uttered when he'd been persuading Danny to board the helicopter. Closing his eyes, Wells expelled a ragged breath. "Wells? Are you okay?" Erica's voice, soft and filled with concern, sounded close to his ear. "What's wrong?" He opened his eyes, and when he spoke, his voice sounded bleak. "Seeing the Grand Canyon from high in the air was supposed to be the ultimate thrill." "Oh, Wells." Erica didn't offer platitudes. For that, he was grateful. He'd heard them all before. Instead, she scooted closer and rested her head against his shoulder. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders. They didn't speak. They simply rode the colorful spinning wheel high into the sky above a midway awash in lights and sounds and under a big yellow moon. As the wheel made its slow rotations, Wells felt himself relax and steady. When he and Erica had made love in Chicago, he'd been surprised at how close he could feel to someone he barely knew. Now he knew Erica better. Though she was about as far from Danny in temperament as one could get, he admired much about Erica. As they lurched to the bottom, Erica leaned close and whispered in his ear, "I wish you'd been scared instead of sad." He inclined his head. "Why is that?" "Because then I'd have had an excuse to kiss you." The inn at Hazel Green sat smack dab in the middle of the historic district. Though Monday was a workday for most people, Erica's work hours were flexible. When she strode into the inn shortly before 11:30, she was struck by two things: the simple beauty of the lobby and the woman behind the desk. From the gleaming hardwood floors to the exposed brick in the entry to the hand-tooled maple banister leading to the second floor, this small boutique inn radiated warmth and welcome.
An ornate colonnade separated the lobby from the restaurant. The woman behind the desk checking in aghast was a stranger. What captured Erica's attention was what the woman wore. The vintage teal dress with asymmetrical buttons up the front and sleeves just to the elbow flattered the woman's coloring and dark hair.
She's wearing an asymmetrical button dress.
Erica turned toward the woman who'd spoken.
The style was popular in the 1940s.
The woman, close to Erica's age with gorgeous auburn hair, extended her hand.
I don't believe we've met. I'm Matilda Lovejoy. Abby told me to expect you.
You're the woman behind the fabulous food everyone raves about.
Appearing pleased, Matilda laughed. That's me.
Matilda wore a black dress with white buttons and a tie belt. Kitten heels completed the picture. As if noticing Erica's interested gaze, Matilda swept one hand down.
This is a skimmer dress, a cousin of sorts to the shift dress. It was popular in the 1960s. As you can see, it fits straight on the body with a high neckline. The belt defines the waist without shaping it.
It's gorgeous on you. I love how merchants embrace the past, Erica confided. You never know what decade they'll be wearing next.
It certainly makes life interesting, not only for ourselves, but for everyone we come in contact with.
Matilda gestured toward her restaurant.
I believe the members of your party have all arrived. I'll give you a few minutes before stopping over to get your order.
Thank you.
Erica squeezed Matilda's arm. I'll be quick.
Erica spotted Nell at a table by the window. Her blonde hair brushed her shoulders, and her periwinkle blue dress made her eyes pop. Glancing around the table, Erica realized Matilda had been right that she was the last to arrive. Erica slid into the only open chair at the foretop.
Sorry, I got to talking with Matilda and—
No worries. Abby gave a casual wave. Like Matilda, she'd embraced the 60s. Only Abby had gone for psychedelic, her dress an eye-popping pattern of pinks and yellows. Like Erica, Nell and Rachel weren't merchants, so their clothing choices for today were strictly modern.
I'm so happy you could join us.
Abby offered a warm smile. I love getting to know new people. Dixon and I already feel like we know her. At Abby's curious look, Rachel went on to explain. We saw her and Wells at the carnival Saturday, and Erica is subleasing Dixon's apartment at Greenbrier Place.
Wow!
Abby widened her eyes.
I really am out of the loop. How? Hold that thought.
Matilda appeared tableside and shot Abby a fond look.
I realize some of you need to get back to work, so let me take your order.
Erica, who hadn't even had a second to study the menu, ordered the avocado salmon salad. Not only would it be healthy, but it was what everyone else at the table ordered.
Thank you, ladies, for making this easy.
Matilda picked up the menus.
Your salads should be out shortly. Okay, back to my question.
Abby stared expectantly at Erica.
Nell laughed. You never asked a question. Oh, right.
Abby smiled, and her gaze turned to Erica. So, you and Wells are dating?
We are.
Abby waited, as if expecting her to say more. Erica had already decided she would answer questions, to a point, but she wouldn't volunteer information. I know you were friends with Danny, Rachel said. She was older than I was, so I didn't really know her. Does it seem strange to date the man who is married to your best friend? Erica, having just lifted her glass to her lips, nearly choked on her water. Of course she understood what Rachel was asking. Even though Danny had been gone 8 years, Erica still thought of Wells as Danny's husband. Her brain knew she wasn't cheating, but her heart struggled with the idea that she'd done something wrong with Wells. And yet, the only thing that felt strange about her night with Wells, about having his babies, was that it didn't feel strange at all. I apologize. 2 bright splotches of pink colored Rachel's cheeks. That was rude.
Their relationship isn't inappropriate, Rachel.
Nell's tone might be gentle, but her blue eyes flashed a warning.
It isn't as if Danny is still alive. Look, I know we don't have much time, Erica interrupted. Maybe we could table this topic, and you could let me know how I can help with the birthday bash. I really am sorry, Erica. Worry furrowed Rachel's brow. Sometimes I speak without realizing how it sounds. No worries. Erica waved a hand, then focused on Nell. Since you portray Hazel Green, it's like you're planning your own party. Nell laughed. In a way, except this is a community-wide celebration. This year it will be held in the pavilion at Gingerbread Village. Abby, do you want to get Erica up to speed on what we've done and what's still left?
My pleasure.
As Abby began to talk, Erica relaxed. When the food arrived, the conversation remained focused on the celebration and not on Erica's relationship with Wells, which was just as Erica liked it. Rachel's question was one she constantly asked herself, and one she still struggled to answer. Chapter 15. The next week, Erica moved into Greenbrier Place. Wells offered to help, but she insisted she had everything under control. Though it was a busy week for both of them, Wells did his best to stay in touch, texting her bits of information about his day and asking about hers. Her texts were mostly about the new project she'd taken on, the renovation of a historic hotel on Chicago's South Side. Wells wished he could ask her more about the project and the move. Living in two separate households made it difficult to connect. They had busy, demanding jobs, and once they were done with work for the day, there weren't that many hours left before bedtime. If they were under one roof, they could discuss anything they wanted over a meal, or take their drinks out onto the porch and relax in the cool night air while updating each other on what was happening in their lives. They'd spoken of sharing custody of the twins, but hadn't delved into what that would look like. Would they move from one household to the other every 14 days? From his recollection, infants thrived on routine. Two adults taking care of one infant had been stressful enough. Wells couldn't imagine what it would be like to be the only one taking care of twins. Though he was sure Sophie would be a huge help, it wouldn't be fair to place too much of a burden on her. He still believed the best solution, the one that made the most sense, was for them to get married, and to do it before the babies arrived. Erica was committed to her current living quarters until the first of the year. Instead of simply signing a new lease, she could move into his home after they married. While he might not love Erica, Wells liked her. He liked her a lot, in fact. He was also physically attracted to her. And the thought of marrying again didn't send his heart racing into overdrive as it once had.
Have you heard a word I've said?
Wells jerked his head up to see Matt's blue eyes focused on him. He'd asked his brother over to the house to discuss one of their projects. At the moment, Wells couldn't recall which one.
I'm sorry.
Wells slumped back in his chair.
I've got a lot on my mind. You've got one thing on your mind. Erica.
Seeing no reason to deny the obvious, Wells nodded.
She and the babies are all I think about lately.
How would Erica cope with caring for two babies? How would he cope with being so far from his children when it was her turn to have them?
If she would just marry me, it'd make things so much easier, he muttered. Matt barked out a laugh. Yeah, because marriage is easy, and convenience is a good reason to marry. Don't lecture me,
Wells snapped, then raised his hands.
I'm sorry. Raising a child is difficult enough when you have two parents in the home. And sure, we can get a nanny, but I want to comfort my children when they cry. I want to be the one to hold out my arms and see them stumble toward me when they take their first steps. I want Sophie to grow up with the babies.
I see your point. Matt rubbed the scruff on his chin.
But you don't have to get married. Why not simply live together? How would we explain to our kids that mommy or daddy has a date? I don't want a roommate, Matt.
I want a family.
Well, then you better get in gear and start romancing her.
Romancing? Wells scoffed. I haven't had to woo a woman since Danny.
Frustrated, he raked a hand through his hair. Normally, he knew exactly what to do. Not this time.
The thing is, I can imagine Erica in my life, and not just because of the babies.
Compassion softened Matt's eyes.
What have you tried so far?
Well, we went bowling.
Wells smiled, recalling the pleasant evening.
Sophie came along.
Bowling?
Matt shook his head in disbelief.
Nell suggested it.
Wells lifted his chin.
Leo is teaching her to bowl, and she said it was fun.
Well, there's your problem.
Bowling is not a date. Married couples go bowling.
Take Erica somewhere nice.
Somewhere romantic.
Trust me, she's not going to fall in love with you at a bowling alley.
This is lovely. Erica hadn't known what to think when Wells had suggested they go somewhere nice for dinner on Friday night. She'd been focused on work for most of the week, and the thought of an evening of fine food, conversation, and Wells had had her agreeing without hesitation. The restaurant Wells chose in downtown Chicago had it all: an elegant, hushed atmosphere, along with the requisite linens, candlelight, and crystal. Add in a handsome, interesting dinner companion, and it was a potent combination.
You look incredible.
Wells gazed admiringly at her red wrap dress. I'll let you in on a little secret. She leaned close and lowered her voice as if imparting a great secret. I had to buy something new because nothing in my closet fits. A smile spread across his face.
The babies are growing.
I feel like I've got a basketball in my abdomen. I'll have to show you sometime. It's really cool.
I'd like that.
Wells reached over and took her hand, playing with her fingers.
Did I tell you my parents are celebrating their 40th wedding anniversary this weekend?
It appeared one of them knew how to stick to the rules. Before dinner, they'd agreed that they wouldn't spend the entire evening talking about pregnancy and babies. She'd at least made it through the salad portion of the evening before going rogue. That's wonderful. Congrats to them. Erica nodded when the waiter gestured to her empty salad plate. She waited until he'd removed hers and Wells's before continuing. Your mom and dad always seem so happy together.
They are,
Wells said.
Knowing they love each other and are happy in their marriage has always provided a source of stability for our family.
Erica knew exactly where Wells was going with this, and while it had worked for his parents and his situation, he needed to understand that wasn't true for everyone. Maybe in your family, but not in mine. Wells took a sip of his tonic water and lime. When she'd assured him that he didn't have to forego a glass of wine simply because she couldn't drink alcohol, he'd only smiled and told the waiter he'd have what she was having. Now he smiled again.
You're going to have to explain that comment.
Erica wasn't sure she wanted to explain. She didn't like thinking about her home life. But she'd opened the door, so now it was up to her to step through it. Taking a breath, she tried to force a calm she wasn't feeling. Technically, I had the coveted, stable, two-parent home, but I never really felt secure there. My sense of family and security came from Aunt Lillian. She was the person who made me feel the most wanted, most loved. He searched her face, his expression serious.
I want to ask you something about your family, but I don't want to be intrusive.
She met his beautiful hazel eyes head on. Fire away.
You say you only believe in marrying for true love. It seems like that's what your parents felt for each other, and yet you never describe your family as a particularly happy one.
When Wells paused before asking his question, Erica did it for him. You want to know if I think my parents' love for each other made them blind to my needs?
Wells nodded. Essentially, yes.
Erica paused for a moment before responding.
I can see why you'd think that. Maybe if they'd loved each other less, they'd have loved me more, right? But let me ask you one thing, Wells. You loved Danny with your whole heart. Did that make you love Sophie less?
Of course not.
Exactly. Erica nodded. You think marriage and parenting go hand in hand. I don't. I think my parents have enjoyed a long, successful marriage because they truly love each other. I also think they truly love me. They just don't happen to be great at parenting. I believe you and I will be great parents. But just like I'll never have a baby because I think it might improve a marriage, I will never get married just because I think it might improve my parenting. Wells was spared the need to respond when the waiter appeared with their entrees. While they ate citrus-glazed salmon, Wells kept the conversation focused on topics he appeared to think might interest her. She enjoyed discussing theater and books she'd recently read, but by the end of the main course, she couldn't stop herself. Do you realize the babies have doubled in size over the past 3 weeks? Erica blurted, instead of responding to his comment about Hazel Green's upcoming harvest festival. Festival apparently forgotten, Wells eagerly added,
One site compared them to the size of a plum.
The intestines are now fully developed. Erica decided she'd spoken too loudly when a passing waiter cast her a curious glance. Wells didn't appear to notice.
The kidneys are developed and working. I read that for the rest of the pregnancy, the babies will actually swallow their amniotic fluid and urine.
The excitement in his voice had her smiling. As they continued to talk about vocal cords and fingerprints, about extra calories being needed to help babies grow, Erica realized how lucky she was to have someone like Wells in her life. Not just because he shared her interest in their babies, but because of who he was. A good man with a loving heart. She realized something else. This was a man she could easily fall in love with. The next morning, Wells rose early. He thought the date with Erica had gone well. The food and atmosphere had all been conducive to romance. Then they'd started talking pregnancy and babies. While he'd enjoyed the discussion immensely, he knew what Matt would say. He'd blown it. Still, he consoled himself that Erica had appeared to enjoy the evening as much as he had. Whether she was any closer to falling in love with him, well, that remained to be seen. This was a new day. In a few minutes, he and Sophie would head down to the green with their rakes. Using volunteers saved city funds that normally went toward lawn maintenance of the area in the center of town. Signs would also be up to promote the food bank's rake-a-thon. Scanning a prominently displayed QR code would take anyone interested to a website where they could either volunteer to rake or sign up to have their lawn raked for a fee. "I'm ready, Dad," Sophie called as she bounded down the stairs. His daughter had pulled back her hair, the color of winter wheat, into a tail. Her jeans and hoodie were the perfect choice for the crisp autumn morning. Wells had gone casual, too, pulling on a pair of jeans and a Henley. He thought about grabbing a jacket, but decided that once he started working, he wouldn't notice the slight bite to the air.
Erica is meeting us at the green,
he told Sophie as they piled into the car. I haven't seen her in forever. Sophie pressed her lips together. Not since the carnival last Saturday. That was a whole week ago.
Well, you'll see her today.
Taylor and Shiloh will be there too. Sophie smiled. We're going to rake together. 3 against the leaves. As Wells steered the car in the direction of the green, he remembered fondly the days when Sophie wanted to spend all her free time with him. Now it was friends who got the nod. His little girl wasn't so little anymore. But he would soon have 2 more children to raise. At 38, he would be starting the parenting journey all over again. Instead of trepidation, Wells experienced a surge of excitement. He couldn't wait to meet his sons or daughters. Soon, very soon, he and Erica would find out the sex of the twins.
Wells was still considering the best time to tell Sophie that Erica was pregnant. After that, he would tell his parents. He wasn't looking forward to that conversation.
You like her.
Wells pulled his thoughts back to the here and now and focused on his daughter. Who?
Erica.
Sophie rolled her eyes.
You like her, right?
The question, coming out of left field, had Wells stumbling before regaining his footing. Of course I like her. You like her too.
Uncle Matt says you and Erica are dating.
Sophie studied him thoughtfully.
Is he right?
Wells forced himself to breathe in and out as he wondered what else Uncle Matt had told his daughter. We are. Wells fought to sound casual and thought he'd succeeded until Sophie frowned.
Why didn't you tell me?
Hurt flickered in her blue eyes.
Why did Uncle Matt know and not me?
You know that Erica and I have been seeing each other. Wells kept his tone offhand. I told you how we'd met after she got off work a couple weeks ago and went to the food festival in Grant Park. Sophie's gaze remained watchful.
I remember.
You were with us when we went bowling and then to the carnival.
That isn't exactly dating.
Wells arched a brow.
When you're dating someone, you see them all the time. You do things together.
We had dinner last night. I'll see her today.
You'll be raking leaves.
Sophie rolled her eyes.
That's not a date. That's work.
Though Wells was looking forward to seeing Erica, he realized Sophie was right. Raking leaves was work. He'd need to make sure Erica didn't overexert herself.
Ask her to go to a movie.
Sophie's tone held a hint of exasperation. She might be tired after raking all day.
Then ask her over to the house.
You wouldn't mind?
You're happy when you're with her.
Sophie met his gaze.
Why would I mind?
Chapter 16. Erica expelled a breath that sounded to Wells's ears like an exhausted sigh. I never realized raking could be such a workout. Concern spiked when Wells saw her press a hand against the small of her back. We're done for the day. He kept his tone easy. We've accomplished a lot. Her gaze shifted toward the areas that they'd cleared before glancing up at the trees. There are still a lot of leaves left to fall, especially the oaks. Wells casually lifted the rake from her hand. Those trees drop leaves year-round. He and Erica had raked steadily side by side for the last couple of hours, starting at one end of the green and now ending up near the covered bridge. Though Erica had appeared determined to pull her weight, Wells had tried to lessen her load. He'd taken on the task of carrying the large filled bags of leaves to the designated central location. He'd also kept her talking, so she wouldn't work as hard. Concern for her well-being wasn't the only reason he'd asked so many questions. The more he got to know Erica, the more he realized what an incredibly fascinating woman she was. Seriously done with the topic of leaves, he cocked his head. You mentioned you've been working on plans to renovate a Southside hotel. Erica brushed a strand of hair back from her face. Sanders Dean has extensive experience redeveloping historic buildings and using tax credits to help fund the projects. That was also my area of expertise when I was in Austin. There's nothing I like more than either bringing a structure back to its previous glory or adapting the space for a new use. That's what you're doing on Apley. Matt is planning to nominate the dance hall building to the National Register of Historic Places. He was also instrumental in using available tax credits to assist with the funding on that. Wells hid his surprise. He'd known all that was going on in the background, but he'd assumed that Erica had been the one pushing things forward. Matt does good work when his heart is in it. Erica's gaze grew sharp and assessing. You do that a lot when you speak of him. Do what? Offer up a backhanded compliment? Wells frowned. I said he does good work.
then added, when his heart is in it. Her pointed gaze never left his face, which implies that isn't often the case.
I don't want to argue with you, Erica.
I don't want to argue with you either, Wells. Her eyes held a take-no-prisoners look. But words have power, both in how they're said and in influencing our thoughts as we say them. If he'd hoped Erica would back down or give him a pass, he should have known better. The woman had strong opinions and didn't hesitate to voice them. Matt is your brother, she continued. He does good work. Give him credit.
Okay.
Wells got her point. Maybe his expectations of his brother were too high.
It's just that Matt has so much potential, and I...
Stop right there. That's perfect. Matt has so much potential. She gave a decisive nod. That's something we can both agree on.
You know what else I think we can both agree on?
Wells said when he saw the lines of fatigue around her eyes.
That it's time to go home.
She opened her mouth to protest, but he continued before she could speak.
Look around. The leaves in our assigned section have been cleared. The sections that are left can be cleared by those who arrived later.
After another quick glance around the green, she nodded. You know, I'm getting really tired of being tired all the time. Hearing the frustration in her voice, he offered a sympathetic smile. If she would let him, he'd gladly help her out at home or wherever she needed it. I know the books say to expect more fatigue, but I don't know how two babies, still so small, can zap so much of my energy.
From what I've read, lethargy may be more pronounced from this point forward.
Wells thought of the article he'd read just last night.
Oh, and your progesterone levels are increasing, which can leave you more tired than usual.
Erica grinned. I believe, Mr. Pomeroy, that you and I are reading the same articles. Wells chuckled.
I find it fascinating.
I like that you're as interested in this pregnancy as I am.
Did you think I wouldn't be?
I didn't know. Erica's tone was matter-of-fact. I have friends in Texas whose husbands didn't seem all that interested when they were pregnant. You're not even my husband. He took her hand, met her gaze.
These are our babies. I'll always be interested in their welfare. And in yours.
Good to know. Erica! At the sound of the feminine voice, Wells turned to see Nell striding toward them, Leo at her side.
I'm glad you're still here.
Nell gestured toward a picnic table in the distance where Rachel and Abby sat. Since we're all here, we thought we'd finalize the last of the arrangements for the birthday bash. If you're free. Wells opened his mouth to say that Erica needed to go somewhere and put her feet up, but she spoke first. What a great idea. Sure, I'm free. Erica turned to Wells. Catch you later? He wasn't sure what got into him, but he leaned over and brushed her lips with his.
Count on it.
Leo remained beside Wells as the two women strolled off. Before they'd gone 5 feet, they were chatting easily. Wells could see Erica and Nell becoming good friends. Their personalities were very much the same. So different from Danny. It struck him then that he couldn't recall the last time he'd thought of his wife. For years, Danny had never been far from his thoughts. He scowled.
Hey, the meeting shouldn't take long.
Leo clapped a hand on his shoulder, obviously misunderstanding the reason for the scowl.
That kiss was a good move. What? The kiss?
Leo smiled.
It gives the impression the two of you are in a relationship. I kissed Erica because I wanted to,
Wells said pointedly.
And we are in a relationship. You're pretending to be in one.
It didn't feel like pretending, not anymore.
I like Erica.
Wells looked Leo straight in the eye.
Genuinely like her. It's always good to like the mother of your children.
Leo inclined his head.
How's it going on the romance front? Well, we went bowling. That was fun, but Matt said bowling is for married couples.
Wells lifted his hands.
So I took Erica to dinner in the city last night. Amazing food, candlelight, the whole bit. It was nice, but we barely made it through the salads before we started talking about the twins. Hold on.
Leo raised one hand.
Let me get this straight. You're taking dating advice from Matt? A man who hasn't had a relationship that lasted longer than a carton of milk?
Wells chuckled.
When you put it that way, it doesn't make much sense. Tell me what you and Erica enjoy doing together. We haven't done that much,
Wells admitted.
Bowling. Soph was with you, so that doesn't count. What else? I'm talking just the two of you. We enjoyed our time at the Fall Kickoff Festival.
Wells's lips curved.
We talked and went on a few rides.
Leo's blue eyes turned thoughtful.
Then do something like that. Something easy and relaxed. Do what is natural for you and Erica.
Wells thought of how tired Erica had looked by the time they'd finished raking. She didn't need a wild night on the town. She needed something low-key yet pleasurable. Though he could come up with a few ideas if pressed, he'd learned that with Erica, he didn't always have to take the lead. She'd have ideas of her own on how they could spend the evening. Assuming, of course, she was available and interested in spending those hours with him.
Shiloh and I have been practicing,
Sophie said as she and her friend hurried down the stairs to the living room.
Do you have a minute?
Erica looked up from the sofa where she sat beside Wells, a bowl of popcorn in her lap and her feet up on a hassock. She paused the movie and smiled.
Practicing what? A karaoke duet. It's really cool.
Sophie held up the wireless microphone while Shiloh held up the speaker that already flashed blue lights.
I'd love to hear your duet,
Erica said. When Wells said nothing, she nudged him with her elbow.
Sure,
Wells agreed, mustering some enthusiasm and trying not to curse himself for giving his daughter the karaoke machine for Christmas several years back.
Can't wait.
We're doing Dance Monkey.
I love that song. Erica began moving where she sat to some invisible beat. The catchy rhythm practically pulls you out of your chair and makes you dance.
Totally agree.
Shiloh punctuated the words with an enthusiastic nod.
You and Dad can dance if you want.
Sophie's voice shook with eagerness.
We don't mind.
Sophie looked at her friend.
We don't mind,
Shiloh echoed.
That'd be cool, in fact.
I don't think...
Wells began, but Erica had already placed the popcorn bowl on the end table. She stood and offered him her hand.
May I have this dance, Mr. Pomeroy?
When he hesitated, her smile wavered, as if she thought he might refuse. Wells clasped his fingers around hers and smiled.
I'm all yours.
I don't know if he can dance,
Sophie said in a stage whisper to Erica.
I'll try to keep up.
Wells shot Erica a wink.
Hit it, Shiloh,
Sophie instructed. The music began. The girls sang while Wells danced with Erica. Erica had been right. The beat was infectious, and Wells soon found himself singing along to the Dance for Me refrain. Moving her body to the beat, Erica bumped hips with him, making them both laugh. Halfway through the song, she took his hands and shimmied up to him, her face alive with happiness. She was so beautiful, with her glossy dark hair and sparkling green eyes. He had to resist the urge to pull her against him and kiss her. When the song ended, Wells clapped as enthusiastically as Erica. Amazing performance! Erica fist-bumped with Sophie and then Shiloh. Shiloh gestured to the frozen screen.
Sorry to interrupt your movie.
Totally worth it,
Wells told the girls.
Come on, Shiloh.
Sophie turned.
Let's go upstairs and have our own dance party.
As soon as the girls disappeared up the stairs, Erica wrapped her arms around his neck. I'm impressed. You, Mr. Pomeroy, have some stellar moves.
Wells chuckled. I'm not sure about stellar, but I had fun.
Her eyes held a twinkle. You know, I never pictured you as the dance monkey type.
I have many hidden talents.
Wells offered a teasing smile. A knowing gleam filled her eyes, and Wells wondered if she was remembering the night that they'd shared in his hotel suite. So much to learn, she murmured, sliding her fingers into his sandy hair. So little time.
I have a solution.
The excitement in his voice had Erica smiling. What is it? Wells met her gaze.
Move in with me.
Erica knew she must have misheard. Surely Wells Pomeroy, Mr. Traditional to the extreme, hadn't just suggested she live with him and his daughter. No, he was obviously back to pushing for them to get married. I'm not interested in marriage, Wells. She was surprised she needed to remind him, as they'd had this conversation not that long ago.
I understand, though the offer remains on the table.
Wells's voice remained easy.
All I'm suggesting is that you move in the sense of coming to my house every weekday. We'd both work from home, but in the same house. You could come for breakfast, stay for lunch and dinner, then head home whenever you want.
When she opened her mouth to politely decline, he held up a hand, that same easy smile on his lips.
Hear me out, please.
Erica hesitated for only a second. Okay.
Continuing to strengthen our relationship will help us co-parent more effectively.
He arched a brow.
Correct?
She offered a cautious nod.
You and I are busy people with demanding jobs. I also have a daughter who needs attention.
His lips curved the way they always did when he spoke of Sophie.
By the time you and I finish our day, there's not a lot of time left in the evening.
She could see now where he was going with this. Wells,
If you spend more time with me, you'll discover I've mastered the art of the perfect pancake.
He smiled.
Another hidden talent.
I do like pancakes. Erica tapped her lips with a finger. What about Sophie? She might resent having me underfoot.
I don't think that will happen. Sophie likes you.
Wells kept his tone offhand.
If some mornings you don't feel like going out, or the weather is bad, we can work from your place. I only suggested mine since it's easier because of Sophie.
What he proposed made a good deal of sense. She also enjoyed his company and wouldn't mind furthering their relationship. Each time they were together, she learned something new about him. Like, who knew the man was capable of such stellar dance moves? Let's say I agree, and we give it a try. This would be a temporary arrangement, just until the babies are born. She paused and waited for his agreement.
Maybe, unless we discover it's easier for the two of us to be working and caring for the babies at the same location.
Wells grinned, and his tone turned teasing.
Though I'm not going to fight you if you insist on having them at night.
Erica rolled her eyes. You'll do your share of those 2 a.m. feedings.
I promise.
He gave the Boy Scouts 3-finger salute. She chuckled. Were you even a scout?
Eagle,
Wells told her, and she heard the pride. One more thing about him she hadn't known. I'm thinking of hiring a nanny once the babies arrive. Like he had moments earlier, she kept her tone casual.
That's probably a good idea.
You don't mind?
Did you think I would?
Yes. I know you're really into hands-on parenting. I want to be hands-on too. It's just...
2 babies will be a lot even for 2 parents to handle.
Steady hazel eyes met hers.
It won't hurt to have another pair of hands.
Erica had expected him to protest, to insist they wouldn't need extra help. She wouldn't underestimate him again. I like it quiet when I work, she told him.
I find it difficult to concentrate if there are loud noises. The spark that flared in his hazel depths told her he understood the deal was close to being ready for a handshake.
Thank goodness.
At her surprised look, Wells grinned.
Matt plays classic rock in the office. It drives me crazy.
A smile tugged at the corners of her lips. I suppose what you're proposing could work.
Suppose?
He teased. Erica chuckled, then sobered. Sophie needs to be okay with me hanging around.
She'll be in school all day, except first thing in the morning and then at dinner time.
As if seeing the determined gleam in Erica's eyes, Wells lifted his hands and spread his fingers.
We'll tell her together.
Erica shook her head. If we do speak with her together, she'll see it as a fait accompli. I won't invade her home if she has reservations.
She'll be fine with it, but if you prefer, I'll speak with her alone.
Wells. Erica closed her fingers around his arm. I want you to promise you'll let me know how she honestly feels about the arrangement.
Oh, Erica.
He brushed a strand of hair back from her face with gentle fingers, then touched his lips to hers. Don't you know by now that I'll never lie to you? Chapter 17. Wells decided it was time to come clean with his daughter. He'd seen the hurt in Sophie's eyes when she'd thought he hadn't told her he was dating Erica. He could only imagine how she'd feel about him keeping the fact that she was going to be a big sister from her. He considered all the different ways he could tell Sophie, not only about his desire to have Erica spend her workdays with him, but also about the twins. It would be a difficult conversation, and a humbling one. For years, Wells had striven to be a moral compass, not only for his daughter, but for his family. He nearly laughed as he recalled how he'd lectured Leo that his casual sex relationship with Nell, not all that long ago, could affect their father's bid for another term in the Senate. Wells shook his head. He'd been so smug and sanctimonious. Now he found himself anticipating the birth of twins with a woman he'd barely known when they'd hopped into bed together.
Concentrate on Sophie,
he reminded himself as he heard the door fling open. I'm home, his daughter called.
I'm in the kitchen.
If you're making something for dinner, Shiloh and I had pizza at Taylor's house, so I'm not really hungry. Wells studied his daughter. A growth spurt this past year had added a good 3 inches to her thin frame. She reminded him of a colt, all long legs and awkwardness. Such a wonderful, amazing child. Every day, he was grateful he and Danny hadn't taken Sophie with them on the trip to the Grand Canyon. She narrowed her gaze, even as a tentative smile formed on her lips. Why are you staring at me like that?
Can't a father look at his daughter?
When you look at me that way, it usually means you have something on your mind.
Since you're not hungry, I was thinking we could shoot some hoops before it gets dark.
Now I know there's something on your mind. His surprise must have shown on his face because she grinned, showing a mouthful of perfect white teeth. The braces had been worth every penny. The only time you want to play horse is when you have something serious to talk about. Concern filled Sophie's eyes. Is everything okay with Grandma and Grandpa?
They're fine.
His parents were next on his list to tell. Whew. Sophie pretended to wipe sweat from her brow. That's a relief. He gestured to a nearby chair, and she took a seat.
You like Erica, right?
Suspicion filled Sophie's baby blues. Yes? Why?
I'm glad. Because, in a roundabout way, Erica is going to be part of our family.
Sophie's eyes widened. She straightened in the chair.
Remember how you said you always wanted a sibling?
Yes? Sophie stretched out the word. Her gaze turned watchful.
Wells's palms went damp. He should have prepared better, should have planned out what to say.
Instead, he had to jump in with both feet.
Erica is pregnant.
The words tumbled out, bumping into one another.
In the spring, you'll be a big sister.
A startled look crossed Sophie's face. After endless seconds, her brow furrowed. You and Erica are having a baby?
Erica and I care deeply for each other. She's getting older, as am I. If she was going to have a baby, she couldn't wait too long.
Wells stopped himself, wondering where in the heck he was going with this, and how he'd gotten so far off track. You planned to have a baby?
Sophie's frown deepened.
Does that mean you're getting married?
A logical assumption. So why didn't he have a good answer prepared? Not right away, Wells told her. Maybe later.
Confusion furrowed Sophie's brow. Where will she and the baby live?
Baby. Wells decided he'd address the fact that there were two babies in this equation once he got past the issue of Erica working out of their home. We're still figuring out the specifics. Wells kept his tone matter-of-fact, but we'd like to spend more time together. We thought, since we're both working from home, she could come over and spend the day here.
In our house?
He nodded. What would you think of that?
She won't live here.
Keep it simple, Wells told himself. Erica likes her own space.
What about the baby? Sophie's expression brightened. The baby could stay with me in my room.
I appreciate that. Wells offered a smile, but I'm not sure there would be enough room for 2 cribs.
2?
Oh, did I forget to mention? Wells couldn't stop the smile. We're not expecting 1 baby, but 2?
Once Sophie was in bed, Wells texted Erica and asked if he could stop over. When she gave him the go-ahead, Wells alerted his retired neighbor that he had to go out for a few minutes. Mrs. Wilkins promised to keep an eye on the house. Though Sophie was old enough to stay home alone, Wells liked knowing Verna Wilkins, head of the neighborhood watch group, was on alert. Greenbrier Place wasn't far. Not even 5 years old, the brick and stone condominium building held 20 units that sold for astronomically high prices. With 10-foot ceilings, a rooftop garden, and underground parking, the units were always in demand despite the cost. As soon as Wells stepped into the lobby, he came face to face with Anthony Pugliese. Wells had never met Anthony, but Leo had described the man, who held the dual position of concierge and chief of building security, as a pit bull. Leo's comment that the man had the face of an Italian film star wasn't far off the mark. Anthony was also 6 feet tall, with a lean and muscular build. A snake tattoo traveled up his right forearm.
How may I help you?
Anthony rose from where he sat behind the desk, his blue eyes sharp and assessing.
Good evening. I'm Wells Pomeroy. Erica Eads is expecting me. I'll be happy to let Ms. Eads know you're here.
Anthony quickly made the contact, got the okay, and directed Wells to the elevator.
Enjoy your evening. Thank you.
When the elevator reached Erica's floor, Wells strode down the hall. Rapping his knuckles on her door broke the silence.
No wonder Erica liked it here. The place was perfect for someone who embraced the quiet.
Erica opened the door, wearing silk lounging pajamas the color of silver mist. She smiled and motioned him inside. Forgive the informality. I wasn't planning on company. Once I had my clothes off, I didn't want to put them back on.
I don't blame you.
As he followed her across the hardwood floor, he noticed her toenails were painted a shimmery gold. A sudden image of her foot stroking his leg as he... His mouth went dry. With great difficulty, Wells cleared his throat.
I realize you just moved in, but I was wondering if you have something to drink?
Erica turned and offered a wry smile. Your choices are water neat and water on the rocks.
Water neat would be great.
Have a seat.
She gestured with one hand toward the sofa. Her hips swayed enticingly as she strolled to the refrigerator. Wells pulled his attention from her attractive backside to the baby grand piano.
Do you play?
Play? She turned, a glass filled with water in her hand.
The piano?
I don't. It came with the place. She inclined her head. Do you?
Not well.
Wells took the glass she offered him.
We all had to take lessons. Leo is accomplished. Matt and I, well, we can play a few Christmas carols. That's about it.
Erica gestured for him to have a seat. When he sat on the sofa, she settled into a nearby chair.
I spoke with Sophie.
He tried to block the fact that Erica likely had nothing on under those pajamas but soft, bare skin.
About us working from home. And about the babies.
What does she think? Her voice might be offhand, but Erica held her own water glass in a death grip.
Well, first she asked if you'd be moving in and sleeping in my room with me.
Erica's eyelids flew open. Seriously?
No, just kidding.
Erica laughed and pointed her glass in his direction. Good one. You had me going for a few seconds.
She did ask if we were getting married. I told her not at this time.
Wells took a sip of water.
She didn't seem to care at all about us working from home together.
What about the babies?
She offered to share her room.
Wells smiled, recalling his daughter's squeal of delight when he'd informed her there would be 2 babies, not 1.
I told her I didn't think 2 cribs would fit.
What else? She prompted.
That was pretty much it. She'd already eaten at Taylor's, so she didn't want anything for dinner. Oh, one more thing.
He chuckled.
When she headed up to her room, she mentioned she was going to start making a list of possible names. So be prepared.
Erica shook her head in disbelief. You got off easy.
Easy is a relative term.
Wells blew out a breath.
I can't recall the last time I felt so nervous.
Well, the worst is out of the way. Wells saw no reason to mention that he feared his conversation with Sophie would likely be a piece of cake compared to the conversation with his parents.
Have you said anything to Lillian about the possibility of working from my house?
She shook her head. I didn't. I wanted to get Sophie's reaction first.
Like I said, she's all for the arrangement, and she's thrilled about the babies.
Erica's expression softened. That makes me happy. I never want to hurt her or make her feel as if she isn't important. That she considered his daughter's feelings was only one of the many qualities he admired about her.
Soph has always wanted a sibling, but she'd become reconciled to having to be content with cousins someday. Now she'll have 2 brothers or sisters, or a combination thereof.
What would you think about taking Sophie with us to the doctor when we find out the sex? Erica leaned forward, and it was obvious, at least to him, that she'd given this some thought. I'd like her to feel like she's part of the process.
I think...
Wells took her hand and planted a kiss on her knuckles.
That's a positively brilliant idea.
On Monday morning, Erica arrived at Wells's house promptly at 8. She found Wells unshaven and still in pajama pants and a t-shirt. He offered her a rueful smile.
Sorry, I got sort of a later start this morning.
After ushering her into the kitchen, he placed a mug of steaming coffee into her hands.
It's decaf,
he said in answer to her questioning glance.
I'm considering scrambling up some eggs for breakfast. Interested?
Sophie looked up from her cereal. He makes pretty good eggs, and we have homemade sourdough bread. If I were you, I'd say yes. Erica had been up early and determined to be at Wells's home right at 8 for the start of the workday. There hadn't been time for breakfast. Homemade bread? Erica took a sip of the hot coffee. I'm impressed. Don't be. Sophie laughed. We didn't bake it. We got it at Do-Si-Do. Erica hadn't been to the family-run bakery since she'd returned to Hazel Green. Their baked goods were top-notch, and the thought of the hot homemade bread made her mouth water. "If you're making eggs for yourself, and it's not any extra work, I'd love to have some." "Solid." Wells cast a glance at his daughter, who grinned. Only then did Erica realize his response had been for Sophie's benefit. "You're such a dork." Despite the words, affection ran like a pretty ribbon through Sophie's words. The smile she shot her father was indulgent. Wells brought out a skillet and a carton of eggs and went to work. His precise, experienced moves didn't surprise her. Wells was one of those guys who seemed to excel at everything. Taking a seat at the table, Erica glanced over at the book Sophie had open before her. "Math?" she asked. "We have a test today." Sophie shut the book and picked up her glass of juice. "I'm ready, but sometimes I get stressed, especially when it's math." "I understand." Sophie's gaze turned skeptical. "I don't know much about what you do, but I know being an architect involves a lot of math, which means you are likely very good at math classes." "True, but I was referring more to that sick feeling I'd get in the pit of my stomach before tests and other classes." Sophie cocked her head. "Did your parents put a lot of pressure on you?" "Does your dad put a lot of pressure on you?" Erica responded, ignoring Wells's sudden intake of air. "No, he only asks that I do my best." Sophie fixed those blue eyes on her. "You didn't answer my question." Erica thought for a second. She knew Wells continued to listen even as he kept busy with the eggs and dropping bread slices into the toaster. "My parents expected me to get good grades, but they weren't that involved in my life. Anyway," Erica gestured with her cup, "back to test anxiety. I looked up dozens of techniques until I found one that worked for me. It didn't work for your mother, but it did for me." Curiosity glimmered in Sophie's clear blue eyes. "What was it?" "I visualized a positive outcome and recited an affirmation prior to the test. I kept saying the affirmation silently to myself before and during the test." Erica's lips quirked upward. "Like I said, it never worked for your mother, but then she didn't need stress reduction. She was so chill, she didn't have much anxiety." Sophie glanced at her wrist. "Taylor's mom will be here soon. What can you tell me about visualization?" Erica smiled. "I can do better than tell you. I'll quickly take you through one." "Cool." "Close your eyes," Erica instructed. "Picture yourself walking into the classroom." Wells placed a plate of scrambled eggs and a slice of buttered toast in front of her as Erica took Sophie through the visualization process. After that, she had Sophie pick an affirmation and then practice it. The beep of a horn had Sophie springing to her feet. "That's Taylor. Thank you." Sophie flung her arms around Erica and gave a squeeze. "You're the best." "Hey," Wells said. "What about me?" "You're the best too." Sophie took a second to give him a hug before stuffing the math book into her bag and heading out the door. "See you both after school." Erica picked up her fork, still reeling from the experience. "I'm used to spending every morning alone." Wells's gaze turned watchful. "If you come at 9, Sophie will have already left for school." You don't understand." Erica found herself blinking back tears. The chair scraped the floor as Wells pulled it back and sat across from her, his own plate of food in front of him. "When I was growing up, my parents had always left for the day by the time I got up, so I was always alone in the mornings." Erica glanced down at the food, then back at him. "This is nice. It feels like you care." Reaching across the table, Wells covered her hand and gave it a squeeze. "That's because I do care." Why did that simple statement hold such power? Erica cleared her throat. "Back to Sophie. She's an amazing kid.
She likes you too, not simply because you were her mother's friend.
Wells stabbed a bite of egg.
But because of the person you are.
Once again, Erica found herself blinking back tears. What I was trying to say, obviously not very well, was that being here with both of you is nice.
It feels like I'm part of your family. You are part of our family.
Wells met her gaze and held it.
And that is so incredibly cool.
Erica laughed and picked up a slice of toast. Chapter 18. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, Erica and Wells settled into an easy rhythm. Though he'd originally planned to work in his den, giving Erica the dining room table, he brought his laptop into the living room after the first couple of days. She worried she might find it disruptive when he made calls, but she discovered she rather liked knowing he was close. They started each day with coffee and food. Sometimes she would cook, other times he would. Even without a set schedule, their cooking efforts ended up pretty much 50-50. Erica enjoyed starting her day chatting with Sophie and Wells. Lunch was make your own. She'd offered to bring groceries since she was eating nearly every meal at his home during the week. Wells had refused. He'd insisted he and Sophie had always had food left over before. She was simply helping them out by eating some of it. She didn't believe that for a minute, but she'd offered to do the grocery shopping, something she knew he hated to do, in exchange. Erica smiled, recalling how Wells had jumped at the offer. She decided to ask Sophie if she wanted to go with her to the store this evening. Over the past few weeks, the closeness between her and Sophie had only deepened. Fighting a tightness in her shoulders, Erica stood. Outside the French doors, a gorgeous autumn day beckoned. Erica glanced into the living room, intending to ask Wells if he wanted to take a stretch break on the terrace, but he was on the phone. As she turned, Erica's attention was caught by the pictures of Danny artfully arranged on one wall. Her heart lurched at the sight of her friend, so young and carefree. In every picture, Danny was either laughing or smiling. Unlike Erica, who could be too serious, Danny had had a joyful soul. Her friend had been exactly the type of woman a man like Wells, who could also be too serious, needed. Erica's hand dropped to her belly. As she headed into her second trimester, the pregnancy was becoming obvious to anyone who looked beyond the oversized sweaters she'd taken to wearing. Though she'd always prided herself on her flat belly, seeing the evidence of 2 new lives growing inside her made her smile. She stepped into the sunshine and pulled out the mat she kept at Wells's home. The fitness center in her building had mats she could use, so it had made sense to bring her personal one here. After stretching, she went back inside. At her doctor's appointment tomorrow, they would find out the gender of the twins. She'd had blood drawn last week for the test for genetic abnormalities. If there were any genetic issues, she and Wells had wanted to know ahead of time, since Sophie would be with them at this appointment. Finding out the gender? Well, they couldn't wait to share that moment with Sophie. Thankfully, the test results didn't show an increased risk of a genetic disorder. Erica smiled, remembering Wells's broad smile yesterday when she'd given him the news. She stepped into the living room, hoping he'd have time now for a break. Wells remained on the phone, his brows drawn together. Clearly the discussion was intense and lengthy. A knock at the door had her waving at Wells and moving to answer it. She glanced through the peephole, then opened the door to a smiling Matt. Erica returned his smile. "It's good to see you, Matt. Come in." Matt stepped in, glancing around. "I heard you and my brother were working from here. How's that going?" "Really well." She lowered her voice. "Wells is on a call in the living room. Can I get you something to drink?" "I wouldn't mind a Coke." "It just so happens we have some in the refrigerator." Matt cast a sideways glance at his brother as he followed her into the kitchen, where she impulsively grabbed 2 Cokes, instead of 1, from the refrigerator. "Do you want to sit outside and wait?" She gestured toward the French doors. "It's a beautiful day."
"I don't want to disrupt your work," he told her. "I just want to run something by Wells. I called, but it went straight to voicemail."
"That doesn't surprise me. He's been on the phone most of the morning." Erica gestured toward the terrace. "He'll know where to find us." Once they were seated at the outdoor table, she inclined her head. "How's everything going on Apley?"
"Really well. You should stop out."
Matt took a long drink of cola, then sat back in the chair and appeared to relax.
"Construction-wise, everything is closed in, so even if winter makes an early appearance, the contractors can keep going. Matt."
Wells stood in the doorway.
"I saw you called several times. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you. I've been on calls most of the morning."
Erica wondered if Matt saw the fatigue on his brother's face and the lines of tension around his eyes. Whatever was involved in those calls had him stressed. "Have a seat." Erica gestured to an empty chair next to her. "Enjoy the sunshine with us for a few minutes. I'll even let you have a sip of my Coke if you're nice." Her teasing tone didn't even prompt a smile. Instead, his gaze narrowed on the bottle in front of her.
"Should you really be having caffeine? Erica is an adult, Wells. She doesn't need you telling her what she can and can't drink."
Matt's blue eyes snapped as he jumped to her defense. Wells dropped into the empty chair and rubbed a hand over his forehead, as if trying to stop a headache from trying to form.
"I'm only trying to remind her
I can look out for myself." Erica kept her tone pleasant, but firm. "Though I appreciate your concern."
"I'm sorry."
Wells lifted his hands.
"That last call got me riled, but I shouldn't take it out on you."
"That's right, you shouldn't." Erica spoke matter-of-factly. "Can you tell us what it was about? Sometimes it helps to talk through an issue." Wells glanced at her Coke.
"You really don't mind if I have some?"
"I wouldn't have offered if I did." Matt's gaze remained watchful as his brother took a long pull from the bottle, then set it down.
"You know the property on McCormick?"
he asked Matt.
"Which one?"
Matt inclined his head.
"We've got several on that street." "The big one."
Matt turned to Erica.
"Wells is referring to a huge warehouse. It's by far the largest in that industrial park."
"How big?" Erica asked, trying to picture it.
"Over 77,000 square feet of high cube storage with a 40-foot eave height. It has rail access and cross-dock functionality. We've got it priced to rent at a very reasonable $5.95 to $6.95 per square foot per year."
Wells blew out a breath.
"I thought Chris Dubinsky was ready to sign on the dotted line. Instead, he's talking about this space over on the highway that he can get for $3.50 a square foot." "I know that space. It's small, 26,000 square feet, if that. No rail access, and the ceilings are 14 feet at best."
Matt shook his head.
"What is he thinking? That space doesn't begin to meet his needs." "You know that. I know that. I can't make Chris see that."
Wells raked a hand through his hair.
"His dad should never have turned over these kinds of decisions to him. If he delays much longer, I'll rent that space to that out-of-state firm that's been sniffing around."
Erica didn't understand all the particulars, but Wells had mentioned once that WLM gave preference to businesses based in the area, if at all possible.
"Chris is a good guy, but he's still learning."
Matt took another drink of his cola. "Sounds like you know him." Erica kept her tone light and cast a glance at Wells. He looked so tired. If Matt weren't here, she'd get up and rub Wells's shoulders, like he often did for her.
"I went to school with Chris, played ball with him."
Matt's lips quirked upward.
"Like I said, he's a good guy, but he can be short-sighted."
Matt shifted his gaze back to Wells.
"I realize it's your listing, but what if I contact Chris? Maybe meet him at Goose Island for a beer. I believe I can make him see that not grabbing this space would be a mistake."
Sounds like a fabulous idea to me. Erica lifted her hands, then dropped them. I don't know your business, but in mine, personal connections go a long way. Wells took another long drink of soda without answering. After a second, Matt gave a curt nod.
"Okay, well, we're both busy, so I'll get to why I stopped by. I wanted to ask if you're okay with lowering the amount per square foot on the office building on South 17. If we drop the square foot price by $1 or $2, I believe I can get them to agree to a triple net lease arrangement."
That space has been open for nearly a year. Surprise skittered across Wells's face. You have someone interested?
Matt grinned.
I do.
I say go for it.
Wells paused and cleared his throat.
One more thing.
Matt, who'd already pushed to his feet, arched a brow.
Contact Chris. Take the lead.
You're handing it over to me?
Matt's voice rose.
Totally?
You're the best man for the job.
Wells might have said more, but his phone rang.
Sorry, I need to take this.
Pressing the phone against his ear, Wells moved to the far end of the terrace.
Henry, I appreciate you calling me back.
Sensing the break had come to an end, Erica stood. Matt put a hand on her arm.
I'm heading out. Thanks for the soda.
Thank your brother. Wells buys the food and drinks. I just shop for them. Erica walked with Matt through the house to the front door. Matt paused on the front porch and turned.
You're good for him.
Erica inclined her head. I hardly think.
No, you are, Matt insisted. He's much happier now that you're around, which means I'm happier.
I'm not sure it's the truth, but it's good you think so. Matt met her gaze.
Seriously, before you, I was thinking of leaving WLM and chucking it all.
Erica placed a hand on his arm. Oh, Matt, no.
Now?
He flashed a brilliant smile.
I see hope that I may be able to not only tolerate working with Wells, but perhaps even enjoy it.
On Wednesday morning, Erica rode the train into Chicago for a morning meeting at Sanders Dean. After that, she walked to the large building just off Michigan Avenue for her doctor's appointment. She found Wells and an excited Sophie waiting outside Dr. Gray's office. Sophie's gaze dropped to Erica's belly. The girl shook her head. I still can't believe you have 2 babies growing in there. Erica laughed. That's what the doctor tells me. And now I've got a basketball-sized baby mound under this sweater to prove it. Can I see your baby mound sometime? Sophie's eyes lit up.
Sophie,
Wells said. I don't mind. Erica looped her arm through his. I'll show it to both of you. It's very cool.
Wait until you see the twins moving around and hear their heartbeats.
Wells's excitement reminded Erica of a kid at Christmas.
There's nothing like it.
Once they were in the ultrasound room, Dr. Gray smiled at Sophie. I don't believe we've met. I'm Dr. Gray. Sophie took the hand the doctor extended. I'm Sophie Pomeroy. I'm the sister. Are you excited? I am. Sophie chatted with the doctor while the tech had Erica lie on the table. My mom died when I was 4. I didn't think I'd ever have any brothers or sisters. Now my dad tells me I'm going to have 2. I bet you'll be an amazing big sister. Sophie nodded. When the babies come, I'm going to help Erica take care of them.
Hey, what about me?
Wells teased. You can help too, Sophie told her father. One of my friends at school, her mom had a baby last year. They're a lot of work, and she only had 1. Sophie's comment struck at the heart of Erica's fears. How was she going to take care of 2 babies? She reminded herself she wasn't in this alone. Sophie and Wells would be there, plus the nanny. She really needed to start putting out feelers for a nanny who wouldn't mind going between 2 houses. When the tech began moving the transducer over her belly, Erica shifted her attention to the screen, eager to catch another glimpse of the twins. "Sorry if this is cold." Erica was too busy watching the screen to notice. The sounds of 2 rapid heartbeats filled the small room. The doctor turned to Sophie. "This is baby A." They listened for several seconds. Even as Wells's gaze remained riveted to the screen, he reached out and took Erica's hand. She curled her fingers around his warm skin, liking the connection. "And here is baby B." A slightly faster heartbeat filled the air. Sophie's eyes went as wide as saucers. She looked from her father to Erica. "There are 2 of them!" "Told ya." Erica's teasing tone brought a smile to Sophie's suddenly solemn expression. Erica watched the ultrasound technician take measurements. "What are you looking for?" Sophie asked, her eyes bright with interest. As the technician explained, Erica watched baby A kick out, then baby B do the same. She laughed. "They're kicking, but I don't feel them." "You will." Dr. Gray smiled. "At this point, each fetus has grown to about 3 inches and weighs about an ounce. It can open and close its mouth and suck its thumb." "And kick," Sophie added. "Exactly right." The doctor offered Sophie a warm smile. "The external genitalia are almost defined, so even though the blood test told us what one of them was, let me see if I can tell visually what the other—" Dr. Gray intently studied first baby A, then baby B. She smiled. Erica found herself holding her breath. "Everything good?" she asked, trying to keep any worry from her voice. "Excellent." Dr. Gray smiled. "Both babies are exactly where I'd expect them to be at this stage of your pregnancy." Wells's fingers relaxed their hold, and Erica sensed, more than heard, them both expel the breaths they'd been holding. Dr. Gray shifted her gaze to Sophie. "Erica tells me you'd like to know whether you'll have brothers or sisters, or one of each." "I do." Sophie nodded. "My dad and Erica want to know, too." Wells chuckled. "You've got that right, Soph." "Shall we start with baby A?" Erica asked. "Baby A is—" "Wait!" Sophie said unexpectedly, startling everyone in the room. "Let me do a drum roll." "Let's begin again. Baby A is—" Pausing, the doctor cued Sophie, who tapped her fingers on the surface of a nearby stand. "A boy." Wells inhaled sharply, and his hand tightened around Erica's. Tears stung the backs of Erica's eyes. "A little boy! How wonderful! I've always wanted a brother." Sophie shot a glance at Wells. "My dad has 2 brothers." "The blood test found male DNA, but in the case of fraternal twins, it can't distinguish if the other baby is a boy or a girl. That's why we had to do a visual inspection on the second baby." The doctor smiled. "Ready to hear about baby B?" "I bet I can guess what it is, but yes," Sophie said, almost primly. "I'm ready." "Baby B is—" Sophie's drum roll filled the room again, making Erica smile. "A girl." "What?" Wide-eyed, Sophie looked at the doctor. "But they're twins." "Fraternal twins." The doctor shifted her gaze to Wells and Erica, then widened her smile to include Sophie. "Congratulations. You're getting one of each." Erica didn't expect the kiss Wells brushed across her lips, but it felt right, as did Sophie's arms wrapping around her. "This is so cool!" Sophie straightened, her eyes snapping with excitement. "I can't wait to tell my friends. I'm going to get both a brother and a sister." Wells squeezed Sophie's shoulder. "Let's hold off on that a little while longer."
Erica's eyes returned to the screen and the two tiny sacks that contained her son and her daughter. This time, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Worry furrowed Sophie's brow. "Is everything okay?" "Everything," Erica assured the girl, "is wonderful." "Then why are you crying?" Tears filled Sophie's eyes. "I'm so happy." Erica reached out and gripped Sophie's hand, then Wells's. "I'm so glad you both came today and shared this moment with me." "We're a family." Sophie offered a slightly puzzled but reassuring smile. "Where else would we be?" Erica's heart swelled. She found herself wishing things were different. Things could be different, she knew, but only if Wells loved her as much as she loved him. Chapter 19. "Before we tell everyone the, good news," Wells told Sophie on the train ride home, "I need to let Grandma and Grandpa know. They'd be sad if they heard about the babies from someone else." Sophie looked up from her phone. "When will you tell them?" Wells exchanged a glance with Erica. "Tonight. I plan to tell them tonight." There was no reason to delay any longer. Come spring, he would have a son and a daughter. The offer his father had made him, the one he'd carefully considered and had been close to accepting, well, moving to D.C. was no longer an option. Although Wells had seen many positives in becoming his father's legislative director, including the fact that Sophie would live in the same town as her grandparents, he couldn't leave Hazel Green now. Though the arrangement he and Erica had come up with made sense, Wells anticipated getting pushback from his father about them not marrying. While he wished she'd reconsider, he didn't hold out much hope, though now, sitting beside her and inhaling the intoxicating scent of her perfume, had him remembering how good it had felt to hold her, to touch her, to... "Can I be there with you when you tell them?" Excitement filled Sophie's voice. "I can't wait to see their expressions when they hear the good news." Wells slanted a glance at Erica and saw amusement dancing in her eyes. Like him, she recognized this call likely wouldn't go as Sophie envisioned. "I thought you were going to be working on some school project with Taylor and Shiloh at Taylor's house." For once, Wells was happy about his daughter's busy life. "I forgot about that." Sophie frowned, then brightened. "I'll text them I can't make it." Wells's mind flipped rapidly through what he could say that would get Sophie to keep the date with her friends without giving away his concern about his parents' reaction. "I think you should go to Taylor's house as planned." Erica's unexpected comment had Sophie turning toward her. "Why?" Sophie demanded, confusion furrowing her brow. "Well, it's a school project, and you promised to help with it, so it wouldn't be fair to bail." Sophie offered a reluctant nod. "Give your father a chance to tell his parents the good news tonight." Erica's tone remained easy. "Then tomorrow, you can FaceTime with them and tell them about today's doctor's visit." Sophie's jaw sat in a stubborn tilt. "Why can't Dad and I just tell them tonight before I go to Taylor's house?" "You could." Erica waved an airy hand. "But the conversation might be rushed. Simply hearing we're having twins is a lot to absorb. Tomorrow, you'd have your grandparents' full attention." Sophie shifted her focus to her father. "Is it okay if I FaceTime with Grandma and Grandpa tomorrow?" At that point, Wells would have promised nearly anything to keep Sophie from listening in on tonight's conversation. "Absolutely." Wells decided to break the news to his parents over Zoom. He hoped that having them see him would remind them that he was still the same dependable eldest son they knew and loved. Wells had invited Erica to join him on the call. He hadn't been surprised when she'd told him that it'd be easier if he told them alone. After a few minutes of casual conversation, mostly about Sophie, he got to the point. "The reason I'm calling
is I have some bad news and some good news to share.
Wells didn't wait for them to ask. He simply plowed ahead, meeting his father's gaze.
I won't be accepting the position as your legislative director.
Puzzlement blanketed his father's face.
I had the impression you were ready to accept.
His father's former legislative director had pleaded guilty last year to accepting bribes for influencing his dad's vote on key projects. The replacement his father had hired hadn't worked out.
I was close, Wells admitted. The position, as well as working with you, interested me. What made you decide against it?
Was it relocating Sophie? His mother asked.
That played a role, Wells told her. Matt and I are also getting along better, and I'm enjoying working with him.
That makes me happy. Her mother pressed a hand over her heart and smiled. I've always wanted you boys to be close.
Okay, you're not coming to D.C. Thanks for letting me know.
His father inclined his head.
What's the good news?
Wells wiped sweaty palms against his pants, then forced an upbeat tone.
You're going to be grandparents again.
His mother clasped her hands together and gave a little squeal. Leo and Nell are expecting? What wonderful news! Tim Pomeroy's puzzled glance shifted to his son.
Why are you the one sharing this news instead of them? It appears I didn't make myself clear.
Wells cleared his throat.
I was speaking about myself and Erica.
Erica? Confusion filled his mother's eyes. The only Erica I know is Danny's friend, Lillian's niece. Tim's eyes, hazel like Wells's, seemed to glow. Or perhaps that was just the light reflecting on the screen.
I believe that's who our son is speaking of. Am I correct? Yes.
Wells smiled.
Erica and I have been dating since she returned to Hazel Green over the summer.
Wells thought over the summer sounded better than saying 3 months ago. You never said anything to us when we were there for the 4th. Marty's brows pulled together. Was she even in town back then?
She wasn't.
Tim answered for Wells.
Lillian would have said something, or we would have seen her.
You are telling us that Erica is pregnant, and the child she's carrying is yours. His mother spoke carefully, as if picking her way through a garden path strewn with brambles.
How do you know the baby is yours?
Tim asked. Even though Wells understood it was a legitimate question, given the surprise nature of his announcement, it still set him on edge.
I know,
he responded flatly.
How? Has there been a paternity test?
No, and there's no need for one.
Of course there's a need. You haven't been together for that long, and suddenly... Dad.
Wells's voice was sharper than he'd intended, but he was quickly losing patience with his father.
I've told you, there is no need. I know I am the father.
He took a calming breath.
We're going to have twins. We found out today. Sophie, as you can imagine, is over the moon.
Twins! How wonderful! His mother's voice pitched high. Boys or girls?
Since Sophie had a school project at a friend's house tonight, she made me promise to let her share that part with you. You can expect a FaceTime call from her tomorrow, and she'll tell you all about it.
His mother started to say more, but before she could, Wells's father broke in.
When is the wedding?
Tim slanted a glance at his wife.
I need to check my calendar and see what will need to be canceled so we can make the trip. No need.
Wells kept his tone matter-of-fact.
We're not getting married. Once the babies are born, the plan is to share custody and co-parent.
Though she didn't immediately respond, his mother's wide eyes revealed her surprise. His dad's sandy brows slammed together like 2 thunderclouds ready to rumble.
What do you mean, you're not getting married? If this woman is having your baby, the woman has a name." Wells spoke through gritted teeth. "Dear God, Wells, I'd expect something like this from Mathis, but from you?" His dad blew out a breath and visibly fought for control of his temper. "What were you thinking?" Wells wondered what his father would say if he told him that for once in his well-ordered life, he hadn't been thinking. He'd simply let himself feel, giving in fully to the moment. "Erica and I are happy about the babies." Wells kept a firm grip on his emotions. "We hope you can be happy for us." "What does Lillian say about this?" Marty asked. "She knows that this is Erica's life and is supportive." Not a lie. Though Erica hadn't said much about how Lillian had reacted when she'd told her the news, Lillian had always been supportive of her niece. Tim narrowed his gaze. "Your mother and I taught you to take responsibility for your actions. Now, this woman, Erica, is pregnant with your babies, and you won't marry her?" Marty leaned forward as if wishing she could reach out and take his hand. "We know how much you loved Danny, but you have to move forward and—" "Erica isn't interested in getting married." Wells hated to cut his mom off, but he would not bring Danny into this conversation. "She's an independent woman with a successful career as an architect. She doesn't need a husband to make her life complete. She'll soon have 2 children to think about," his father stubbornly insisted. "You need to convince her that marriage makes the most sense." Inwardly, Wells groaned. Hadn't he been arguing the same idea? "Dad, I don't want to hear that you don't love her." His father swiped the air with one hand. "You should have thought of that before you got her pregnant." "Tim," his mother protested, "maybe Wells does love her." "Do you?" His father's question sounded more like an accusation. Wells wished he could say yes. He wanted to say yes. He was happy with Erica. He was comfortable around her. She was wonderful with Sophie and with his siblings. He certainly was physically attracted to her. But every time he tried to say the words, no matter what he felt inside, he couldn't. "I admire Erica, and she's a lovely—" "Okay, we've established you don't love her." His father reminded Wells of an unstoppable locomotive barreling down the track. "These are still your children, Wells. They need a stable home with a father and mother under the same roof. If they really are your children, that is." Wells fumed. He had never outright yelled at his father before, but a surge of anger rose inside him. Thankfully, his mother intervened. "What about Sophie?" Marty's voice turned soft and reached inside him to wrap around his heart. "Kids are going to talk." "If they don't, their parents certainly will." Tim pressed his lips together. "This isn't the 1950s, Dad." "Great," Wells thought. "Not only do I sound like Dad, I'm quoting Matt." "Couples have children all the time without being married. Not in our family." Tim's voice snapped like a whip. "We take responsibility." "I'm not going down that road with you." Wells kept his voice steady. He understood his father's concerns. Heck, he'd used the same arguments with Erica when he'd discovered she was pregnant. Marriage was a logical, rational response to the situation. Then why did that solution, or maybe it was the way he'd approached it, now strike him as cold and impersonal? Wells realized suddenly that love and happiness and family were why he wanted Erica with him, not to quiet gossip or because it was the right thing to do. Though he hadn't been able to voice the emotion, he accepted what his heart had known for some time. He was in love with Erica. "I wanted to let you know about the babies." He met his father's gaze. "I hope you will welcome Erica and the twins into your lives and into the family." Marty's lips lifted in a wobbly smile.
It's been a long time since we've had a baby in the family. Now we'll have two.
Wells nodded, and despite the tension of the past few minutes, he found himself smiling at the thought of the babies.
They have good, strong heartbeats. So far, everything looks good.
When are they due? His mother asked. Or is that for Sophie to tell us too?
Wells actually managed a small laugh.
April 14th. Though the doctor mentioned twins often arrive early, Erica and I are committed to doing whatever we can to ensure they stay in there as long as possible.
His father remained silent.
I know how much you wanted more children, and that you thought that would never happen.
Marty searched his face.
I hope you enjoy every second of this experience. You and Erica have been given a great gift. 2 children to love and nurture.
By the time he hung up, the only thing Wells wanted was a glass of scotch. Since Sophie would eventually call for him to pick her up at Taylor's, he settled for a couple of ibuprofen. Wells paced the house, then got into his car. He wasn't certain where he was headed until he found himself in front of Greenbrier Place. Pulling out his phone, he texted Erica.
Want company?
The response came quickly.
I'll tell Anthony to send you up.
When Wells stepped inside, Anthony waved him toward the elevator.
Ms. Eads is expecting you.
Thank you. Relief flooded Wells when he exited the elevator and saw Erica standing outside her unit, one hand on the door jamb. She wore the same leggings and oversized sweater she'd had on earlier.
What were you doing in this neighborhood?
He gave a little laugh.
The truth is, I'm not really sure.
She searched his face, her green eyes dark and filled with concern. She motioned him inside.
You were in the mood for some company?
For your company.
As he spoke the words, Wells realized this was why he was here. He wanted to see her, to talk with her, to simply be with her. The two of them were in this together, and no one knew the challenges they both faced better than they did. With her, he could be himself and let his worries and his disappointments show.
How did it go with your folks?
She took a seat on a plush leather sofa, and he dropped down beside her.
About as I expected.
That bad?
They were happy about the babies, but disappointed in me.
Didn't you kind of anticipate that response?
Yes,
he agreed.
Especially from my father.
Wells thought she might probe for details, but she didn't, and he was grateful.
I told my parents this evening, too.
She spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Her carefully controlled expression gave nothing away. From what little she'd said about her parents being uninvolved in her life, he'd expected that conversation to go better than his.
How did they react to the news about their first grandchildren?
She gave a little laugh.
They wanted to talk more about their upcoming trip to Spain than about that. Oh, they offered congratulations after expressing their surprise.
Surprise over the babies? Or surprise we aren't getting married?
A startled look crossed her face.
They didn't even bring up marriage. My mom thinks I'm too old to be pregnant.
He saw the remark had stung, so he laughed, reached over, and took her hand.
Well, that ship has sailed.
She leaned back, keeping her hand in his. Wells wondered if the warmth of his skin against hers brought her the same kind of comfort hers brought him.
We should do something fun to celebrate having taken care of the tough conversations.
It's a school night. Her lips twitched. If I'm not mistaken, you'll have to pick up Sophie before long. That doesn't leave much time for fun of any kind.
What about ice cream at Lilybell's?
The ice cream shop in the historic district was one of Wells's and Sophie's go-to places in Hazel Green. There was an onyx soda fountain from the 1893 World's Fair and a tin ceiling of richly patterned tiles.
It wasn't simply the decor that made the place a favorite shop for locals and tourists. The ice cream sodas and sarsaparillas were like taking a step back in time. If neither of those interested you, the more unique ice cream flavors definitely would.
I heard they've launched their fall flavors.
What are they? By the look in her eye, the mention of ice cream had captured her attention. Wells fought to recall what Leo had told him.
Butternut squash.
Erica wrinkled her nose.
Apple cinnamon.
That one got a half shrug.
Rum raisin.
A smile lifted her lips. I'm not sure how that's a fall flavor, but it sounds yummy.
I like that just saying the words makes you smile.
The air between them began to hum, and the desire that had surrounded them in the Chicago hotel room hit him full force. He wasn't even conscious of leaning closer, but he must have, because her lips were mere inches away when he reached up to cup her face in his hands.
You're so incredibly lovely.
The words had barely left his lips when his mouth closed over hers. Her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer. The kiss started out slowly, as if they had all the time in the world. It was sweet and warm, like old friends reconnecting after a long time away. Wells wasn't sure when it changed, perhaps when he shifted the angle of the kiss and she opened her mouth. Deepening the kiss had fire surging through his blood. His fingers rose to tangle in her hair as they kissed and then kissed some more. By the time they came up for air, their breaths came in short puffs. Erica sat back and brushed a trembling hand down her hair. As his heart continued to pound an erratic rhythm, Wells managed a chuckle.
It appears ending the evening with ice cream is not only a good idea, but essential.
The look Erica shot him was filled with puzzlement. Essential?
For cooling down.
Wells grinned.
And the way I'm feeling right now, I'm not sure one scoop will do it.
Chapter 20. On Saturday night, Wells knocked at Erica's door, feeling more than a little ridiculous in his dark green 1920s-era suit. Attendees had been instructed to don vintage wear from that era for tonight's Hazel Green's birthday bash. Apparently, Nell's speech tonight would be one Hazel Green had given back then. The wide lapels of the double-breasted suit and cuffed pants had made him smile, as did the fedora propped on his head. Sophie had told him he looked cool before Shiloh's parents had picked her up. They planned to take the girls to the bash with them, and then Sophie would spend the night. Wells's brows furrowed when the door remained shut a full minute after his knock. Erica had given Anthony the okay to let him come up, so he knew she was in there. He knocked again, this time more forcefully.
Erica, it's me. Is everything okay?
The door swung open. Unless Erica was wearing a satin robe to the evening's event, she still had a way to go before being ready. Her hair was tousled, her face free of makeup, and one cheek displayed a sleep crease. "I'm sorry, Wells." She stepped aside to let him enter. "I know I said I'd be ready at 6:30, but I was so tired." He placed a hand on her arm.
No worries. Getting your rest is more important. We'll get there when we get there.
"Thanks." She studied him as if seeing him for the first time since he'd stepped inside. "You're looking pretty snazzy. I don't believe I've seen you in a green suit before." Her teasing tone coaxed a smile from him.
It was the only suit the costume shop had left in my size. I feel like a leprechaun.
"Well, I like it. It makes your eyes look green instead of hazel. Très sexy." Instead of rushing into the bedroom to get dressed, she dropped down on the sofa and covered her yawn with her fingers. "Tell me about your day." This was what he'd been missing today. During the week, they had plenty of time for talking and catching up. Erica was there in the morning, practically from the moment he rolled out of bed, and lately she'd been staying most of the evening. Until their arrangement, Wells hadn't realized how solitary he'd become, how small his world had been.
I played in a golf tournament today at the Ingram Club.
The golf and tennis facility on the outskirts of Hazel Green had been around for decades. For the past 5 or 6 years, the club had hosted a tournament prior to the birthday bash.
I haven't thought of that place in years.
A smile lifted Erica's lips.
How was it? Good. I rounded out a foursome with Leo, Matt, and Dixon.
I bet that was fun. It had been, Wells realized. After Danny's death, he'd let his enjoyment of golf slide. He dropped down beside her on the sofa.
Things are better between Matt and me.
She surprised him by leaning her head against his shoulder and emitting a happy sigh.
I'm so glad.
Having her so close, inhaling the sweet yet sultry scent of her perfume, had Wells wrapping an arm around her shoulders.
This is nice.
She snuggled closer.
I like sitting here with you like this. In fact, I like it very much.
Emotion rose up to clog Wells's throat. He cleared it.
I like it too.
My baby bump has turned into a mound. Tilting her head, she gazed at him.
I won't be able to hide the pregnancy for much longer.
Surprise skittered through him.
I didn't realize you were trying to hide it.
Just until you told your parents. Erica smiled.
Like you, I didn't want them to be blindsided.
How big is this mound? He asked. Her lips curved. If you're interested, I could show you. His heart gave a solid thump.
I'm definitely interested.
Wells didn't know what to think when she surged to her feet, then held out a hand.
Where are we going?
He asked as he took her hand and rose.
To my bedroom.
She gazed at him through lowered lashes. The look in her eyes told him what she wanted. His heart began an erratic rhythm as he followed her down the hall. When they reached the bedroom, Erica slipped the robe from her shoulders and let the silky garment pool at her feet. Wells drank in her beauty. He remembered vividly how she'd looked in the hotel room in Chicago, all lean beauty. Now her breasts, those gorgeous breasts, seemed fuller, and a baby mound had replaced her flat belly. He dropped to his knees in front of her and placed a kiss on her rounded belly. She expelled a shuddering breath.
A baby is a miracle, and you have 2 growing inside you.
He rose to his feet, suddenly feeling foolish. She wound her arms around his neck.
I knew you'd understand.
Understand? When I look in the mirror, I'm so happy and awed and... She skimmed his cheek with the backs of her fingers as she blinked rapidly. And I knew, or rather, I hoped, you'd feel the same. His mouth closed over hers, and all the longing, and yes, the love that had been welling inside him spilled out. She arched back, giving him greater access to her neck.
We're going to be late.
Screw it. He scooped her up and laid her gently on the bed, her laughter music to his ears. The suit took longer to get out of than he'd have liked, but the promise in her eyes as she lounged naked on the bed, all ripe and ready, had him persevering. But when he lay beside her and his heart began to race as she scattered kisses along his jawline, he stilled.
Sex is okay?
She nipped his earlobe.
I think sex between you and me is better than okay. I mean, we won't hurt the babies?
Dr. Gray said it was fine, remember? I looked it up again today, just to be sure.
You looked it up?
She smiled. I was missing you today, and missing this. Her hand trailed down the side of his body, leaving heat in its wake. I checked it out, to be sure. That way, if you were interested, we—"
You don't need to ever ask yourself if I'm interested.
He kissed her softly on the lips.
I'll always be interested.
The little laugh, coupled with the sultry look in her eyes, arrowed straight to his heart. Then what are we doing still talking? He studied her face for a long moment.
You're an amazing woman, Erica Eads. Smart, funny, and incredibly sexy.
Her gaze grew soft, and the look she gave him held more sweet than sultry. I feel the same way about you. The emotion swarming in her eyes told him that his feelings for her weren't the only ones that had deepened over the past months. But now wasn't the time for more talk. She wanted him. He wanted her. For now, that was enough. Erica! Wells! Rachel hurried over to greet him and Erica as soon as they stepped into the Civic Center ballroom. I'm so glad you're here. It's good to see you. Erica gave the woman a hug, then glanced around. Where's Dixon? He's getting me some punch, Rachel told her. No champagne for me tonight. Wells cast Erica a questioning glance. Would you like some? I'd love some punch. Wells gave Erica's arm a light squeeze.
I'll be back.
No rush. Erica surprised him by leaning over and brushing her lips against his cheek. Rachel and I are going to mingle. On his way to the punch bowl, Wells ran across his brother.
You finally arrived. I was considering calling out the dogs.
Leo grinned.
You're never late. Erica and I got to talking, and time got away from us.
Wells's gaze sought out Erica, and he found her laughing with Rachel and Nell.
You know how it is? I know exactly how it is.
Leo's eyes held a knowing gleam as he took a sip of champagne and followed Wells's gaze.
She's a gorgeous woman. There's so much more to Erica than a pretty face,
Wells murmured.
Not saying there isn't.
Wells accepted a flute of champagne from a passing waiter and pulled his gaze from Erica to focus on his brother.
I remember when you were with Heather.
If Leo found the abrupt change in topic puzzling, he gave no indication. His brother had dated the pretty brunette in college. Back then, Wells had been busy launching WLM and planning for Leo to join him and Matt as soon as he graduated. After graduation, Heather had secured a position as a PR specialist with a large Chicago health system. Soon after, she and Leo had become engaged. Then the helicopter had crashed, killing Danny and Kit. Within months, Leo's engagement had ended.
Nell knows all about Heather,
Leo said into the silence. That didn't surprise Wells. Leo wasn't big on keeping secrets.
Does she know you loved Heather?
Of course. His brother downed the last of his champagne.
I told Nell that when Heather and I split, I'd wondered if I'd ever find someone I could love again. Then I met her. I loved Danny.
As Wells said the words, he realized that saying them, and thinking of Danny, didn't hurt as much as it once had.
She and Erica are very different.
Wells let Leo's comment hang between them for several seconds.
I used to think they were different. Now I see the differences were mostly only on the outside.
Wells took a sip of champagne.
On the inside, where it matters, they're very similar.
Leo arched a dark brow.
Really? Like Danny, Erica possesses a great capacity for love.
Wells thought of Erica's kindness to Sophie and to him. His lips curved.
Erica is fiercer than Danny. She has her opinions and will stand strong against pressure, but she's also willing to consider alternative viewpoints.
If Danny had possessed some of Erica's fierceness, would she be alive today? Wells shoved the thought aside. Leo's gaze turned assessing as those blue eyes searched Wells's face.
You're falling for her.
I am. After making the admission, Wells paused, Waiting for what? He wasn't sure. Maybe for lightning to strike, or for guilt to rise up and strangle him. But as he stood there, surrounded by music, conversation, and laughter, nothing happened. Wells gulped his champagne.
How did I do it?
Puzzlement furrowed his brother's brow.
Do what? Stop loving Danny. Start loving Erica.
Compassion mixed with understanding filled Leo's eyes.
I don't think you have to stop loving Danny. A part of you will always love her.
Wells said nothing, could think of nothing to say. He wished he hadn't even brought up the subject.
I should...
Leo's hand on his coat sleeve stopped his exit.
The way I see it, we humans have an infinite capacity for love. Hearts can expand and make room for more. Danny and I were happy together.
Wells tightened his fingers around the stem of the half-filled flute.
You have a right to be happy now, too. Danny would want that for you and Sophie.
Leo cleared his throat.
Your relationship with Erica will be unique to the two of you. You're no longer the person you used to be, Wells. The events of that day, and all the others that followed, shaped you into who you are today.
Wells accepted the truth in Leo's words. While the crash had made him more cautious, it had also made him determined to take nothing for granted. He'd vowed to savor every moment with Sophie and his family. His gaze sought and found Erica before he returned it to Leo.
It's time,
he told his brother. Leo grinned as Wells strode off.
I'd say it's past time.
That was a fabulous party. Erica laced her fingers with Wells as they strode to the car.
The last time I talked that much was at one of my father's fundraising rallies.
Wells shook his head.
I'm not speaking again for a month.
Erica gave him a little jab with her elbow. Don't do that. I like talking to you too much.
Are you saying you'd miss me grousing in the morning about every darn thing?
She waved a dismissive hand. Once you get coffee in you, you're fine. He chuckled.
You know me so well.
I'm getting there.
I enjoyed the bash because of you,
Wells told her.
These events are usually tedious. You made it fun.
Erica gave a little laugh. I don't know what I did.
You're good with people. You have a knack for drawing them out, for getting them to open up and talk about themselves.
I'm interested in their lives. I've been gone a long time. The ones I knew back in high school, well, they're different from how they were back then.
What had Leo said? You're no longer the person you used to be? None of us are the same.
Wells gave her hand a swing.
Everything that happens changes us to some extent.
I'm certainly much different than I was when I finished my master's. Her lips curved. I was going to take the architectural world by storm, be a partner by the time I was 30, earn an AMP.
AMP?
Wells asked, unfamiliar with the acronym. Architecture Master Prize. It's an award that celebrates the very best projects in architectural design. Erica chuckled. That's still on my bucket list.
Soon you'll have 2 babies taking up some of your creative time.
I don't mind. Erica expelled a happy breath. I've wanted a child for a long time.
And a husband?
Wells slowed his steps.
I know you only want to marry for true love, but has there ever been someone in your life who offered you that?
What's the old saying? A good man is hard to find? Erica laughed. That's definitely been my experience.
You and that last guy were together for a while.
Paul. Erica's tone turned matter-of-fact. He's a good man. There was only one problem. Though Wells didn't really care to talk about her old boyfriend, he was curious.
What was it?
Erica paused, her brows pulling together. Actually, there were 2. 1, he loved his job more than me. 2, he didn't want children. Wells was quiet for a moment, then pressed on. What if he hadn't loved his job more than you, but still didn't want children? Would the love have been enough for you, or were children always going to be a deal breaker? Now it was Erica's turn to be silent. After a moment, she responded. No, the love wouldn't have been enough for me. I can respect a person's choice not to be a parent, but I've always known it's something I wanted. Even if Paul had loved me as much as, say, my dad loves my mom, when it comes right down to it, I don't think I could fully love a man who didn't want to be a father. Erica stopped walking and turned to face Wells. Can I ask where this is coming from? He took both her hands in his. You know about my life with Danny, but I'd never really asked about your relationship with Paul. And like we said, all our experiences shape us. So I guess I just wanted to know more about your past, more about you. Noticing the faint shimmer of tears in her eyes, he quickly added, I hope that was okay. If speaking of the past is painful, I'm sorry. No, Erica shook her head. It's not painful, and I'm happy to share with you. You can always ask me anything. I'm happy you want to know more about me. A mischievous glimmer replaced the tears, even if it's about my salacious past. Wells rolled his eyes and returned to walking. Okay, enough about that. Let's talk about how absolutely adorable Sophie looked tonight in her drop-waist dress with the Peter Pan collar. I'm not sure what a Peter Pan collar is, but I agree with the adorable part. I enjoyed meeting Shiloh's parents. Do you know them well? The girls have been friends for years. Wells rubbed his chin. Shiloh's parents are very protective. I like that about them. When Sophie is with Shiloh, I never have to worry about her safety. I wonder if they're so protective because they had Shiloh late in life. Erica pursed her lips. I bet they're both close to 50. Practically the age we'll be when our twins are Sophie and Shiloh's age. Wells found he liked saying our twins and thinking of him and Erica being together. You and I will be hip and cool when we're 50. Her eyes danced with good humor, and it took everything Wells had not to pull her to him, kiss those red lips, and tell her he loved her. Try as he might, the words wouldn't come. You think so, do you? He said instead. She looped her arm around his neck and brushed her lips over his. I know so. Chapter 21. Erica realized as she stepped through the doorway into Wells's home that her perfect night was about to get even better. Wells flipped on the lights. I was about to ask if you wanted a glass of wine, but then I remembered you can't drink. His teasing tone and that smile she loved had Erica giving his arm a little punch. When she'd seen him all those months ago in Chicago, he'd been oh so serious. Now he teased, laughed, and made awful jokes. You know, I wouldn't mind a glass of water. Erica kicked off her shoes and dropped down on the sofa. I'm supposed to be drinking 10 8-ounce glasses of water every day. I haven't come close to that today. I'll get you a glass right now. He returned seconds later with a whiskey in one hand and a large crystal tumbler filled with water in the other. What interfered with you getting your 80 ounces today? He asked as he watched her chug half the glass. Well, for starters, you kept me busy once you came over. She smiled. No regrets there. I deliberately didn't drink much at the party because if I had, I'd have spent most of the night in the restroom. She took another long sip before continuing. One of the articles I read recommended cutting off liquids early enough in the evening so you're not running to the bathroom all night. He dropped down beside her and nuzzled her neck. You're going to be a terrific mother. Pleasure rippled through her at his words and at the feel of his lips against her neck.
She could easily get used to this.
The buzzing of his phone had him straightening. Once he pulled out the phone and saw the screen, his frown of annoyance turned to curiosity.
It's Sophie. Hi, honey. Everything okay?
The curiosity in his eyes turned to confusion.
No, you don't need to spend the night. You can come home now. Do you need me to come and get you?
At Erica's questioning glance, he shook his head. He listened for a few seconds, then nodded.
Yes, she's here. Okay. We'll be waiting.
What's wrong? Wells pocketed the phone.
I'm not sure.
What did she say?
Just that she decided not to spend the night and wanted to know if it was okay for her to come home.
He pushed to his feet.
I'm guessing she and Shiloh got into it over something at the party, and it set a bad tone for the rest of the evening.
If you prefer to speak with her alone when she gets home, I can go.
Not necessary. Sophie asked if you'd still be here, and sounded relieved when I said yes.
Erica cocked her head. I hear a car engine.
They don't live far.
Wells paused to listen, then nodded.
Appears we're about to find out just what is going on.
Wells opened the front door as Sophie reached the porch. He stepped outside and waved to Jim, surprised when the man didn't wave back. Then again, it was dark outside, and Jim probably had had his eyes on the road. Hey, Soph, I'm glad to see you. Erica's voice was easy and conversational. We didn't have much of a chance to talk earlier. I didn't even get to tell you how much I liked your dress. People know you're pregnant. For a second, Wells saw Erica's eyes widen, then her easy smile returned. She pressed a hand against her baby mound, then glanced down. Yep, there's definitely a baby or two in there. After gesturing for Sophie to take a seat, Erica sat and continued in the same conversational tone. Rachel and I talked about taking the train into Chicago next Saturday to shop for maternity clothes. I'd love for you to join us. Sophie jerked up a shoulder. Maybe. The girl's gaze drifted to the far end of the sofa, where Mr. Finley sat. Reaching over, Erica picked up the stuffed animal. I heard you and Shiloh talking to him the other day. Shiloh isn't my friend. Sophie's lips pressed together. Not anymore. Erica handed Mr. Finley to Sophie, who hugged the furry softness to her chest. Wells took a seat in one of the chairs, surprised by Sophie's comment. His daughter and Shiloh had been friends since their toddler days. Erica inclined her head. Do you want to talk about what happened with Shiloh? Who said anything happened with Shiloh? You said Shiloh is no longer your friend, Erica pointed out, her tone matter of fact. She's not. Sophie lifted her chin, pain swimming in her eyes. Her parents said a lot of bad things about you and Dad. Whatever the problem was between his daughter and her friend, Wells hadn't expected it to have anything to do with him. Or Erica. He opened his mouth, but Erica spoke first. What kinds of things? Erica offered his daughter an encouraging smile. I don't want to say. Sophie's gaze dropped to Mr. Finley. It will make you feel bad. I'd rather know than not. Erica stopped there, leaving it up to Sophie how much or how little to say. Wells didn't know what to think when Sophie lifted Mr. Finley and gazed into the dog's amber eyes. After we got back from the birthday bash, Shiloh overheard her parents talking. They said it was obvious you're going to have a baby and that you and Dad aren't married. Shiloh's parents said my dad should be ashamed for disgracing the Pomeroy name. A tear slipped down Sophie's cheek. She determinedly swiped it away. Shiloh's mom said you and Dad are living in sin. I don't know why she thinks that because you don't live here.
Is that what Shiloh thinks?
Wells asked. No. Sophie's brows pulled together. But she told me.
There's an old saying, don't shoot the messenger.
Wells kept his tone even.
Shiloh can't control what her parents think or say.
I suppose not, Sophie reluctantly agreed. I told Shiloh I'm excited about the babies, and if she doesn't want to be my friend, well, that's her choice.
It sounds like you gave her a lot to think about. Erica's tone remained easy, but concern filled her eyes.
Sophie's lower lip wobbled. She told me she wanted to be my friend, but she wasn't sure her parents would let her. When she lowered her head to Mr. Finley and began to cry, Wells's heart shattered.
I'm sorry, Soph,
Wells told her when she looked up.
If I could make this better, I would.
I wish you guys would get married.
Sophie, you know we can't get married just to appease Shiloh's parents.
Wells knelt in front of his daughter. I'm not saying that. Sophie looked at her father, then at Erica. You both like each other, I can tell. And if you get married, the twins would be here all the time, and we'd have so much fun. It would be like we were a real family. Erica joined Wells on the floor and put her hands on Sophie's knees.
Sophie, I know this is hard to understand, but your mom and dad were so much in love.
A softness filled Erica's eyes.
That's how it should be when you're married. Your dad and I are friends, which is also wonderful and special, and no matter what, we are a real family.
Wells clenched and unclenched his fingers. At one time, being friends and co-parenting had seemed a perfectly acceptable solution. Now, he wanted more. Not just because of the babies, because yes, he agreed that no matter what, they were a family, but because he loved Erica. He loved starting his mornings with her, loved ending his nights with her, loved the way she cared so much about Sophie. But now was not the time to say it. This moment was about Sophie.
Sophie.
Wells shook his head, but kept his voice gentle.
Any talk of marriage is between me and Erica. I'll speak with Shiloh's parents.
It's not just about you and Erica. Sophie surged to her feet, nearly knocking Erica over. And it's not about Shiloh or her stupid parents. Whirling, Sophie raced up the steps.
Sophie,
Wells called out, but she didn't turn around. Seconds later, her bedroom door slamming shut was the only sound in the now quiet house. Through Sophie's closed bedroom door, Wells told his daughter he was taking Erica home and wouldn't be long. Neither he nor Erica said much on the drive to Greenbrier Place. When he pulled up out front, Erica placed a hand on his arm.
Don't come up. You need to get back to Sophie.
I still can't believe Jim and Kathy would speak that way in front of their daughter. Wells pressed his lips together.
I'm sure they didn't realize Shiloh was listening.
Erica expelled a breath.
What I hate is that our situation is causing problems for Sophie.
Wells shot her a hopeful smile.
I don't suppose you'd reconsider marriage.
Erica shook her head.
As much as I care about Sophie and want to help, I draw the line at marrying someone who doesn't love me, even if he is a wonderful guy and my baby daddy.
She smiled at Wells, expecting him to smile back, but his expression remained solemn. Suddenly, he shifted in his seat to face her.
What if us marrying wasn't about helping Sophie, or even the twins? What if it was about just you and me?
Confusion furrowed her brow.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that I
care deeply about you, and we make a good team. I believe we could make it work, and marrying would solve—
Please, stop. Erica closed her eyes for a second. We do make a good team, and that's why I believe we'll be good parents to our children. But we've been through this. I need more than simply being able to make it work. I want true love, and I won't settle for less. Erica pushed open her door and stepped out,
then glanced back at him. Go home, Wells. Your daughter is hurting and needs her dad. Chapter 22. 2 weeks passed, and there was no more talk of marriage. Shiloh and Sophie were friends again, but only at school. Sophie had apologized for shouting and asking Erica to marry her dad. Erica had assured her that she never needed to apologize for her feelings. The Monday before Halloween, Erica woke up tired, but then what else was new? She'd put in long hours over the weekend on a project due before the end of the month. Today, she was paying the price. Yet, as Wells's home came into view, Erica felt her spirits lift. During the past weeks, her relationship with Wells, and with Sophie, had only deepened. Wells was solicitous without being overbearing. He encouraged her to take a nap every afternoon, and sometimes even lay down beside her and took one with her. He'd laughingly told her he was banking his sleep for once the twins arrived. Though they hadn't made love since the evening of the birthday bash, it felt as if he used any excuse to touch her, from massaging her shoulders and back when they grew tight, to giving her a light kiss and hug when she walked through the door every morning. She could really use one of his hugs right about now. The maternity sweater she'd gotten at a cute boutique in Chicago stretched over the baby bump that now bulged out in front of her. She would have to get a different winter coat. She could no longer button up the one she had. A light snow began falling as Erica pulled into Wells's driveway. The sight of a strange car out front had her wondering if one of Wells's clients had stopped over for an early morning meeting. It appeared the hug would have to wait. She pushed open the door without knocking and hung her jacket on the coat tree, all part of the now familiar daily routine. Instead of calling out her arrival, as was her habit, Erica headed straight for the kitchen. There, she skidded to a stop. Gathered around the table, enjoying coffee and French toast, sat not only Wells and Sophie, but his parents, Tim and Marty. Wells pushed back his chair and stood, gesturing to his parents. Look who surprised us. Grandma and Grandpa aren't sure they can make it for Thanksgiving. Sophie offered her grandparents a dazzling smile. So they came now, and we're going to celebrate early. Erica offered the couple her own bright smile. It's good to see you both again. Erica is wearing the sweater she got in Chicago. Sophie glanced at her grandparents. We went shopping with Rachel. She's having a baby too, but just one. It was fun, Grandma. After shopping, we had high tea at the Drake Hotel. The scones were yummy, and someone was playing the harp while we ate. I wish you could have been with us. Sounds like fun. Marty rose to stand beside her husband, who'd risen the second Erica had entered the room. Once on her feet, Marty skirted the table and opened her arms. Erica, it's wonderful to see you. Though she hadn't known Wells's mother well, Erica had always liked her. When Marty put her arms around her, Erica hugged her back. You look amazing. Marty's eyes sparkled. Have you felt them move yet? Butterfly wings, but they're really active on the ultrasounds, and I've seen them kick and punch on the ultrasound, Sophie informed her grandmother. This Wednesday, Erica has to go to the doctor. She said I can come too, and we'll see more pictures. Routine, Wells answered before his parents could ask. They do more visits and ultrasounds when it's twins. Then, though he did it every morning, Wells surprised Erica by moving to her and brushing his lips against her cheek. He smiled at the baby mound, then glanced at his parents, who watched him intently. At this stage, they sleep and dream and can hear external voices. Daddy sings to the babies, Sophie announced, every day. Surprise blanketed Tim's face. The tips of Wells's ears turned red. We all sing to them. Erica offered Sophie a fond smile. Don't we, Soph? Sophie nodded. And when they're born, the babies will recognize our voices. Pride filled Sophie's eyes. That's wonderful. Emotion clogged Marty's voice. She cleared her throat, then added, I'm happy for all of you.
Congratulations.
Tim's gaze slid from Erica to his son. Thank you. Erica shifted from one foot to the other, unsure how to best handle this deviation from the morning routine.
Let me get your coffee.
Wells gave her arm a squeeze.
Mom made French toast, so you don't have to put up with my cooking this morning.
Tim's gaze turned disbelieving as he glanced at his son.
You cook? If I didn't, Sophie and I would have starved years ago.
Wells shot his daughter a wink. Dad and Erica take turns, Sophie told her grandparents. Today is Dad's day. Erica is teaching me, so I can start taking a turn once a week. Time for school, Soph. Erica turned to Wells. Why don't I take her this morning? My car is warm.
Are you sure?
Two lines formed between Wells's brows.
It's snowing.
I know how to drive in snow. Still, Erica found herself touched by his concern. She paused and met his gaze. You'll want to spend time with your parents. Once I drop Sophie off at school, I'm going to head home. When Wells began shaking his head, Erica continued. While I'd love to stay and get reacquainted, the South Side project is due this week. Wells expelled a breath.
I forgot about that.
Erica turned to Marty and Tim. The last thing she wanted was for them to think she didn't want to spend time with them. Otherwise, I'd love to stay. It's been way too long. We can talk more later. Marty smiled. It's so good to see you again.
Yes, very nice to see you,
Tim echoed.
I'll walk you to the door.
Wells glanced at his daughter.
Where's your backpack?
Upstairs. Sophie waved to her grandparents and took off running, calling over her shoulder, I'll get it. Wells motioned for his parents to sit.
I'll be right back. I'm going to walk Erica to the door.
Once they reached the coat tree, Wells helped her put on her jacket. When she left it hanging open, he inclined his head.
Aren't you going to button it? It's cold out.
Your babies make that impossible.
We're going to have to get you a new coat.
Wells tugged her to him, his arms warm and strong around her. He brushed her hair with his lips.
You drive carefully.
She sighed. Now this was what she looked forward to every morning. You enjoy your time with your parents.
Call me later. Let me know how your day is going.
I'm ready, Sophie announced, bounding down the steps.
See you both.
Before he could get the rest of the words out, Erica wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the mouth. When she stepped away, she smiled. The start of her day was now firmly back on track. Later, Gator. Wells was still smiling when he returned to the kitchen. After pouring himself more coffee, he sat. Tim forked off a piece of French toast.
I thought Shiloh's dad gave the girls a ride to school. Either Erica or I take Sophie to school now?
Wells finished off the last bite of his mother's French toast.
This is excellent, Mom. Thanks for making breakfast.
It was my pleasure. Marty held the pretty china cup she preferred to use, but made no move to drink. You and Erica seem to have a good routine going. Wells smiled.
We do. You appear to get along well.
Tim searched his face with a sharp gaze.
Have you given any more thought to marriage? We need to make sure it's right before taking that step.
Wells kept his answer deliberately vague.
I still don't understand what there is to think about.
That's between Wells and Erica, Marty reminded her husband.
Okay, let's table talk of marriage for the moment.
Tim took command of the room, an action that was undoubtedly second nature to him.
There's a few other things weighing on my mind that I want to discuss with you.
Though a hard knot formed in the pit of his stomach, Wells kept his face expressionless.
What's on your mind, Dad? First, I need you to be objective and take emotion out of the equation.
Wells didn't like the sound of this, not at all. Still, he'd listen to what his father had to say. He inclined his head. Apparently taking that as a go-ahead gesture, Tim set down his fork and continued. Don't you find it a little odd that Erica just happened to be in the same hotel you were in, and then she just happened to get pregnant? Now she's tied to you and the Pomeroy family forever, both genetically and financially. Clenching his jaw, Wells counted to 10. He wasn't surprised his father had gone down this road. 4 decades in Washington had made him more cynical and suspicious. I don't find it odd at all. Though Wells managed to keep his tone even, he couldn't stop the muscle in his jaw from jumping. If you knew Erica better, you'd understand she is incapable of such deception. Frankly, I resent you insinuating she could be that devious. I won't be the only person who thinks this way, who wonders. Tim ignored his wife's hiss of protest. They'll say she was looking for a meal ticket. Marty placed a warning hand on her husband's arm. Tim, I believe you made your point. His father blew out a breath and met Wells's gaze. If I offended you with my bluntness, I apologize. Thinking of the false assumptions he and his father had made about Nell tempered much of Wells's anger. Though Leo had assured them at the time that Nell could be trusted, doubts had lingered. Like Mom said, you made your point. It's time to move on. Tim considered, then nodded. On a completely different note, I'm hoping you can join me and your brothers at the Ingram Club today for tennis and lunch. Wells thought about his workload. He had nothing that couldn't wait until tomorrow. Sounds good. I'm having lunch with Lillian, Marty informed Wells when he cast a questioning glance in her direction. I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about the twins. Since Erica isn't that close to her parents, Lillian will be the de facto grandmother on that side. What did it say, Wells wondered, that the thought of his mom and Lillian talking about the twins made him smile? Do you have names picked out? Marty asked. Sophie has been compiling names. Wells chuckled. If you have any that you or Lillian would like to submit for consideration, give 'em to Soph. You're happy. The comment, coming out of the blue from his mother, had Wells blinking. Pardon? You're happy. Marty's eyes held a sheen. For so very long, you weren't. Later, Wells thought about his mother's comment on the drive to the Ingram Club and on the court when he and his father barely staved off a fierce attack from Leo and Matt. He was happy, Wells realized. Extremely happy. The conversation flowed surprisingly smoothly over lunch, with Matt regaling them with tales of learning how to curl on the rooftop of the Gwen Hotel in downtown Chicago. Believe me, that sport isn't as easy as it looks. It sounds like something Erica would enjoy, Wells mused. You're really stepping outside your comfort zone these days, big brother, Matt teased. First parasailing, now curling. I definitely see skydiving in your future. Laughter rippled around the table. There were so many things that Wells could see in his future, all of them centered around Erica, Sophie, and the twins. Chapter 23. When Erica didn't come over to the house on Tuesday morning, Wells headed straight for Greenbrier Place after dropping Sophie off at school. Although she'd texted last night that she was exhausted and planned to sleep in, Wells couldn't help but wonder if her absence this morning had more to do with fearing she'd be in the way. He should have mentioned that his parents would be staying at their house in Gingerbread Village. Wells loved having his parents in town, but was already missing his alone time with Erica. He'd texted when he dropped off Sophie, but had received no response. Though his father had said nothing more last evening about doubting Erica's intentions,
Wells had caught his father gazing at him several times, with a speculative gleam in his eyes. Wells understood his father's skepticism. His dad spent the majority of his time in D.C., interacting with men and women who were focused on what he could do for them. In his father's mind, it was one thing to trust, quite another to be a fool. What his dad didn't realize was that even if Erica had planned their encounter, and he knew she hadn't, he wouldn't care, because he was happier with Erica in his life and truly excited about the twins. Snow began falling by the time Wells pulled into the Greenbrier visitors' lot. The warmth that wrapped around him when he stepped inside the lobby was a welcome relief to the dropping temperatures. Anthony sat behind the console. He rose when Wells strode up. "Hello, Anthony. Could you let Ms. Eads know I'm here?" "Is she expecting you?" "No, but she'll want to see me." Anthony nodded and picked up the phone. After several long seconds, he said, "Ms. Eads, I'm sorry to disturb you, but Wells Pomeroy is—" "I'll send him right up." When Anthony turned to him, Wells smiled. "I heard." As he rode the elevator to Erica's floor, Wells considered whether to mention his father's comments. Last night, he'd nearly decided not to say anything to her, but then he thought maybe that wouldn't be fair. If his father was right that others were speculating that Erica had deliberately trapped a Pomeroy, she needed to know. If it were him, he'd want to know. Wells rapped on her door. Before his knuckles could hit the wood again, it opened. The sight of Erica in black leggings and a red sweater molded to her baby bump took his breath away. The smile she shot him, so warm and friendly, had him relaxing. "Come in. I was just about to text you when Anthony told me you were here. I ended up sleeping late and then taking a long shower." She held out her hands. "Here, let me take your coat." He shrugged out of the cashmere overcoat and handed it over. When she wrapped her arms around his neck, his love for this incredible woman surged. She kissed him on the mouth, then smiled. "Your lips are cold." "It's snowing again," he told her. "Can I get you some coffee?" "Later." He squeezed her hands. "There's something we need to discuss first." "Sounds serious." Curiosity filled her eyes as she gestured him to the sofa. When he took a seat, she lowered herself into the adjacent chair. Wells hated seeing the hint of worry on Erica's face. Most of all, he hated knowing he'd placed it there. He swore under his breath. Why did people meddle in matters that didn't concern them? "What's going on, Wells?" Though concern clouded her eyes, her voice remained calm. "There's a rumor going around town that I wanted you to be aware of." Wells took a breath, determined not to bring his father into the discussion. "If this is the one that I'm pregnant with your baby," she said with a chuckle. "Been there, heard that." "It's related." Erica cocked her head. "You're going to have to explain." "It's a silly one. I probably shouldn't even mention it." Once again, Wells second-guessed his decision to tell her. Her eyes, now sharp and assessing, studied him. "Obviously not that silly, if you felt the need to come over and tell me about it." "The Pomeroys are well known in Hazel Green." Wells licked his suddenly dry lips. "My dad is a U.S. Senator. My brother is the mayor. Matt and I—" "All things I already know," Erica interrupted, then drew in a breath and let it out. "What's the rumor?" "That you deliberately set out to get pregnant by me. That the reason we aren't married is because you've gotten what you wanted. That now I'll be forced to pay child support." "Forced?" Erica's cheeks reddened as if she'd been slapped. She surged to her feet. "These are your children, too." Wells stood and spread his fingers. "Erica, I don't believe any of this. I'm just telling you what people—" "What people? Who said this to you?" Erica demanded. "It's not important." Wells stumbled over the words. "I
just wanted you to know that some think that you wanted a meal ticket, not a marriage.
Stop right there. Erica's tone now held an edge. I'll ask you again. Who told you that I was after a meal ticket?
Erica, it doesn't matter.
It absolutely does matter. If it was someone close to you, someone I'll be around, I deserve to know. Or if it's just some random person, then why even bring it up? Unless you believe it.
Of course I don't believe it.
Wells moved to take Erica's hand, but she shifted out of his reach. She cocked her head and eyed him critically. Maybe you won't tell me who said it, because the who is you.
That's crazy.
No, crazy is you even considering the idea that I'd do something like baby trap you. Crazy is you expecting me to marry you when you don't love me.
The thing is, I do love you, Erica.
Wells's heart pounded so hard he could barely hear himself speak. He'd finally been able to get the words out, to tell her how he truly felt.
I've been wanting to tell you how I feel for some time, but the moment never seemed right.
Erica gave an incredulous laugh. And this is your right moment? Now, when you're asking me if such a heinous rumor is true? Honestly, Wells, if you'd asked me this in the beginning, maybe I could have understood. But after all the time we've spent together, getting to know each other, how could you ask me this?
I wasn't asking. I know you didn't do anything of the sort.
Wells's voice rose, then cracked.
I was simply telling you about this rumor
from some unknown source? Her chin might have lifted in a defiant tilt, but he saw the hurt in her eyes.
I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry. But I meant it when I said
I'm done, Wells. Something in her voice had everything in him stilling.
Done? What are you saying?
You say you love me, yet you accuse me of doing something horrible. Tell me, Wells, would you ever in a million years have accused Danny of doing something so dishonest?
I didn't accuse you,
he sputtered, feeling the ground beneath his feet shift and roll. You'd never have mentioned such a rumor to Danny. Why? Because you loved and trusted her and knew it was total bullshit, so there would be no point in making her feel bad. Anger warred with hurt in Erica's green depths. I didn't set out to seduce you or get pregnant by you. You said you trusted me, that you understood my feelings. But you continue to angle for marriage because it would make your life easier and save your image.
I want to marry you because I love you.
How convenient. Erica motioned toward the door. Forgive me if I don't believe you. Though panic crawled its way up his spine, Wells kept his tone even.
Let's sit down and talk this out. I've told you I don't believe the rumors, and now I see that I was wrong to even mention them. But I meant it when I said I love you. I do. Very much.
It was as if he hadn't spoken. She moved to the door and flung it open. I want to assure you that you and Sophie will still be welcome in the children's lives, but I won't be working from your house anymore.
Erica!
I won't be attending events with you and Sophie, and when my lease here is up, I will consider moving to Chicago. Erica rested a hand on her baby mound, and a steely glint filled her eyes. Goodbye, Wells. Wells found himself grateful that his parents had made plans to go out for the evening with friends. After their night out with friends, they'd be headed to their house in Gingerbread Village. Now, Wells sat in his living room with his brothers, Nell, and Sophie, all eyes fixed on him. Wells decided to get right to the point.
I need your help.
Nell and Leo exchanged glances. What's wrong, Daddy? Sophie's brows drew together in worry. Is everything okay with the babies?
The babies are fine.
Wells forced a smile.
Everything is good.
Not everything, Matt pointed out.
Or we wouldn't be here.
Wells resisted, barely, the urge to scowl at his brother. Then he reminded himself that Matt spoke the truth. Not speaking the truth, not telling Erica he loved her when he'd first realized he did, was what had gotten him where he was now.
I messed things up with Erica.
Wells spoke bluntly.
I've been a fool. I hurt her, and now I need to find a way to make her see that I love her. That's where you guys come in.
When he'd walked out of Erica's apartment this morning, he'd realized she'd been right. What had been the purpose in bringing up what his father had said?
What did you do?
Matt asked.
I won't get into specifics.
Wells waved a dismissive hand.
But in the midst of an argument, I told her I loved her. Of course, she didn't believe me.
Leo shook his head.
What were you thinking?
Nell winced. Sophie's gaze remained watchful. Matt blew out a breath.
You couldn't have picked a worse time, bro. I know that.
Wells offered a self-deprecating smile.
Now I need help making it right. I need some kind of grand gesture that will show her I was sincere.
Sophie surprised Wells by raising her hand, as if they were in a schoolroom.
Yes, Sophie?
I don't know anything about grand gestures, but you always tell me to be myself and tell the truth. Her blue eyes, so like her mother's, settled on him. I think that's what you should do. Chapter 24. Erica sat in front of a roaring fire the following morning. She'd spent the past hour trying to summon up the energy to do something. Anything. She'd finished her project for Sanders Dean and hadn't yet accepted another one. Lillian's project on Apley was running smoothly. If things were different, she'd be with Wells. Unless he had something pressing, they'd be lingering over breakfast, and he'd be teasing her about something, that easy smile she loved so much on his lips. A tear slipped down her face, then another. She swiped at her cheeks with her fingers, but made no move to get up and get a tissue. It seemed like too much effort. Just like getting dressed this morning. The flannel PJs and the fluffy robe felt warm and soft against her skin. The knock on the door had her frowning. Anthony hadn't indicated anyone had arrived to see her. Then she remembered the dripping faucet in the kitchen. When she'd texted Anthony about it, he'd promised to stop by today and look at it. Pulling herself to her feet, Erica considered making him wait while she freshened up, but then she wondered, why bother? She certainly wasn't trying to impress Anthony. When she opened the door, it wasn't Anthony who stood before her, but Wells. It must have started snowing again, because tiny flakes of white dusted his sandy hair and the shoulders of his topcoat. Unlike her, he looked ready to walk into a Fortune 500 boardroom. Solemn hazel eyes scanned her face.
May I come in?
Only then did she realize that he hadn't crossed the threshold, but remained in the hall. Yes, come in. For a second, Erica nearly apologized for her appearance, then thought, screw it. He was the one who'd shown up unannounced. Despite that fact, she found herself wholly glad to see him. How did you get past Anthony?
He was busy with a delivery person and waved me up.
Wells shifted from one foot to the other.
May I take off my coat?
Erica scrubbed her face with her hands. A profound sadness had replaced yesterday's anger. She thought of what Wells had said to Sophie about shooting the messenger. That's what she'd done to Wells. Granted, he could have presented the topic more eloquently, but whatever people were saying wasn't his fault. Though she still resented him telling her he loved her in order to get her to agree to marry him. She realized he was waiting for her response and gestured to the coat tree. He slipped off his coat and hung it on the rack. Only then did she see he was dressed far more casually than she'd assumed, in jeans and an Illini sweatshirt.
I'm sorry about the other night,
he began. Please, sit. Erica gestured to the sofa. When she'd sat, He took a seat at the far end and shifted to face her.
You were right about what you said. No purpose was served in telling you.
Erica kept her face expressionless.
Then why did you?
Her bluntness didn't appear to surprise him.
I like to know what people are saying, but that doesn't mean you feel the same. I hurt you, and that wasn't my intent.
Wells offered an embarrassed chuckle.
Stopping over was also an excuse to see you. I'd been missing you. Do you know that when I don't see you, I find myself storing up things to tell you when we're together again?
I do the same, Erica admitted. Even this morning, even after the argument, it felt strange not being with you. His gaze never left her face.
I'm here now. I need to do this.
All morning, the words had circled in Erica's head like a strange mantra. Even though it would be easier to shove yesterday's conversation aside, she couldn't do it. Do you think I used you to get pregnant? Her gaze met his. Tell me the truth, Wells. If Wells didn't trust her after all these months, she had to know, because lately she'd found herself dreaming of a future with him and Sophie, one that included marriage.
No, I don't believe that. Like I said yesterday,
one more question. I want your word you'll answer this one honestly, too.
If I do, may I ask you one? Same rules?
She arched a brow. Rules?
No evading, and whatever question is asked has to be answered honestly.
An emotion she couldn't quite identify flickered in Wells's hazel depths. Curious, Erica nodded. What's the question?
What did you and Danny fight about the night before we left for Arizona?
Erica inhaled sharply. Why bring up the past now? Wells's gaze pinned her as he simply waited, saying nothing.
I need to do this.
Puzzle pieces that had been floating around in her brain for 8 long years locked into place. Why, oh why, had it taken her so long to understand, to see the truth?
Erica?
Wells prompted. Remember when I told you about Danny riding the Ferris wheel at Navy Pier? He nodded. Well, before she got on, she gathered her courage and said, I need to do this. Once we were in the air, I pressed her for what she meant. She told me that she wanted to live her life fully, and doing that meant facing her fears.
How does that answer my question?
That day, when she was packing to leave, we fought about you. Wells sat back, his face blanching.
Me?
Danny had been so sad after the miscarriage, and she told me she wanted nothing more than to stay at home, but you were pressing her to go on this trip. Erica kept her tone calm and matter-of-fact. I told her she didn't have to do what you wanted. She needed to stand up for herself instead of always giving in. Her only response was to cry and say she needed to do this. Guilt and regret blanketed Wells's face.
You don't have to say more.
But I do. I never understood until just now what she meant. When she said, I need to do this, she was talking about needing to get out of her own way and take that first step toward being happy again. Erica gave an embarrassed laugh. I was so focused on blaming you that I missed what she was telling me. Wells's gaze shifted out the window, and she could see he was looking back.
When we were about to get on the helicopter, Danny looked at me and said, I need to do this. I thought it was a question and said, yes, you need to do this.
Bald hope shone in his eyes.
Do you think...
I think it was like the Ferris wheel. You didn't push her to get on the helicopter, Wells. She pushed herself to get on it because it was something she wanted to do, something she felt she needed to do. Not for you, For herself. Tears swam in his eyes. Erica scooted over and wrapped her arms around him. They held each other as cleansing tears washed away the last of the grief and guilt. Wells cleared his throat.
Thank you.
Erica kissed him lightly on the lips. Now it's my turn. Confusion furrowed his brow.
Your turn?
To ask my question. Her expression grew solemn. Do you love me, Wells? Not as a friend, but the way a man should love a woman he marries. The way you loved Danny? Erica tried to assure herself she'd be okay regardless of the answer, but the truth was she wasn't sure she would be.
I'll admit Danny's death left a big hole in my heart, one I thought would never be filled. People are lucky if they find one person to love in their lifetime. I'm insanely lucky to have found two.
Wells took her hands in his and offered her that smile she loved. Her heart stuttered. She opened her mouth, but he continued before she could speak.
Erica, you challenge me every day to be a better man, to love more, care more, be more. I'd fallen into a rut the last few years. I told myself I was content. I now realize that while I was blessed with a loving family and surrounded by friends who cared, I'd closed myself off emotionally. I was afraid to live fully, afraid to love fully. That's not an easy admission for someone like me to make, a man who prides himself on being in control and having all the answers. But it's how it was, until you came into my life. When we began talking at the hotel, that hole in my heart began to fill. With you, I can truly be myself. I can be adventurous. Hey, I can ride Ferris wheels and dance in Grant Park.
Erica's heart became a sweet mass in her chest. She only squeezed his hand, not trusting herself to speak. Wells cleared his throat.
I love you, Erica, with all my heart. That hole, that big, gaping hole that I thought would never be filled, now overflows with love, for you and for the children we made. When I think about how I'd like my life to look in the future, you're there. You and Sophie and the twins. As I look ahead, I see us going to the park, to movies, and to backyard barbecues. We're dressing up for fancy parties and dinners and staying at home in our pajamas to watch movies. We're cheering for our children at their activities. So many new memories to forge. But the one thing that's constant is that you and I are together, loving each other more with each passing day, and never forgetting how lucky we are to have found each other.
Tears slipped down Erica's cheeks. I like the future that you see.
And that future can be however you want it. We don't have to get married, but if you ever want to, well, that would be wonderful. Because I love you, and I would love to be your husband and for you to be my wife.
I'd like that too. Erica didn't think she'd spoken her wish aloud, but she must have, because Wells's eyes lit up like a child's on Christmas morning, or maybe like a man who was seeing his fondest dream come true. Her breath caught in her throat when he rose, slipped a hand into his pocket, then went down on one knee before her, an emerald-cut diamond sparkling between his fingertips.
Erica Eads, you're the one I want to spend the rest of my life with. You deserve someone who will always be there for you, encouraging you, supporting you, and, most of all, loving you.
Wells's voice turned husky with emotion.
Will you let me be that man? Will you marry me?
Erica's first reaction was to laugh. You came here to tell me we don't have to get married, but you had a ring in your pocket?
What can I say?
Wells chuckled.
I was a Boy Scout, remember? I like to be prepared.
Leaning forward, Erica framed Wells's face with her hands, then kissed him on the mouth. She sat back, grinning, as she extended her left hand. Yes, to being your wife, your partner, your best friend. To being a mother to Sophie and the twins. Yes, to loving you forever. Epilogue. Erica kept her eyes closed as Wells and Sophie drew her from the kitchen into the hallway on Christmas morning. Surprise! Sophie shouted. They'd already exchanged gifts at Leo and Nell's last night. The entire family had been there, including Lillian and Erica's parents, who were in town for the wedding tomorrow. You said you had another gift for me, but... Erica could see no wrapped package anywhere. Then her gaze settled on the pictures artfully arranged on the wall. Is that... Erica stepped closer. A picture of me? Sophie giggled. Don't you recognize yourself? Shots of Danny, laughing and smiling, were still there, ones of her alone as well as ones of her with Wells and Sophie. But now there were more photos on the wall. Pictures of her and Wells and... Erica's eyes widened. These were taken at the pumpkin patch. I took those. Pride ran through Sophie's voice. Uncle Matt took the ones of the three of us at Thanksgiving. I took the ones of you and Sophie. Wells rested an arm around her shoulders. Tears filled Erica's eyes. Overcome with emotion as she was, it took her a couple of seconds to find her voice. She shifted her gaze from Sophie to Wells. This means so much to me. To share this wall with the two of you and Danny, I can't imagine a better gift. Sophie gave her a hug, then stepped back, her expression turning serious. I have a question. Erica offered her an encouraging smile. You can ask me anything, anytime. You know that. Sophie took a deep breath and plunged ahead. Well, I have a mom in heaven, and now I'm going to have you here. My friends and I, and Mr. Finley, were talking. We decided it makes sense for me to call you Mom. Erica slanted a glance at Wells. I told Sophie I have no objections. I believe Danny would be happy to know that you're here for Sophie. But that decision is between you two. Erica returned her gaze to Sophie, but she couldn't trust herself to speak just yet without dissolving into tears. Yes. Sophie shifted from one foot to the other, appearing suddenly young and vulnerable. If I call you Erica, the twins might get confused, and when they start to talk, they might call you Erica. We definitely wouldn't want that, Wells said, somehow managing to keep a straight face. I know, right? Sophie smiled. So, what do you think? I would be honored. Erica opened her arms to Sophie, and the girl flew into them. Sophie jerked back. Whoa! What's the matter? Wells asked. Jacob, or maybe it was Isabel, just gave me a big kick in the stomach. Erica laughed. I think they're happy, too. They have a strange way of showing it. Despite her words, Sophie gave an indulgent smile. She glanced at Erica. Mom? When Erica inclined her head, Sophie grinned. Just practicing. Erica was still blinking back tears when Sophie rushed upstairs to get her phone. Apparently, pics of Christmas morning were needed. I'm blessed, Erica murmured as Wells tugged her into his arms. I'm the one who's blessed. There's no one like you. Wells brushed a kiss across her forehead. And I'm so happy you're mine. This has been No One Like Her by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2022 by Cynthia Rutledge. Production copyright 2022 by Cynthia Rutledge. Thank you for listening.